Welcome back to Summoning Inside. We were just ready to do a nice Worlds wrap-up episode, do some analysis of the finals, have Zven on, have a good time talking about Cloud9 and their performance, getting out of the group stage. Probably not going to address too many of the rumors unless Zven would like to bring those up. We don't push people like that, but lots to discuss in terms of Cloud9's performance overall. And then another gift from TSM occurred. Ridiculous drama between DoubleLift and Reginald, the CEO slash primary owner of TSM. And so now this first part of the show is really just an appetizer, an amuse-bouche for the second part of the show, where Richard Lewis will be on to discuss all of that. So as usual, we like to edge you. So we're not going to talk about it right now. You guys are going to have to wait for that one towards the end of the show. We'll do the real analysis and the real talk about the game itself first. But we'll get you a little hot and bothered because we're going to talk about Reckless right now before Zven comes on the show. So for those of you who are living under a rock, Reckless is caught in a contractual situation where Carlos, the owner of G2, has issued, allegedly, I think we should trust him, he's usually quite honest on social media, that there's a $1.5 million buyout. He is not allowed to loan Reckless to another team under this contract, which was the next option. It seems like most of the teams, given the leaks, have AD carries signed right now, some of which are kind of suspect. But as it is, Reckless, the spring split MVP of the LEC and two-time All-Pro AD carry, is without a team, which is ridiculous in and of itself.
I think from what I remember, he was even like one of the top MVP candidates even in summer, because again, like statistically, he had like the most kills, the least deaths, blah, 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 etc. All I would say is this. Sure is fucking rich, isn't it? Because if you ever listen to any talk shows, I do, people come on talk shows who aren't in Reckless's team and do not play with Reckless, and they talk him up, brilliant, it's so good and dedicated. And it's like I once said years and years ago, it was on like an episode of The Crackdown, I think. I just said when Perkz, of all people, was trying to argue with me that Reckless is really good, I was like, all right, you go on then, you play with him then. You have him on your team as your AD carry for a few. And then all of a sudden he started sort of walking it back a bit, well, just it's all subjective opinion. Well, like, yeah, exactly, motherfucker. Skin in the game. That's all I'm talking about. So all that needs to be said is this. It's one thing that, by the way, people don't realize how mad this is. This is like the ultimate crowning victory for me, because even though some of the other teams, as you alluded to, they might just not want to spend the money. They might think like, look, Reckless clearly has some baggage with him. I'll gamble on like a guy out of the RLs or somebody who's just cheaper, That's one thing, right? But here's the mad thing people aren't stopping to think about. How bad has it got to be playing with Reckless that G2 themselves wouldn't even just consider using him? Not even considering it, by the way, guys. From the moment I did that tweet at the beginning of the off season, he was out of the door and he was never coming back under any circumstances. So you don't have to take it from me. You can just take it from Caps, who 2 times just said, get this motherfucker as far away from me or I'm not playing in this team. I didn't say it. That was Caps, mate. Actions speak louder than words. Exactly.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
It's wild, isn't it?
He was the All-Pro both splits this year in 2021, and he's on a contract with G2, and G2 does not want to play with him.
I think he just in the last 3 years or something, he's won 2 MVPs. I know he won one in 2018 as well. So, by the way, I actually do think that is ridiculous on a sidebar. Like the idea, put it this way, this is an example of where business can get in the way of actual like the sporting side of the game, as it were, because let's be real, he's obviously a top 10 AD carry in the LEC. I mean, far beyond that, he's probably a top 3 or 4, right? I just find it really telling myself that, like, I think this is the ultimate sign, by the way, and forget the Reckless angle, that, like, people don't want veterans. They don't want to pay big money, which the veterans want, understandably.
Yes.
They want to gamble on young players, as you've seen with G2 themselves, because the idea that you couldn't in some of the other teams in the league, like, you're telling me there's not a mid-table team like Misfits or someone who could take Reckless and be potentially the best team. Of course they could. So I actually think it shows kind of just the shift of what LEC is now. Like, if you notice, it's also why the other drama in this off-season is that, I mean, turns out it's not G2 doing it. It's every other team's going out their way to sell to NA only. And, like, you only let the LEC rival be, like, 3rd or 4th on the billing, And it ain't about just money, by the way, guys. Some of those are moves that are akin to in sports where you sell to the other conference, but you don't sell to your key divisional rival or whatever,
And I think it's also telling. You bring it up in Europe, but honestly, like there's also rumors that Jensen may not be able to find a team, which is pretty ridiculous. I think we could probably get into that one with Zven a little more and his
Sure.
takes, and considering he played with him all year. But I think what you're seeing, guys, is honestly like a correction in terms of the money that is spent in this scene. Frankly, a lot of these rookies are significantly cheaper than veterans. Like Jensen's going to cost you $1-2 million a year. If you want him on your roster, you could get a rookie player for probably 200-300K. And I think what honestly, just being existing in the esports business landscape, I think a lot of teams are recognizing that for a long time, the teams themselves have been squeezed mercilessly by the economics of esports. The players do fine, guys. In major games, the players make a fuck ton of money. The developers are doing fine. In the developer operated esports ecosystem, right? I wouldn't say that tournament organizers in open ecosystems necessarily do fine. But the thing is that when you are Riot, you are receiving marketing for your game, and they have the data that they don't share with the teams or with anybody outside of the company that says the esports fan, when you guys are logged into lolesports.com getting your drops with your Riot account, they know how much you're watching, how much you're spending, how often you're spending it. They have all this data, and that data, obviously, they think that esports is a worthwhile business endeavor for them, that ostensibly is a very profitable marketing exercise. But just like any marketing, you can't tie it back and say, well, this is definitively by running this esports league, we're making X amount of dollars. You can never do that with any form of marketing, right? But the information about player engagement around esports is not given to the teams. And the revenue that is linked to that is not disclosed. So the developers don't have to share that information. So, they're doing fine, we would assume. Otherwise, I doubt they would continue to operate these esports programs. But the teams have been squeezed, and the teams are running off of venture capital, and they're spending all of this money on players, and they're not receiving, a lot of money from the developers themselves. And so what's happening now is the adjustment is that the players do not have the same bargaining power because these teams are trying to be profitable. And I think that's a lot of the reason why we are seeing teams make these decisions overall.
This way, it's the reason why PoE will be on an LCS team, but maybe Jensen won't, despite the fact that, it's not really debatable. The better mid lane is Jensen in that scenario, or domestically, fucking let's forget about international. Yep. That's the craziest part to me of all the people who are not going to have a team. This guy just smurfed the fucking worlds again. Listen, not every game, motherfucker, but anyone out there wants to be like a Bjergsen fan. More homie, I can pick single tournaments Jensen played where he did more than Bjergsen his entire career. Are you kidding me? The guy had 2 or 3 games. He had a game against Gen G, just fucking smurfed completely. They were almost in the final, guys. I think the idea that he couldn't get a team again, it's just money. I assume, like you say, he wants $1 million. He wants to. Basically, here's the problem as well: is the big deals don't go to everyone, and there's only so many of them in every off-season. If you're people like Jensen, earlier on in your career, you were on good deals. Bjergsen himself was in this position. I'm sure that's also part of his motivation to go elsewhere. Eventually, you get sick of seeing people who you think are worse than you get the bag, like some Hooney-type character. You go, where's my time to get the money in? Whether or not it makes sense, by the way, for your team, it's a status thing. You want the respect that you got the max contract, as it were, And so I totally get it. If you're people like Jensen, people who've been champions, people who've got the pedigree, you actually should get paid the max. It's just the way the business works. But as you say, Monty, if you're in a scenario where, here's the problem, I'm not actually a team that's going to compete for LCS, I've probably got the 5th best team, why wouldn't I just go with PoE if he costs the 4th of what you cost because he's on a down year? It's just, unfortunately, it is a better min-max. It just is.
Or a new player. I mean, I think that also part of Mad Lions doing very well with rookies is that now everybody thinks that they're a fucking scouting genius in the world, and we'll just find a good player. But I think a lot of the attitude is we don't want to pay a lot of money as an org, which is reasonable because the orgs for the most part are not profitable, guys. So from a business perspective, you really can't blame them. You can't blame the teams. They're part of a kind of diseased ecosystem within the esports industry. And so why should they blow a bunch of money to pay a bunch of players? But the thing is their attitude is, well, we'll try this guy out, see how he does, and we can always replace him with another cheap player until we'll just keep that system up until we find somebody that we really like. And then maybe we keep them, maybe we sell them to a bigger org or something like that. There are all these possibilities. But I think it's really tough. And I think we are seeing, with all of these free agents that appear to not be getting signed. Niski himself today said he doesn't think he's going to be playing on a team. There are players like Crownshot who presumably are out of Vitality, and based on the AD carry rosters that have been announced so far, looks like he's not going to get a team, which is kind of unbelievable considering that happened to him last year, and then he was brought in kind of as an emergency player because he's certainly good enough to be on an LEC team. But there are a lot of these scenarios. And I don't think that Crownshot is worse than Carzzy or worse than Comp, who is supposed to be on Rogue, right? Carzzy is going to Vitality because he's friends with Perkz and they want to play together, right? So I don't know. I think this whole offseason is a lot of insight into what the current business plan is for most League of Legends teams and the money that they are willing to spend. Or it's just bad GMing. You pick which one. It has to be one of those two things. So it's either a lack of confidence and profitability from the teams, or it's horrific jamming. Could be a mix of both.
I'll tie it back to my original point. As everyone knows, obviously one of the key pieces that had a lot of power in this offseason was Perkz. And just like he could last year, he had options to build European super teams. So it looks like he's going to go and do that, as you say. Notice how, remember, the offseason started, Monty, with this scandal that maybe Carlos won't sell Reckless to Vitality. Haven't you noticed? Think it through, guys. When Perkz wants to go to Vitality, he doesn't give a fuck about playing Reckless, so he's not interested. He even goes, bring me over that guy you all said inted the whole year for a Mad Lions, Carzzy. I'll have him as my ADC. I'll tell you the angle I want to see for this offseason, because what I think's interesting is, I already knew Vitality has big money to spend. They're spending massive salaries in CSGO right now. I can tell you when they bring these new players in. Obviously in League, that for the last 2 seasons, they've sort of threatened to do this. They just haven't really been able to pull it off properly. Here's what I'm looking for in the future. Vitality, by the way, not Fnatic, not Mad Lions, is the obvious actual org to come along with G2 and really be their rival if they can spend big money and make it a thing every offseason. So what I'm looking for is this. Everyone who this last 2 years was a fan of Mad Lions and Rogue because of the playing style, because of the young players they had, you're going to get depressed in a year or two when you realise that anytime they get good players, they're going to go to the other squads. Unfortunately, the orgs, Rogue and Mad Lions, don't have the same commitment people like G2 do. We lost this year. Right, cut everyone, bring in big... No, they're not going to do that. They're going to all gamble on rookies. They're all going to do it from now on. So it's as Monty says, look, you can catch lightning in a bottle once or twice if you have some amazing coaching staff. You're not going to do it every season though, guys. Especially the Mad Lions one, to me, it's mate, they barely had any veterans in that team. That one, you really did just lock into some amazing players. And again, I doubt you can re-up to the same level.
It's also that Mad Lions started this process when there was significantly less competition for promising rookies, because everybody was obsessed at the time with kind of just recycling the same veterans, even though some of them were clearly washed. So I think they had an advantage in that they were in a space and scouting in a way that no one else was. And now that space is just super saturated and the pendulum has swung the other direction, where presumably good veterans that are perfectly serviceable are just not going to get used now, which is equally ridiculous, just in the opposite vein, right?
Oh, I still don't know why. Here's the thing. I've always understood clamoring over the rookies with massive potential. But yeah, what I don't get is the teams where they're all just going to get the 7th best. It's really, is that guy going to be the next Soaz? I doubt it,
Right. It's players like Niski's certainly good enough to be in an LEC or LCS team, especially when playing the right style. We saw Cloud9 be very successful at the top of the league with him, right? In certain metas, he's good. I don't know. I haven't heard much about Soaz or Cabashard yet. These are players that I would expect I would hope would be on LEC or LCS caliber level teams. So, it's rough. It's a very interesting time. I also think
last thing to throw in, because a lot of people missed this detail. When Perkz is coming back to Europe, well, of course, who thought they had another chance? The old Fnatic fans, didn't they? You know what? This is why I love Carlos, because the way that things work with contracts, right, is even though Riot themselves have done this, in theory, you can't make a rule today and then go, I will now retroactively apply that rule. So it's like an antivirus and a virus technology. If I catch you today with the new virus, right, you can come with a fix after the fact and fix it, right? But you can't fix it in the past when I got you. So what happened was, if people don't know, this story really floated under a lot of radars, Monty, is that it turned out It turned out in the contract that Carlos made with Cloud9 that there was a clause that if Perkz did come like straight back to Europe, he just couldn't go to Fnatic.
Yep. And so it was so funny.
It's too good because you just know they thought they got him, mate. We got him finally. It's like, you didn't get shit, mate. And now Riot basically implied they're just going to not let you ever do that again in the contract. So it's like, okay, Carlos, you win this one. You win this round. Like, you can't say shit. The guy got you twice.
What's so funny about what Riot did is that they said that they would allow a transfer of Perkz to Fnatic, but the thing is that
they had to pay like money to him or something.
No. They said that the teams would have to enforce the contract. Like they wouldn't stop the transfer from happening.
Right.
But what would basically they said that G2 would basically have to sue C9. So they got around this by saying like, sure, he can go to Fnatic. That's fine. We will not enforce that clause in the contract. But by the way, guys, this is another thing. Contracts have to be submitted to Riot. So this is another time, by the way, Riot has done this repeatedly, where there has been a clause in a contract that they fucking have, and they don't read it, and then they're surprised by like, how does this happen? Why don't they have lawyers reviewing these player contracts to make sure that they are in compliance with the league rules? It's insane that this could even fly under the radar. That's just negligence. So the thing, though, is like, they just basically said, which I think is funny and also apt, is like, well, it wasn't a rule, so we're not going to retroactively apply it, which is a first for Riot. They love retroactively. They love retroactively applying rules, making up new rules, and then applying them onto things that just happened. So they said they weren't going to do that, which, credit to them, that is a step forward. That they would allow that the contract to transfer, but basically implied that it would have to be settled in private litigation between G2 and C9. So they're like, you guys can just sue the fuck out of each other, which I thought was very funny.
And by the way, if it doesn't go without saying, as soon as you say it, the Riot themselves aren't going to do anything. No one's doing anything. No one's wasting 3 years on a fucking court case over this bull. Like, at that point, unless Daddy Riot says tomorrow it's not allowed, it's over. The case is over.
I mean, just the mechanics of doing that would be absolutely insane from a legal perspective. Like, because first off, you know, I assume that the lawsuit would have to happen in like Germany, because they'd have to like have it in a court where they could actually just like stop Reckless from playing. So, you know, it would be very weird to see that unfold, which basically means that it's never going to happen. But also the fact that contract was even, the clause was even in there, is just fucking hilarious. Because
it's hilarious.
It's so funny. And I love how Carlos,
because it's like some anime shit. He just built in an extra trap, didn't he? So even if you got him later, he's like, but I reveal my trap. Go, what the fuck? Like, I love it. And the idea Riot themselves didn't even check. It's so mental in it. I know. It's so mental. I know. I love it.
But like, I think it's really amazing that Carlos is like, well, what happens if I sell him to Cloud9 and then Cloud9 turns around 2 days later and immediately sells him to Fnatic as like some sort of like collusion between Cloud9 and Fnatic workaround. Like, frankly, who cares if he goes to Fnatic now after a year already? Like, nobody gives a damn, I don't think, anymore. But I think it's funny that that's how Carlos's mind works, is he thought that C9 and Fnatic might be in cahoots to do like the fastest trade turnaround in history. Also, I don't think Fnatic has that kind of money to spend on Perkz, so I don't think there was really ever any danger of that.
They got the fake hope, you know. They got the false hope again for like half a second. Because here's the thing, as usual, Monty, Fnatic fans refuse to ever take an L. All they do is just go, I'm not taking an L. I'm not taking an L. Like, they just, right? What they do, right, is this. So 1 second before they heard Wunder might go to Fnatic, he would have been the most trash-washed player. Who the fuck wants him? He's garbage. Years ago, I just didn't play World of Warcraft. Besides, we've got Adam, the best rookie in the league. He's probably the best top laner already. Didn't you see him in the regular split? He's fucking amazing. The second there, no Wonder's available. Like, Wonder, I think he's actually underrated. You know, he's had a bad split year, you know, but he's going to come back strong. Same people. Oh, Niski, I think he's perfectly fine. He's one of the best mid laners. No. Oh, Perkz. Oh, yeah, I'd love to have Perkz. Humanoid, yeah, I guess we can take him instead. It's like, where the fuck's the consistency with the opinions? Like, Fnatic fans, the joke is they're like TSM fans, mate. If tomorrow some player that I like if Frog and joined, well, maybe that might be a step too far, but if some player that I like joined TSM tomorrow, they'd just say he was mega, wouldn't he? The second they cut him, they say the guy's dog shit. It's like, you guys don't even have any opinions of your own, do you? Like, the same people hate Power of Evil now. Like, they were loving him when he joined a year ago, of course.
It's all right. I think if they ever, you know, if Fnatic ever needs more money, they can just crowdfund some more cash to pick up Perkz, you know, get that buyout directly from the fans. Not using you at all, by the way, guys. Not using you at all.
Also, by the way, I'm just going to say, if the humanoid move hasn't taught you as a fan yet that none of these teams are best friends who are making it on the power of friendship and just believe really hard that you can all make it, you don't know sports. Like, this was always going to happen if a player like this got a better offer, or in his mind, a better offer to go to an org with bigger players, of course. He's done his time with the rookies now.
All right. We have any final comments on the roster madness? A lot of this isn't finalized yet.
Yeah, we'll get into all that stuff when we know what's going on. Like, I don't think it's impossible Reckless ends up on some team. I'm amazed no LCS teams took him on board, but maybe he didn't want to go, who knows?
We were hoping for the TSM Reckless just for our own amusement, but looks like that's not going to happen. All right.
Look, anyone's joining TSM, mate. It's like rats off a sinking ship at this point in time, isn't it? Will there be anyone? Maybe Regi himself will just leave and then say, maybe he'll go into some sort of fucked up John Malkovich mode where he'll turn against himself, Reginald, and reveal how he himself, Reginald, a different version of his mental alter, actually abused him. Normal Reginald being a child or whatever. I don't know. It's a pretty good theme for a movie. I would pitch that.
Also, watch Being John Malkovich if you hadn't. It's fucking
exactly.
Good. All right. We're going to take a break, get Zven on, actually talk about Worlds. See you in a bit. We're back with Zven from Cloud9, ostensibly still on Cloud9. Hasn't been announced yet, though. We'll stay away from that one. But he's coming in off the first quarterfinals appearance, first playoffs performance from an NA team, I believe, since 2018, Cloud9. So that was the team that made the semifinals before losing to Fnatic. Obviously a great achievement. You went through, it was a hell of a year for you, Zven, from the great Zven benching at the start of the season to eventually coming back onto the squad. You guys end up with a little bit of an up and down. Perkz comes in, you're playing with Perkz. When was the coaching change as well? Because you guys switched over head coaches to where Mithy took up the head coaching role from Reignover. So it was a turbulent time. It was a turbulent time to be in Cloud9. And yet, you guys still won a split. You still ended up going to Worlds. You still made quarterfinals at Worlds. Had an incredible group stage performance that was, probably this group stage was the best group stage in terms of entertainment value at Worlds ever. Certainly you were a major contributor to that. And we'll hear about your experience playing against the finalists, because you obviously played against DAMWON in your group, and then we can talk about if you have any experience with EDG. So first off, how has this year been for you overall? Because it's been a bit weird.
Fucking roller coaster, I would say. The year started how I wanted it to start. I thought that in the offseason, I worked really hard to get both Mithy and Perkz on the team. I pushed Jack a lot for it, and I was there the whole time when it came to negotiation with Jack. I told Jack, if we get Perkz, if we get Mithy, and get this stuff, these people that I want, we will win Spring Split. I guarantee it. I told him that we probably won't win Lock-in, but it doesn't matter because Lock-in is useless. And we'll win Spring. We'll go to MSI. We'll go top 4. We're in top 5, but it sucks. And I said that we will go into summer as the best team, because if you go to MSI, you will always be the best team in summer. It's just how it is. And then we had some issues coming up post MSI, and that I think caused us to be just third place in summer split. But I think the start of the year was really good, and then it got worse and worse. And then we had a very, I wouldn't say a fluke, but a very lucky ending to summer split and Worlds, where a lot of miracles happened, a lot of stars aligned for us to make it as far as we did.
Right, here's the thing, though. Let's just dive right into it, mate. Why were you benched? Are you too toxic or some Harvard? You're like too troublemaker. You can only Perkz allowed to tell everyone off. What is it? Which of this smorgasbord are you picking?
I mean, without saying too much, it's just I would say a bit of. I do think that in Spring Split I was being a bit hard to work with at times, and I do think that Mithy and I clashed a lot. So some context is that I think already somewhere in the start of Spring Split, like not start, but in the middle of Spring Split, Mithy was head coaching more than Reignover already then. So I was clashing a lot with Mithy. We had very different ideas of, team plays, and we were arguing a lot. Both Mithy and I are good friends, both of us. But both of us are very, not aggressive, but we can talk loud, talk fast, and be very passionate about what we're discussing. And some people got uncomfortable with it to the point where even Mithy told me that he himself was uncomfortable with me on a personal level, and I told him that was never my intention. My intention is always to get better and to win and improve as a team. And I think that it caused a lot of issues in the team that not only with me, but also with others, that people in team felt like they couldn't talk to each other about things that were triggering them, annoying them, whatever. And I was just, I guess, the biggest offender of that in Spring Split, at least. In some round worlds, it's a different story. I think that we were all on similar levels, but yeah, I think that I take some blame for Spring Split, and I had like a little bit of bad attitude, and sometimes I would be really frustrated with how things are going, and I feel like we weren't taking scrims seriously at times, or like things were not going as well as they could be going. And yeah, I think that when Jack told me about it, he was like, yeah, it's non-performance related issues, and I think that I had some problems, and I think I worked on that in academy with C9, and it went really well. So I think it was a decent break from each other, kind of. So.
Do you think that, like, cause now with you as a coach, has the dynamic changed? Because for people who don't know, anytime I have Amazing on my shows, he always tells me the good old stories about OG. And he basically said what you're talking about here is why OG was a really good team, Origin. When he said you, Mithy, well, I mean, maybe not you as much back then, you were more of like a rookie, but the others, he said they would just argue all the time. But like, that was like the way you resolved problems in that team. You would sort of like, you knew the other guy could take it, and you push and see who wins the argument.
I do think I think that mix of personality is very different, because Amazing is also very direct and combative, and like I know Zven and Mithy are as well. So like when you make a group of those people, nobody actually gets offended. You just fight each other all the time, and it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, in Origin it was really extreme, because sometimes people would get so angry at each other they would like almost punch each other, or like one time we had an incident with Mithy and someone else where that person left the house and we couldn't scrim for a whole day because they were so angry. But at the end of the day, people took it to heart and they actually improved on whatever caused the argument, right? So it is really important that you can talk like that to each other and actually improve from it. So I think there's some merit to it, but in Origin it was really extreme, and I think Mithy, Amazing were arguing a lot every day. Back then I was a rookie, so I was more like spectating, just watching it happen. Whereas people like Peke are more passive and good at keeping people calm, I suppose. And so as Mithy and Amazing could clash a lot as well. So I think it can cause issues, but in that team, everyone understood that everyone had the best intentions to win and improve as a team. So everyone saw through it, and we were also winning a lot. So you keep being in this permanent honeymoon phase where, oh, we made Worlds, oh, we made finals of Summer Split, oh, we made fucking Worlds group stage now, quarterfinals, oh, we made semifinals, great. Yep. So you keep dealing with the bullshit, even though the org is having a lot of issues, which don't get me started on this one, right? But you just keep allowing shit to happen to you because you're winning. Like you're in permanent honeymoon phase because of all the good things that are happening. So
that was the world.
Enough about TSM. Oh, sorry, shit. We're on Origin now. My bad. Sorry, I heard that phrase and I just got lost for a second there. My bad. I zoned out.
That was the semifinal where Xpeke's mom slapped me.
Oh.
In a humorous manner, I hope you mean. Not like, how dare you? You mean she just did it in a cute way, like,
So it was funny. Like I thought it was actually hilarious. So we were at the semifinals in Belgium, and it was before you guys were playing. And like she obviously knew that I was from the Korean scene and everything like that. So I literally never met this woman before. She literally walks up and then slaps me and then hugs me.
That's how we say hello.
TSM again. Are we? Fuck! It's still Origin. My bad. Right. Sorry. I just hear phrases. I keep getting lost. Right. So slap and a hug, and it continued on. It was all fine. You played the game, right? Yeah, I get it. Okay. So.
Anyway, she's great. It was just it wasn't like a hard slap or anything, but it was adorable. Anyway, I appreciated that. But
it's one shout. How can she slap? Yeah. Did anyone shout that? That's an old meme, but it's still a good one. It is still a good one. Look it up, kids.
Good shit.
Yeah, those were the times. Esports was very simple back in the day, and that was only like 6 or 7 years ago.
I know. I can't imagine what's going to be like 6 or 7 years from now. Maybe it'll be less stupid, so we don't have to make DoubleLift Regi drama episodes. I want that world. I do. People.
Actually, I think Xpeke's mom has had an underrated impact on esports. One, she created Xpeke. That's fucking sick right there. Two, she slapped MonteCristo in his ever-loving face. There's some fucking amazing. And then three, she made that amazing fucking wallpaper or whatever it was back in there. So those three, like, that's a fucking hell of a top three right there. I'm telling you. Well done. Yeah, well played. All around talent. Anyway, bring it back. Right. Let's talk about maybe Zven at this point in time. Okay, let's bring it back. Cloud9.
Something. Cloud9. What's up,
What about
Monte?
this though? Like realistically, there was a position where Cloud9 might not have even gone to Worlds though, right? Was there ever a moment in the summer playoffs? Were you ever wondering like, fuck, are we just out of this? We're going to go home?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look back at the series against TSM, we should have lost that series 3-0.
Probably, yeah.
Yep.
No, we should have. Yeah, we
Yeah.
played like so fucking shit in that series, and they really threw it away super hard. And I mean, we also played bad. Don't get me wrong. That was a shit fest as best of 5. Like the fact that that was best of 5, that went to 5 games and took so much time was actually disgusting. It was a terrible series from both sides. I remember we griefed game 1 super hard as well ourselves, and it was like just a really, really low level series overall. But yes, we were in a series like that. I think we should have gotten 3-0 for sure. And it was lucky for us to make Worlds. That's why I was saying that in Summer Split, the stars kind of aligned for us to make Worlds and then make our groups as well. So I think the year's ending was very lucky. Yeah, I mean, not sure what to say. That was a series that I think we should have lost. But then, in some strange universe, I think we should have beaten One Our Thieves 3-0. Looking at our series against them, the first 2 games were actually free wins. And game 3 was a stomp in our favor. And I think that everyone always says like, "Oh, of course you'll say it was your fault, like your mistakes that lost the game, not them playing well." But like in game 1, 2, we were in very heavily winning positions in both games, and we just kept griefing the games. In first game, we had terrible Baron call, lost the game instantly because we got aced. We killed 2 people and went Baron and got aced. FF. In game 2, both Perkz and I made so many mistakes on his TF, and we just played so poorly from ahead. Kept dying before Baron, before Eldrick, both him and we lost. And in game 3, we stomped them. So looking back at it, like that playoff was such a disaster. And then somehow, One Thieves 3-0 Team Liquid in finals. I was like, what the fuck? So, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I thought NA was doomed after the playoffs because we played bad, TL played horrible, and One Thieves somehow won LCS. So, yeah, that was
The way that's phrased. Okay.
Yeah,
Congratulations to 100 Thieves.
No, like by all means.
Sven
I
is not
think
a
that-
subtle man.
I like it. Somehow they
I was
won
like-
anyway. Question mark. Fucking 100 Thieves won the LCS. So who knows what happened then? Step 4.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Like, how the fuck did that happen, right?
I
think
know.
FBI actually had a really good
He smurfed.
series, and he played well overall this year and this summer especially. So I'm happy for him. But like, One Thieves weren't that insane in summer. I thought our series we should have won. Like, we could have played like just a little bit better, and we would have won for free almost. Like those games weren't like good quality at all. The first 2 games when they won, and then game 3 was like a complete fiesta as well when we won the game, right? So I was like, what the fuck? And then when we lost the game, I was like, I was like in shock. And I looked at my teammates and they were like, what the fuck? We lost to One Thieves? We could not believe it with how we played and how they played. And then we were like, yeah, given that TL stomped us both in LCS previously and in scrims, we were like, yeah, there's no way that TL hasn't stomped them 3-0. And then TL got actually stomped 3-0, and One Thieves played well in the finals. So, yeah. But I think One
It's
Thieves...
not the most epic Worlds group of all time, though.
Yeah, and then One Thieves went to Worlds, and they played, I think, pretty decent against T1.
They were all right, yeah.
Yeah, I think they were fine, given an NA team against, 2 of the favorites of the tournament. So,
Sure.
you can argue EDG's, well, not argue, EDG is the best team in the world, and T1 is second or third, right? So
yeah, it's not bad.
They're third, yeah, literally third. But yeah, so I think not bad given what they were given, I guess.
So one of the things that struck me about Cloud9 this year, and I'm curious to hear kind of now that the season is over, and it's not all indications, even though you don't say anything, or that this roster that you guys had is not going to be running it back, as it were, because it was both fun and frustrating to watch you guys, because at your best, you were capable of hanging and taking games off some of the best teams in the world. And at your worst, you were like losing to Australia. So it was really hard to evaluate where you guys were, because we saw such a low floor, but also such a high ceiling. And I'm curious, because it seemed like it was rare that all of you guys were like on the same page with a game plan during the game, or like understanding how to execute your comp, or like 4 guys would know how to do it and 1 guy would like make some kind of bad mistake. But on an individual level, you saw you know, every player sometimes really stepping up and carrying games. So it was odd. It was very odd to watch. So what would you say was the process of like bringing this team together, and what were some of like the strengths and issues that you guys had overall?
I think I want to bring it back to what you talked earlier about origin. I think that in every team, you must have either one of three things. Either every player can talk to each other directly to say, hey, I like when you sigh after you die. I don't like when you're being passive aggressive, whatever it is. You know, not saying anyone was, just saying if they are. I don't like when this happens or blah blah. You can give each other like the hard feedback that might hurt, might cause some issues, but ultimately it'll make you a better team. If you can't have that, you must have a coaching staff where you can talk to them and they will talk to the players through the one by player to coach to player. And if you can't have either of those things, then you must be winning everything. You must keep, using the you have to be winning.
True.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like
No, it's
in
true.
Origin, our team was a fucking mess. The org was a mess. Management, we didn't have any coach. We didn't have any like it was just a complete fiesta, right? But we were winning, so you kept riding that high all the time. So if you don't have any of these things, it causes build up. You know, like let's say someone is fucking angry at me or someone else, and they don't let it out ever because they can't talk to me because they whatever reason they can't talk to the coaches because they don't do anything or whatever, right? If you don't have a good structure, people will build up frustrations and then eventually make a wrong decision based on that. And I think that me being hard to approach in Spring Split, that's what I've been told from some players, is something I regret a lot because I don't want my career to be hindered by personal stuff like being an idiot or being a moron, right? Or being too emotional or whatever it is. That's fucking stupid. Like being banned in competitive play, like the Forgiven thing that happened to Gambit, is fucking stupid, right? Or like being hindered at team, like right now, Reckless maybe is not something I want to happen to me, right? And I think that right now that's actually happened to me. I have a bad rep now for being toxic or whatever, and I don't want that to happen. I want to. I'm passionate for sure, and I care a lot, but I don't want my career to be hindered by that. So I think in Spring Split, Mitty and I were having a lot of clashes, which caused frustration between other players. And I think that we never really resolved that issues, and then it just carried over to MSI. And post MSI, I got benched out of nowhere, and even talking to the players, we were all like, "Yeah, I don't know, this was a mistake." And then I came back after 3 weeks, and I think those 3 weeks we didn't really get anywhere from this whole thing. I think I improved in the academy, and I'm really happy that I did go to academy because I think it actually gave me a different point of view that helped us improve as a team. But I also think that we could have prevented all this kind of stuff from happening and then used the MSI practice we got to do a Mad Lions. You know, they went 3-2 in spring finals, and it was really close, and they were down 10k gold in game 5. Just should have lost the game to Rogue. And then in summer split finals, they 3-0'd, and it wasn't even close because they rode that MSI practice into summer split. And I think C9 could have done the same thing if we had been better at tackling our issues. And I think that was, I think a lot of the issues were caused by me in Spring Split, but I think that we didn't do the necessary thing as a team to tackle it, so to speak, right? People didn't tell me how they felt until I was benched. And I'm like, oh, but I wasn't sure about this, these things. So I think that it's a lot of it's on me, but also on coaching staff and on everyone to talk to each other and be more, upfront about everything. That's a big issue for this year. And then for the player thing, I agree that we had a lot of issues that one game Perkz ints, one game I int, one game Blaber ints, we had the whole MSI stuff. Like, we had a lot of inconsistencies that came from our scrim ethics. I think we never really got that down, how we want to play as a team. We always played a lot of instinct, a lot on like, I think I can outplay this, and then sometimes it doesn't work, and sometimes it does. So often when you go to MSI or Worlds, it just doesn't work. You go for a 1v1, didn't work because this guy's better than what I'm used to playing against. So yeah, I think that we tried to outplay a lot when we shouldn't have. And Mithy, for example, always pushed for not ever trying to be better individually than your opponent, but just trying to play the team game correctly. That's something him and I had a lot of disagreements on. He wanted to do the safe play more often than not. But yeah, I think
Do you think that mentality is necessary for NA because of the it's hard to outplay people if your regular practice in terms of outplaying people is on the like NA solo queue just because it's not as competitive, there aren't as many people
Yeah.
as other servers, so it's like do you find it difficult because you so easily win in NA solo queue, let's say, or you easily outplay people, but then you like hit Korean solo queue or EU solo queue, and it's like, oh wait, I didn't realize like this matchup actually plays out differently with
Yeah,
some
yeah,
guy who's much better. Do you think that that's like a huge problem for NA, and do you
for
think that
sure.
Mithy's approach, like you have to kind of like prioritize the team play because you just can't get the practice you need in order to do the other thing?
On a solo queue note, I think that when I went to Korea in 2019 with Vulcan for like 3 weeks as a duo, and then
Hmm.
we came back in December for scrims as a
Oh, yeah,
team,
you guys
it
were
made
great.
us, yeah, it made us so much better than it was. It helped that both Senna and Affiliates were released on that timing so that I could play these new champions against the best players in the world, and then come back to NA where people were slacking in off season. They weren't going to boot camps. Everyone had disaster for off season, and C9 stomped everyone because of that practice we had. And C9 has a very nice facility in Korea as well, so we were just smurfing really hard in that spring split. We were like, we're 17-1, 9-1 playoffs, and I think that Korean trip helped me and Vulcan as a duo so much. So I think yes, solo queue is so much better in Korea. It's crazy. You can play from 9 in the morning to 3 a.m. Pro players all day. Solo queue times are lower, more players. It's low ping everywhere you are. It's really amazing. But I don't think it's necessarily holding NA back that much. I think the ping is an excuse that it's used a lot. It does help for sure.
No, I'm not saying the ping. I'm saying like just it's a smaller server with
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
less
yeah.
competitive in terms
I
of
mean,
player
all these
quality.
things, ping, server population, queue times, all the things make the difference. But I think at the end of the day, it's not the only thing that's holding back NA. But I think it's great Korean solo queue. So yeah, I do think they have an advantage there in terms of mechanics and skill as an individual. So I think back to the mindset thing we had is that we would often choose. Let's say we have a lead and we can play the game. You know, we can play slow macro and we will always win 99 times out of 100 times. Or we could maybe stomp the game by making a play that might be a little more risky, and then maybe we'll lose 5 or 10 games out of 100. We would often go for that play because we could outplay. And almost every time we would outplay it because we were good, right? We were mechanically gifted back then. Blaber on Olaf would go for 1v5, kill everyone. I'm like, oh, Blaber on Olaf, nice. So I think we kind of just, that's something that hurt us a lot in 2020. I think in 2021 it wasn't that big of a deal, but I can see the mindset carried over as well. I do it as well sometimes. I go for a play I don't have to go for, and it hurt me and us sometimes. I think that was a big problem for us at times, but I think the thing I mentioned first was a bigger issue that I had some issues with Mithy in Spring Split, and then we had Rainover coaching situation that had to change after MSI, and it felt like we didn't use us winning Spring and going to MSI to win Summer. We didn't use all this time we had to figure out who are we as a team in Spring Split, because I think Spring used to figure out how much you want to scrim, night blocks, workouts in the morning, whatever it is, and then you win the Spring Split and go to MSI. You should carry that over to Summer Split, and we didn't do that. We had I was benched for whatever reason, doesn't matter, and then we didn't manage to use all that practice to win Summer. We actually got put backwards because we were first place from the Spring Split record that carried over to Summer Split, and we ended up in like, I think, 5th place when I came back. And then I was not very good anymore because in Academy, I was stuck in the MSI meta, and me and Vulcan got worse as a duo. It took us like weeks to get back to our normal level, and at that point, duos like FBI and Huhi got a lot better. So, yeah, I think it's a lot of stuff to do with the human stuff, I think. And that's something that made me realize that I don't want to have a career that's hindered by that. That's fucking stupid, I think. And
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that's a mature attitude to have. I think what's interesting to me, though, about this whole scenario is like uh, because of the way that the off season worked this last time, and because of COVID and visas and everything like that. Perks arrived right before lock in, right?
yeah,
Like days. And so a point that I made with you guys coming into Worlds is that basically you know, if there were problems with the synergy of the team, you never have any time to actually fix that, especially if you go to MSI, because you cite, well, you know, okay, we got this extra practice, but also you guys are just band-aiding problems week to week. You can't fundamentally change like the comm structure of a team unless you have like a month off, which you did before Worlds. But you know, I pointed out this is the only time you guys had to make real systemic changes was after summer and before Worlds, because you guys hit the ground running and it just, you never stopped, right? And you referenced Mad Lions, but they also said, hey, we were, you know, we were exhausted after MSI, and you guys had like, you guys took a week off, I know. But that's not a lot of time, especially when you're adjusting to a post MSI patch. So, you know, do you think the schedule is also part of it, where it's like you guys never really got to gel as a team? Whereas in typical years, you referenced this coming in before 2019, you know, you and Vulcan spent a few weeks by yourselves in Korea, just working on your synergy. Like you said, playing games 14 hours a day. And then the rest of the team came and joined you, and there was a boot camp and there was the time to kind of establish yourselves. But that just didn't happen for you guys this year.
Yeah, I mean, COVID made it impossible to go to Korea, and I think Canadians were actually banned from Korea for a while, so we always couldn't boot camp
At
without
least
a
some
pro
good
player.
came out of it then. At least some good came out of it, you know. You got to take the good rough with the smooth.
Yeah, so we couldn't go to Korea this year. Makes sense, right? But I think lock-in isn't so bad, actually. I don't mind lock-in at all. I think it's a good thing for teams to get started and incentivize teams being good in Spring Split, and also I think fans like watching lock-in tournaments. So I'm not against that at all. But I think having 3 game days a week is bad because it allows you to scrim less.
Yep.
I think that scrimming. So currently it's Monday's off day for all teams in LCS. Then you have 3 days scrim Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and you play LCS Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This means you have 3 days of scrims, which is 5 games a day for most teams. Some teams night block, but most teams don't do it. So you have 15 games a week of scrims to improve and you know.
And I've explained this before to people, so I know some of you are tired of hearing this, but the reasoning is because when you have an extra day of competition, the problem with that is if you're playing best of ones and you have to go into the LCS studio 3 days a week, it takes time. It's just the logistics of it, of the team has to get ready, and then you have to go to the studio, and then you have to warm up in your practice room, and then you have to wait for the game to end, and then you have to go onto the stage, and then you have to do media obligations. So basically the fundamental time difference of playing a best of one or a best of 3 is negligible to professional teams, because it's like, well, you know, there's so much time dedicated just to the logistics of being at the studio that, you know, playing an hour-long game versus a 2 or 3 hour-long match is not really that big of a deal. But it does basically just destroy any kind of practice time that you have on one of those extra days. And the substitution for like a full day of practice is like a best of one. And that's really shitty. So a lot of players have complained about this.
Yes, I think that's a bigger issue than login tournament, but I think I'm not sure what's the best format to keep login and also have 4 scrim days for each team. I think night blocks aren't a good solution because in my experience, I don't mind night blocks too much, but I think night blocks are almost never more productive than a normal scrim block. Normally in LCS you scrim from 12 to 5 or 6, depending on how long the games are, or if you play 5 or 6 games. And night blocks would be at like 7 to 10, and they're not very productive compared to normal scrims. So I think the format change would increase the level of play in LCS if there was 4 scrim days, sorry, instead of 3. So yeah, I think it's a pretty big deal actually, and I think that, like I mentioned, going through the studio takes a lot of hours because you have to be there like 2 hours before for makeup and all this stuff, and COVID made it worse, and then you have to do interviews or features, blah blah blah, this kind of stuff. So yeah, it takes a lot of time to do broadcasts, even for one game that might take, you know, half an hour, not even, right? So yeah, I think it's a big deal compared to the LCK's best of 3s, which is in my opinion better format. But I understand why Riot doesn't like the broadcast differences or whatever it is that is causing them to choose best of ones over it.
What would you say about the dynamic between Blaber and Perkz? Because obviously a lot of the scrutiny was on Perkz coming in, that he's going to be like some captain that's going to turn the team around and establish the culture and all that jazz. But at the same time, like Blaber won the MVP in the spring. So how did these two players, like, I don't know what your perspective is, but from the outside, it never looked like they fully got on the same page. Like one game it would be all right, another game they'd seem like they were a bit disconnected. What was your perception?
I think at first they had a very good relationship together. I think Perkz is a very good, like you mentioned, captain. He's like a very nice person to be around. He's always having fun. He makes a lot of fun out of nothing, and he's a very positive person to be around. He's a good atmosphere person, whatever you call it. And I think that he worked well with Blaber, and I think that they are both people that work on instinct a lot. They sometimes don't think; they just see a play and go for it. Right? Perkz would in his game against Rogue, the tiebreaker, the one game, he plays on instinct. He's just having fun in like a really tough situation. Like he would say, like in the middle of the game, like guys, I'm fucking instinct, but it's fine. It's still free win. I'll carry. Don't worry. And then he carries the game, right? So he brings a lot of positive atmosphere to the team, both in game and outside the game, for the most part, anyways. And I think with Blaber and him, they were both a lot of forwardness, whereas in some jungle duos, it's how do you say this? It's like kind of like a support and sort of like a Hülsang and Reckless, right? One guy is
There you go.
one guy's going in every single second of the whole game, and the other guy's a bit more laid back, holding them in a good balance.
Yes.
Whereas Blaber and Perkz are more like both people are full forward, right? All times. And I think that when that works, they're really, really good. And I think that when Blaber comes to like engages or carries, I know he will always find the angles to go in. I think Perkz is the same on champs like LeBlanc or Silas. He finds the X factor. But I think at times that's too much forwardness. And when it comes to like control mages and tanks, them as a duo isn't that amazing. When it comes to going forward, Assassins, Yone, LeBlanc, Silas, these champs, I love Perkz and Blaber as a duo. So I think they were good as a duo. I think that both Perkz and Blaber and Niska and Blaber were really good duos in my time with them.
By the way, just on that point you said there about like the Perkz angle, where in the Rogue game he like was obviously like super clutch, and he even gave the little mini speech of like, you know, we'll carry this game or whatever. That everyone thinks he was just a fan. Like anyone can just say that. Anyone could give a little speech before a game, or they can say something cool from a movie. But like obviously we're talking now about like the intangibles of what does a person bring to the team and what's their mentality. What you've played with Perkz in two different teams. What's different about him from other players you've played with in that sense? Because people think you're just making a movie story when you say that stuff. But I've heard from other teammates of his that he is the guy. It's like he just knows the moment when to say the right thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, on the Rogue note, like he just said in Champs Select already, this game is fucking free win. We have a good draft. I have LeBlanc. It's so fucking good for us. And then I'm like, okay, cool. Goes in game. He makes one mistake. It's like, fuck man, I'm anything. It's fine though. One more time he dies. Third time he dies. He's like,
saying now.
He's like, I'm trolling. I'm like,
good. I like it.
Yeah. He's like, he gets caught for the third time in the game. He's laughing about it. He's like, wow, I'm really into guys, but it's fine. I'm gonna carry anyways.
It's all fine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then he carries the game, right? Like, cool, okay. That's
I like that. Yeah.
That's like Perkz in a nutshell, right? And then for how he changed in G2 to now, he matured first of all, but he also got more of an ego / a demand. He knows what he wants now. He wants this type of team. He wants he always talks about what he needs in the game and what champion he wants to play, what he doesn't want to play. He's a lot more decisive and demanding, both in the game, outside the game. He talks about, you know, he really needs to have his off day. He wants to have time to do what he wants to do and freedom to go oink for a day or whatever. So I think he matured a lot as a person, and he grew a lot. Is kind of how I would put it. And yeah, I think he's an enjoyable person to work with. And I think that in the moments when most people feel pressure, he's just having fun, you know, laughing in his chair. Whatever we're winning or losing, he's bringing a positive vibe, I guess, to other people that might need it because they're not feeling as comfortable in that moment, right? So I think that's something unique about him that not many people I play with can do. I think Expect had a similar thing where he would like, when he was there, things were just better, even though Power Evil didn't do anything wrong. It's just like having him near you made people feel better. They are more comfortable. They're more like relaxed or whatever. So it's like some sort of aura that some people just have. Some positive.
Magic the Gathering effect. This you know, units within this area.
Yeah. Like exactly. Like some sort of positive vibe that they just bring by doing nothing. they just exist. So yeah. Monty?
So
This is
in a theoretical universe, not confirming
Theoretical.
anything, in a theoretical universe, if Perkz and Alfari were going to Vitality, what would you think about this roster that they have lined up so far?
Theoretically speaking, if they went to Vitality and they got, what was it, Carsey, Selfmade, and Labro, was that what the rumor is? That's a funny rumor. But if that happened, I think that would be a good roster for sure. I don't know how good Selfmade is or how good Labro is. I haven't played against them ever. They started playing after I left LEC. And I think you know the most when you play against someone hands-on. But I do think that roster will be easily like a top-tier roster. I also think that LEC seems to be downgrading a lot of teams right now. Good teams like Mad Lions are rumored to split up, which I think sucks for the region, because Mad Lions is a team that I think doesn't have the best player in any role, but is the best team by far. So that's strange that they are breaking up, but sometimes teams can burn out. I think Mad Lions had a really rough Worlds in terms of burnout, so makes sense. But
Actually,
I think
sorry, hold on. It was 7 minutes ago. It was announced that by Cloud9 that Perkz is leaving the team. 7 minutes ago. So he's definitely out, guys.
shit.
So we can now discuss exactly a theoretical roster that he might join. Okay, thank you.
Shit,
okay,
man. No one told me. Oh well, I guess we need a new millionaire then. Oh well, yeah. I think that he will do great in Vitality, and I also think that, well, now that it's out, we can just talk about it really. Like I knew Perkz wouldn't play in C9 in 2022 long before he told everyone about it. At
Is it true he actually said before Worlds began that he
No.
was before the quarters or something?
Yes. He told everyone after we beat Rogue in the tiebreaker.
Okay.
We had the whole what's called playoffs, the draw, whatever the fuck it's quarterfinals draw, right?
Yep.
He told everyone about it there because he didn't want anyone to hear from like a rumor or the word in the street, because that would cause bad morale. But personally, I felt like that was gonna happen anyways. I had seen it coming. I think Perkz showed all the same signs that I did when I was in TSM my first year. I missed home. I didn't have as many friends here. He's better at that than I am because he's very good at going out and meeting people, and he's good at making friends with everyone. But I felt homesick as well my first year in LA, and I felt like I missed the EU people and my family. And I know Perkz is very close to his family. I'm very dependent on them, I guess. His family always visit him wherever we go, so I think it's the best move for him. And I think that he will find more happiness and also probably better gameplay in the EU team. So I think it's good.
Fair, don't be too hard on yourself. You were also in TSM and he's in Cloud9. You had fucking Reginald bursting through the walls like the Kool-Aid man half the time, mate. Like, he was just dealing with Jack and fucking Mithy and people chill, cool guys.
I mean, yeah, like, it is really hard to perform if you are in a team or a country or whatever it is that you aren't happy in.
Oh.
And I think that for me in TSM 2019, it was really hard to perform because of a lot of things. First of all, I wanted to leave after 2018, and I wasn't allowed to. And then they kicked Mithy instead of letting me go, or both of us go. And then they did to get Broken Blade. Now, I love Broken Blade, good friend of mine, a good player as well. But at the time, I was really pissed off because I came to TSM with Mithy. I only went there because of him, right? It was his dream to play in TSM before we left for TSM. So I was really pissed off when they told me I couldn't leave, but they would kick him to open an import slot. I'm like, oh, well, that's fucked up. But hopefully it's fucking Marin or Faker top red. No,
There
it's
you go.
Broken Blade from
Okay.
it's Broken Blade from TCL. I'm like, oh, I see. Obviously, I ended up liking Broken Blade a lot.
Yeah, you turned out, yeah,
Yes,
sure.
yeah, I like the guy a lot, and he's very good too.
But I can understand why that
at
would
the
be
time-
underwhelming when it happened, right?
Yes, like that whole process.
These dreams, like, mate, dream bigger. Your dreams to be in TSM. Fucking hell, what, you some sort of sadomasochist or something? Like, oh, please, daddy, coach me harder. Fucking hell. What sort of dream is that? Dream of being in T1 or something, for fuck's sake. Not TSM.
You're waiting for the TSM, the whole show.
I am. Listen, I was trying to keep it down the whole time,
Yeah,
it just comes out. It comes out, exactly.
Yeah,
As Reginald probably said.
But yeah, I didn't mind BB. It's just like that they kept me against my will, and then they decided to kick Mithy afterwards. The reason I'm here is him. and you're kicking him, but not letting me go. Like, are you sure about that? That was like almost like a joke to me in the moment, right? I was like, what the fuck? So that made it hard. On top of the fact that I had told TSM about my wishes to leave before we even lost in Gauntlet to, was that C9 that year? Yeah, it was. We got lost in the Gauntlet to C9. So it was a hard year following that, because playing well when you aren't happy where you are is really hard. So I can relate to what Perkz might have been dealing with, given how he's very close to his family. So I think it's a good decision for him. And I'm happy that C9 let him go, because
I mean, I think that holding
I know how
players
hard it is.
against their will is like just a fast track to ruining your own team morale and atmosphere. So probably not a great idea, especially if you didn't want to be there. By the way, I'm sure the Blue Lagoon was very key in the Alfari Perkz Karzi conversations that were going on at Worlds. we talked about that. Wish we could have had that Blue Lagoon hot tub stream with the pros.
It is very nice, but I prefer the Sky Lagoon. The Blue Lagoon is saltwater. I'm not a big fan of it, but Iceland is a very nice place. But I hope I'm never going back to Iceland again. I'll spend more time in Iceland this year than my home country at the end of this year. So I think I'm done with Iceland for now. I hope that MSI can be somewhere else where there's similar COVID situations going on. So
Well,
That's
hopefully
what a
by
fucking hard
MSI.
worker Perkz is doing. He doesn't get credit. Not only does he play in the game and get out of groups, but at the same time, he's having to manage all these complicated social networks going on. All people, hey, baby, talk to you later. Tell you what, after quarters, sure, we catch up. Like, he's fucking running the whole off season, basically. He's got a massive board in his room that he has to eat all of it every night. So Riot and finds the evidence, just says where everyone's going and all the deciding everyone's careers, fucking hell. And he's still at the end of every world, he's always got some straight fire team lined up, hasn't it? I mean, just coincidentally lined up, he's just a lucky guy. What can I tell you? He's a lucky guy.
I mean,
How does he do it? How does he do it?
I think he's very good at making friends with people, and like I told you earlier, he's very friendly person that everyone likes, and he's just like very. I know even when I was in Origin, Perkz wasn't even in LCS yet. He was like there making friends with people. And I met him at this Paris gaming event. What was it called? Before we played the Challenge Series final, we played some sort of like LAN tournament for money, right, for fun, before we were a Challenge Series team in Origin. Wait, what was it called? Gamers Assembly.
Paris Games Week, maybe?
It was Gamers Assembly. It was like a
Gamers Assembly, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Perkz comes up with his little smug face and says, "Hello guys, my name is Perkz from this team." I'm like, "Oh, what's up, bro?" And he's like very friendly with everyone, and even then I could feel that he has this positive vibe around him, that he's a good person, that befriending everyone and very welcoming to anyone. So I think that helps when it comes to knowing people, having contacts and all that stuff. So I think he will always have an easy time finding a team because everyone knows him and likes him.
And he's
He definitely has the Jedi mind trick down. He's got it down, and he's just mastered it.
Mind trick.
He's mastered it.
So let's talk a little bit about Worlds. I do want to get into some of your thoughts on future LCS teams, rumored LCS teams. But let's talk a little bit about Worlds and your experience against the finals, because we haven't touched on the World Finals at all. I think most people would. Thorin predicted EDG, which I thought was interesting. Not bad.
Timestamp on the tweet does say before the quarterfinals had even begun. I did say EDG would win Worlds. Now, I did do it like I was trying to find a reason anyone other than DAMWON wouldn't win. I didn't really think they were like the number one team or whatever, but it wasn't bad. It looks fucking good in hindsight now. Let's just say that. It looks good in hindsight, doesn't it?
Nice.
So yeah, I think what's interesting is that you had a chance to play against DAMWON in groups. Did you scrim EDG at all? Did you have any experience with them? And what was your kind of take heading into the playoffs on both of those teams? Did you think that from your experience that EDG would win?
No, we scrimmed EDG once, maybe like a week before group stage week 2 started, and we got stomped. Obviously, we scrimmed EDG, we scrimmed T1 and Life, and we won one single game of all those games, and it was against Life. So that was a rough 2 to 3 day stretch where we just couldn't win a game against those teams. We weren't getting stomped completely every game. Some games were very close until they weren't, but I felt like it was good practice for us. But I realized that these teams are way better than us, and we scrimmed DAMWON once the group stage ended, not before that. But yeah, I didn't think EDG was gonna win. I thought that whoever won T1 DAMWON would win Worlds, and I was
By the
really sure
way,
too.
I've heard so many stories like the one you're telling here, and funnily enough, even some of the G2 teams at Perkz, and I've heard the same story. Like you get stopped by all the top Asian teams. What is different then in this scenario? Because most of the Western teams I've heard the story from Perkz, Zven, they just basically mentally give up when these scrim sessions happen. They sort of think like, oh fuck, if we're going to lose, if we're going to win like one game out of 20, are we ever going to win the stage games? And mentally they're already broken. So how does Cloud9, after getting smashed like that, actually then come back and do this miracle run? Like how does the team stay in it mentally?
I mean, I can't speak for everyone else, but for me personally, I've been there before. In Origin, we didn't win a single scrim game, even in quarterfinals. We were scrimming against the left side of bracket, which was like KT, it was Coup Tigers, it was Fnatic, and we could not win a game. Like, not one fucking game in a whole week before our quarterfinal against Flash Wolves. Went stage against Flash Wolves, and we won. Sure, maybe they're a weaker team than most teams were. They were like top 6 probably in the real world. But the point is, scrims don't always mean you can't win on stage. So for me personally, I don't mind getting stumped in scrims. It's fine. You can always learn from your losses. There's this quote from Report is, did we win or did we improve? We improved a lot today. Okay. So I think it's just about keeping your head high, and if you get stomped to the pavement every game, then sure, you can't learn anything. But if the games aren't like complete stomps, you can actually like lane and play mid game, and then you get outplayed in team fights or in macro, that's fine. You can learn from that. So I think it depends on how the games are going, because losing doesn't mean necessarily that you can't learn. But if you get stomped really, really hard in lane every game or out jungled every game, then you might suffer from it morale-wise.
So when you look at the actual finals, and a lot of predictions were there for kind of 3-0, 3-1 DAMWON. They were looking extremely strong. You would say that the T1 versus DAMWON series is kind of a cleaner series than what we had seen between Gen G and EDG. Yeah. But EDG still had some really core strengths. Were you surprised by what DAMWON was doing? Because for me, the most shocking thing about this series was that DAMWON entered the series like trying to get some like cute counter picks, like the Yasuo in the top lane into the Graves, which Khan had never played before, which wasn't the reason why they lost, but it certainly wasn't the reason why they won. I mean, they did lose the game, but like it wasn't helping them win. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, I think that in that game they have this smart draft about they banned Lissandra third after seeing Yuumi and TF. So they make LeBlanc really strong, and they will first pick Lee Sin if it's open. So EG bans Lee Sin because Lee is good against LeBlanc, so they'll get both because they won't pick LeBlanc into Lee Sin. So then they ban Lissandra, EG bans Lee, and they get first pick LeBlanc. Now I think it's pretty good for DAMWON, but then they pick Rakan 6 as their 1-3 with LeBlanc. And I think that's like so much magic damage and so much like it shows your whole hand basically, all everything you're gonna do. And they ban out junglers like Yana and Talon, I think. And then this Yasuo pick is something that I just don't think is good enough in Worlds Finals. I think maybe if you're like playing group stage and you're 4-0 and you're trying new picks with confidence, that's fine. But I think no one can play Yasuo top in Worlds Finals and win with it. It's just too hard to execute in a high pressure environment. Although everyone I talk to think it's good counter pick, I just don't think it's good enough personally. And I think that in this series, first 2 games were lost by teams trying to counter pick Graves with something funny like Yasuo, and ED tried with Aurelia in game 2, and it was obviously not working. And in game 3, it was banned because it didn't work out, right? So I think it was stubborn to even try countering Graves top. It was just OP pick. I think they didn't know how to deal with it, so they should just have banned it if they couldn't deal with it. I think the 6 LeBlanc thing is, I don't like having LeBlanc with double AP champs already. I think she functions best as a single AP champion. So I think DAMWON's first game draft was really bad. And then in game 2, the Graves thing, like I think EG had this comp with like Kai'Sa, Irelia, was it Xin Zhao, and it was god awful against Graves. He was like making fun of them. They had Leona Graves and they could not kill them. They had 0 damage to kill them. And it felt like DAMWON had like a free win draft. The game wasn't a stomp. Well, it was a stomp, but it was like a very slow stomp where I felt like there was no point in the game where I thought DAMWON would lose. Like even I have it open right now. Graves is He was on 10 CS, 15 against Aurelia. What does that accomplish in a game where Graves is going to team fights and be unkillable while dealing the most damage as well? So I think these teams should have figured out that earlier that Graves was OP in the series, not lose one game each, 2 Graves before realizing this. So
I mean, to be fair, DAMWON did lose game 5 when they had the Graves, right?
Yes.
But there were other issues with that game.
I will say, in this game, EDG at least picked a champion that I don't think has to win early game or like has to snowball. It was Kennen, right? Kennen's a good team fighter as well.
Yep.
So you're fine scaling, but Yasuo and Irelia, mostly Irelia, has to like do something. You have to create lane advantages. And I think that at Worlds, there weren't that many psychopaths top lane, like Ale or Ale, whatever his name is, that could pull off the Fiora Irelia champs and actually really carry with them. So I think putting like Flandre and Irelia just isn't the move. Whereas putting him on Ken is just so much better. Also, not to mention that the draft that DAMWON had in game 5 was fucking horrible, but that's a side note. Besides the Graves thing. So, like, I think that game. Yeah, what's up?
I just think it's so fascinating because if, looking back on it and you look at the Yasuo pickup and it's such an arrogant pick. Because they know, basically, EDG's priority was very transparent from the entire tournament. Yep. Flandre played Graves. I mean, they didn't have a huge depth of champion pool at the top lane and jungle positions overall. And I think, what their priority
before
is.
This series, I think he'd already played something like 6 or 7 games of Graves. It was like every time it was 8 or 9.
I think it was 8 or 9. It was like, he played 11 at the end of the Worlds. He played 11 games of Graves, and he played 5 games of Jace, and then a couple here or there, a couple on Kennen, and then 1 on Jax, Gwen, and Aurelia. Right. And some of those were in this series. So before that, there was no data about some of these pickups. And then JJ was playing almost entirely Jarvan before coming into this series. And he was forced onto the Xin Zhao a little bit. But it looked like a lot of the power picks were really not in the wheelhouse of EDG. And so I think what's interesting about DAMWON's strategy is they come in and they think they can just lane counterpick. It seems like they were very confident they were going to win this series in that they were willing to take a roll the dice on game 1 and come away with the win. And I think that, that failed. And yes, they won the next 2 games, but
even that 3rd game, they were looking ropey for most of that.
3.
Yeah,
they should have lost for a lot of that. In my opinion, they should have lost that one.
Over the entire series, they actually got outplayed.
They did. And they got into their own head. And by the time we get into game 5, it's like, yes, I know the Kiana and the Talon and the Lee Sin are banned, but the answer in game 5 of a series can't be like Canyon on a Trundle. That is, they just played so scared a lot of the times. They want to play wave clear in the bot lane. They were taking insane gambles. That Baron in game 5 was a crazy roll of the dice that ended up working for them. Not enough to get them to win the game. But I think that was just kind of like a little window into their mentality. Because it was like they felt like they had to take such insane risks, or they didn't know what to do against EDG. They didn't know how to stop them from having impact on these picks. And instead of playing to their strengths, they were playing like cowards. Frankly, these are fucking cowardly drafts. I don't get it.
I think that for the game 5 draft first, still on topic, I think that I like 6 into Aphelios. I think it's very good. But I think 6, Leona, Syndra together is terrible. Double AP, 2 mages. No one can side lane well against anything. I think you have too much Mercs value, and you pick Trundle jungle. You need to have Kiana or Talon or Zed. And I think Ken always showed that he's not very good at Talon earlier in the series compared to even the one-tricks in the US are really good at Talon. I think that Ken just isn't good at that champion at all. I think he played it in the series as well, and he wasn't very good at it. So I think picking so much AP early is bad. And then Trundle jungle didn't do anything the whole game either. I think that Baron call was actually really, really good by DAMWON because they were so screwed in that game.
Yeah.
And that
no, it was, but
that play almost won the game. Well, almost won the game, so overstatement, but they gave them a chance at winning. And I think it's just for drafting this series, I feel like it was kind of obvious what champs were high priority very early on in this series, and they just ignored it. I think that in game 3 they should have lost for sure, but I think DAMWON pulled out some really good team fighting, especially Khan and Showmaker had some really good moments in that series, in that game. So I think the series did deliver overall, but I think the first 2 games were like almost lost in draft, and Game 5 was very underwhelming. But I think that's a very common trend of Worlds Game 5s, where Game 5 is a complete stomp in one direction or the other.
Yes.
So I feel that's how it is. But regarding the thing with Yasuo with being cocky and stuff, I think that these teams, they scrimmed like G2's trial roster, they scrimmed Team McDonald's with me in it, and they didn't have much scrim practice, right? So they spent a lot of time thinking about draft, what to draft, how to do whatever, right? So I'm sure they all knew what was going to happen in the drafts in this series. And I'm sure DAMWON agreed that we have to play this champ top for the draft to work. We can't play anything else. We have to ban Lucian on blue and Aphelios to give Viper Jhin, blah, blah, right? We have to work with our strengths and our weaknesses here. Strengths, FP LeBlanc. But then they decided to put 6 in a team with LeBlanc. I don't know why that happened, but they maybe thought they could handle what's it called, Jhin with 6 Yasuo. I don't think it's good, but I don't think that they were like necessarily cocky. I just think that they thought it was gonna work, because in scrims it probably worked. And
Well, I think they weren't expecting the Zillion either, and I think the Zillion
Yes,
was really
yes.
like a really good pick from
Yes.
EDG with this composition, because like you know, basically once you blow your load with DAMWON's comp and they resurrect somebody, it's like you got nothing left. There's no more damage, like, so that person's just gonna pop back up, and especially if it's like fucking Flandre or somebody who has infinity lifesteal, right? Like, it's like good luck killing him once, and then he just reappears with full HP. Like, so I think that really the doom was written with the Zillion, and I understand, because like Mako, I don't think had played that. No, he only played 1 Zillion game in the entire world, so like, why would you think that he would do that necessarily?
Yeah. He
But
played a lot of games in the other series, T1 DAMWON, I think. So I think they could expect it. But
Sure.
yeah, it was a really good pick, I think. I
Yeah,
think the main problem DAMWON had in those games was that they chose Showmaker over Ghost when Showmaker has more things available to him. For example, in first game, they banned Lissandra on 3 to first pick LeBlanc to give Showmaker an advantage. But I think they could just not ban anything and just give Ghost Jhin first pick, which for him had worked so well the tournament, right? It was a good pick for him the whole tournament, and they won with it in game 2 as well. So I think don't give Ghost a situation where he has to play 6 with LeBlanc against Jhin. 6 is kind of pick to like Ashe or Varus or Aphelios, you know, immobile champions, not Jhin, who has long range tools, and then you give them a free angle to pick Cillian as well with your Rakan blind pick. 6 Rakan gives you so many opportunities to pick Cillian or Lulu, free enchanters that scale really well. So I think they should not have chosen Showmaker's LeBlanc over Ghost's Jhin in that game, for example. And I think that picking triple AP first 3 champions cannot be good. It just can't be. And I think it's so bad. And I think that they realized this later on in the series when they started first picking for different people and letting Showmaker play, you know, whatever was left, like they did in game 2. They picked Malzahar, I think, right? In 4-5. Yes, and I think that was really good. And then they picked, was it Sylas into TF as well? Because by giving them TF first pick, you know, allowing Ghost to first pick his choice of ADC, Aphelios in this case, and let Showmaker play something secondary, because he's so much better than Ghost. Okay, like so much better, but he's better, right? He's the best player they have, I think. So he can always make up for someone else having a S tier champ. So sorry I'm having trouble saying what I'm.
it totally makes sense.
They give Scout the best champion in the game, TF first pick, but they get Canyon Lee Sin, and they get Ghost his preferred choice of ADC, giving them advantages. But Showmaker can still play Sylas. I think of all the people in the world I would trust to play Sylas into TF, it's him, and he made it work in that game too. So I think that's the better strategy for them to win the series than to try to first pick LeBlanc and then have to play like 6 into Jhin. That's fucking useless. So
There also wasn't like a high. I wouldn't say that the champion pool. Now Scout and Showmaker can probably play anything, right? But the champion pool and the preferred styles, there wasn't actually significant overlap over worlds. Like Scout played more Rise and Zoe than anything, and Showmaker was primarily focused on LeBlanc, and Syndra, right? And TF to a lesser degree, but he also played like 6 other champions one time. But I would say like the champion pool overlap in terms of not what they can play, but what they want to prioritize wasn't really there. So it felt like there was open space in the draft for Showmaker to get something that Showmaker is good at, right? Without necessarily prioritizing it as a first pick.
Dude, one narrative that never survived this final is because after DAMWON beat T1, most people just assumed DAMWON's going to win. So they already skipped ahead and they were like, right, so they're going to have a dynasty and back-to-back worlds, and it's Showmaker versus Faker and all. And in this conversation, I heard a whole load of people throwing around like, and maybe Canyon's the greatest jungler to ever play League of Legends. He wasn't even the greatest jungler in this final. Like, you all forgot, because here's the thing. That's actually, in my opinion, the biggest difference between EDG. When I watched them in LPL, the JJ guy was nowhere near as good as this. Like, almost the entirety of Worlds, he got like some mad world stuff. Like, every series I saw him playing again, he was always getting like slight edges on people, loads of smart moves, great pathing. Like, this guy was like, what a fucking transformation of a player. He was really great in this final as well.
Yeah, I think his game 1 Jarvan was really, really good. And I think in hindsight, they banned Jarvan, I think, in game 2 after he carried first game on Jarvan, and they realized, shit, guys, maybe we shouldn't ban Lisandro to give more power to mid lane. Just ban Jarvan so we can not get rolled by this guy's Jarvan. And then even in game 4, he played Viego against Talon, I think, and he was really, really good. He invaded early game, he got himself two crabs, and he was... That game, their dueling was actually struggling really hard in bot lane. They had this Lucian Nami trade where one team picked Nami, one team picked Lucian, and that game, the bot of EDG was actually suffering really hard against DAMWON's bot lane.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Is it's like it felt like the whole series. It just felt like DAMWON was trying to neutralize EDG strengths instead of playing their own. That Lucian, look, you're a professional fucking AD carry. Tell me about the Lucian Nami lane. Like, what the fuck is this?
So Lucian Nami is really strong. It has some counters. I think Lulu Aphelios, for example, is a counter pick too. We saw that before. I played scrims. I think it's really good. But it's really hard to play Lucian Nami. It requires not only a lot of skill as a duo, but also a lot of like confidence to pull off on stage. And I think that everyone realized early on in this Worlds who could play it and who couldn't. We tried it. We played one game against Peace. We won a game, but I played bad, and played it again in game 3 and we won. But in groups we didn't play it because we decided it wasn't for us. But I think everyone realized that DAMWON would never play it. They played top lane, sure, but never played bot lane. It is just risky to play because if you make a mistake in lane against something like Aphelios, you're doomed the rest of the game. You don't scale that well until like you're in a big power hole if you don't get into solid leads. That's why it's scary to play against, because it can be so difficult to play against Lucian Nami. But if you don't have confidence to play it, you also don't want to play against it. So in DAMWON's case, they banned Nami almost.
But then you get Lucian, or then you get Jin Nami, which is
So DAMWON obviously realized that in this finals they're on red side, right? They can't ban Nami Lucian every game because they have to ban, what was it, Yumi, TF, and something else in game 4. Let me see. I think I had it open somewhere.
Lee Sin, weirdly.
Yes, Lee Sin. Lee Sin was very OP in my opinion.
Sure.
So I think it was Jarvan actually. They didn't ban TF in this game. They was banned by EDG on blue side. So after DAMWON beat them with the Silas pick into the TF, EDG banned TF, showing weakness here, right? And DAMWON decided to ban Jarvan, Lee Sin, and giving Lucian. I think they should probably have given Jarvan or Lee in this case, or traded them maybe, I don't know. But I think giving Lucian to play Nami Jin isn't my ideal draft. I don't like it at all.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, DAMWON just gimping themselves to like take away picks or counter.
But I will say, in this game, DAMWON's bot lane was actually playing really well. They were doing well in lane. They were winning for the most part of the game, and they got this one play where they got double kill bot. But Canyon was suffering in this game a lot from GG's invade at level 3, got the blue buff, he got double crab, and he was like Abla CS the whole game, and he was strong in general. It felt like the mid jungle duo in this game. Zoe Viego was much stronger than Talon Oriana. Also, the comp that DAMWON has doesn't have any like structure. They don't have a frontliner. Don't really have any good engage. Don't have much of anything, to be honest. So even though they got a lead from the bot side with that double kill they had behind tower, it didn't do anything, right? Like, they didn't accomplish anything with this. So yeah, I'm not a fan of splitting up the duo like that. I think DAMWON should have stuck to just banning it. But then again, if you ban Nami or Lucian and they pick Jhin first pick. Ghost is playing 6, and Showmaker's playing a control mage with 6, which is fucking terrible. So in this sense, it felt like DAMWON had a problem in the bot lane, that they weren't willing to play all sides of these matchups. Whereas EDG were willing to play any matchup, right? So yeah, it's hard to say. I think EDG banned Aphelios to pick Lucian first pick, and if DAMWON bans Lucian, then they pick Jhin first pick, and now Ghost is fucked anyways. So EDG had a good read on how to fuck DAMWON spot lane in this draft in game 4. DAMWON did some sort of like weird trade, Lucian Nami, and it worked for them, but the comp suffered, in my opinion, from it. So yeah.
By the way, Monty, what I also loved, the absolute cherry on the cake of this final, was when they gave Scout the MVP. You missed it, Riot, you fucking idiots. You missed the whole storyline of the tournament. You had Faker in the tournament. He was even on the other side of the bracket. You had all these guys there. You spent the whole time mentally setting up Showmaker versus Faker the whole time, that you missed his actual, real, literal protege / understudy, overtaking him, winning Worlds and becoming the MVP of the whole tournament. You didn't have anything on it the whole tournament, not a single fucking whiff of content to do with this whatsoever. And now, retroactively, you're going to have to retcon all of history that was ever a story you were even aware of. I never even heard it ever mentioned on the bloody broadcast. They would like occasionally reference, like, I think you used to play on SKT. Like, oh, that's about it. There was no storyline whatsoever. How did you miss the whole fucking thing? It's impressive. It's actually impressive. And it's mad.
It's Thorin, they had to dedicate 20 minutes of the broadcast of the most important esports event of the year to advertising their anime, which, by the way, guys, I don't know if you know this, that was actually the only advertising they did, so it definitely wouldn't have reached League of Legends fans any other way besides taking up that time on the Worlds broadcast. They didn't, I don't know, put it on the fucking pyramids of Giza. They didn't put it in every fucking like train station and airport in the world. They didn't advertise it to you in the client. They didn't put it at the top of Netflix in terms of, there's no other way that they could have got this information out there. And like, you guys are like, well, it's a good show, or I like it. It's like, yes, that's fine, but we need to actually tell stories. Like, if the idea is that this is a final that people can get invested in, please, for fuck's sake, tell the stories of the players and the team. This was, you know, regardless of the quality of the thing being advertised or the quality of the musical performance that they did during COVID, which were both good, by the way. Like, Arcane is not a bad show. But it's like, that's not, you need to bring people into esports, and that requires people to have a hook to get involved. And there was virtually nothing. There was virtually nothing about the players. And like, this was easily, in terms of content, the most disappointing World Championship. And I just wish we had had some of these storylines. I think it's just ridiculous. How are people supposed to get it more involved or like get hooked into this game? It's like, do you care, or do you just care about Arcane?
Like, I think COVID is part of that.
No.
Like No.
Yeah, we did a tournament in CSGO during COVID where we actually had people, we hired people within each of the countries that the players were in before they came and played online. And we would just send out a cameraman, and we filmed entire profiles, dude, in CSGO that were like, 7 minutes long each or whatever. So if we could do it, a bunch of fucking boomers who have none of the powers of enormous Riot, etc. Riot definitely could have done it, mate. They even had everyone on site.
It's not even that expensive. And like, here's the thing, Sven. They didn't fly their own casters to Iceland. Imagine, this kind of content isn't super expensive to make, right? It's like, you were just sitting in Iceland. There wasn't moving like normal Worlds. There was plenty of time to film these interviews if you had more of the talent there in order to conduct them or like help make out the content. But here's the thing, Sven. They literally sent third-party Chinese media to be on site, but would not send their own casters to make content. Just think about that. It's wild.
I'm thinking right now about it.
It's fucking wild that they would like. So if COVID is a problem, like, why were they having all this third-party media there from China as opposed to, I don't know, literally the casters who, it's not like it's super expensive to get them from Berlin to Iceland, and they could have leveraged that into a lot more content at the World Championship. And like, I just think it's disappointing because there were actually, the group stages were great. There were just so many sick storylines that were never told.
Oh, for
they
sure.
were just never told. This
Look, Monty, as I've told you before, I have no opinions or speculations on anything to do with Chinese esports or politics in general.
As I always say, I can't speak. If I
No,
speak,
exactly.
I'm in big trouble, and
Exactly.
I prefer not to speak. That's all I have to
There
say.
you go. There you go.
Smart man.
So,
It was a
I'll tell you
Jose
what,
Mourinho reference there, but it's a good one.
yeah,
It's a good one.
I watched the major that you were a part of, Thorin, and
All right, man.
it's really impressive how much hype a crowd brings to CS:GO events compared
Oh, it's
to
the shit, isn't it?
Sven,
yeah,
don't answer this question either. But why was literally the same weekend on the same weekend? How is it possible that CS:GO had a major with a live, fully filled stadium, and the League of Legends World Finals couldn't do the same thing in the same continent?
dude, I have no idea.
One of those mysteries.
I
mysteries of the
literally
world.
don't know. Like this is like this kind of stuff. Like I don't even like think about it because it's not my
No, it's above
department.
your pay grade. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's below my pay grade actually, but it's fine. We don't have to worry
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
It
there
is
you go.
actually below his pay.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, it's just below, but it's fine. But yeah, I watched the major, and it's like it's insane how hype CS:GO gets from the round system with crowds, and how funny and how amazing the atmosphere feels in a major because of like how CS:GO is as in game. It feels like CS:GO majors are so much better with crowds than without, whereas League obviously is better with crowds too, but it's not actually as important to the atmosphere and the vibe of the series. I think watching that major was when they were in overtime in the second map, it was like so much more hype because of the crowd.
Oh, it's crazy,
Whereas-
the atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah, it was insane. You could feel the casters, you could hear the crowd in the mics and everything, and it was really crazy. So, and I think it was really fun to watch really nice to watch Simple win something finally.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah, I always wondered how that guy didn't win anything. Cause I'm like a noob CS:GO viewer, right? I just watched people click heads, so I don't understand why he's the best. But you know, I hear so much about him all the time, so it was a nice moment. I think they handled that really well. So
Sure.
I think it's really important that once you can get fans back, it creates so much better content. I was gonna say much better finals. I think that World's finals was great. Don't get me wrong, gameplay wise it was great, but no crowd really sucks.
I'll loop it back into what we were saying before, though. By the way, the CS:GO major also had way too little shoulder content. Should have had 10 times more. I even literally told them that myself when they were talking to me months and months beforehand. One of the reasons why I would say for Worlds, though, I agree with Monty, it has to exist, is because there's always so many new fans in League. Like, most of the fans, we're joking about the Scout topic here. Fans would not, literally, a modern fan would not even be aware that Scout was ever in T1. Like, they would, dude, half of them wouldn't even know he's Korean unless you told them. They think he's just Chinese because he's from the LPL. Like, they're not going to know any of this guy's history. So, like, in my opinion, once you get to the playoffs, because you saw, like, this dragged the whole playoffs over like 2 or 3 weeks in League. Like, you've got so much time, you could be having amazing content between the matches, you know. Like, I even said this on a past episode. They should have had something ready, dude, for like Perkz and why is he so clutch or whatever. Once you guys got out of the group stage, think about all the former teammates he could have interviewed and people that would have like been a talking head to be in the documentary or whatever. That would be an awesome little storyline, you know, a little piece for people to watch.
Yeah, we always talk about the main character because whenever we do content or features, it's always like, we Perkz over here in the middle, and all you other randoms, just go somewhere over there. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Perkz, interview Perkz, Perkz your features. Oh, main character over there.
And then all the questions are like, so what's it like to play with Perkz? Was it great to be in that game with Perkz? Like, bloody hell, all right.
Sorry, who are you? Fudge, Blaber, Zven, Vulcan. Yeah, randoms. Yeah, this is fine. Just go in the back, please. Main character over here. So it's always like that. But I think they always highlight the people they think are most likely to have the storylines, and they just didn't think Scout was gonna win. They just didn't think that was gonna happen. I think they were so busy with the whole DAMWON, new T1, Showmaker all time. And I think that makes sense because I think if DAMWON had won, there would be a real argument to be made for Showmaker, right? So
sure.
I mean, I also think that part of the reason why you need this content is because fans are just not as familiar with these teams from English-speaking regions. Like, you might know who EDG or DAMWON are, especially, but you're like, probably most fans only watch DAMWON if you're from Europe or North America when they're at an international event. And like, do you think anybody fucking knew about this EDG roster in the West? Probably 99% of people didn't. And, you know, they haven't had these players haven't had a huge name on the international scene, or at least like, okay, like maybe like Flandre from like the Snake era, but that was like a long time ago now. Right. But the point is that you really need these storylines because unlike CS:GO, like CS:GO, you can watch any old tournament and guess what? Navi and G2 are going to be there, right? So everybody, it's easier to hit on those story notes because people are familiar. If you watched, a tournament or two in the last year, odds are you saw those teams. But you might have just been watching LEC and LCS and MSI, so like you don't know EDG's like storyline here. And I think EDG in particular is really interesting because if you follow like the LPL playoffs, like they kind of got slammed into the losers bracket, and then the storyline was that they came back from the losers bracket and then actually managed to win, right? Which is very similar to their storyline going all 5 games, like going the absolute distance. Like this team just can't win clean for whatever reason, but they can overcome this in the end. And I think that's a really cool narrative that kind of gets lost. But there wasn't any real content about these journeys or anything like that, and it's hard to wrap your mind around because of how many different games are played across all of these regions, unless you have a really, really strong content team in order to push these narratives. And it just didn't happen. And the priority wasn't on making that happen. And this is my frustration every year. Like, in China last year, we got KDA on stage and then like 30 seconds of here are all the world's winners for the 10th anniversary. And it was an advertising machine for KDA, and it wasn't about the players and the teams. And like for me, as a hardcore esports OG, like that's what I care about. I care about the legacy. I don't care about Riot's new intellectual property that they're trying to market that has nothing to do with the esports scene. Like I just don't give a fuck.
By the way, I would be remiss, Sven, if I didn't ask this question. What the fuck happened to FPX, dude? People were taking them as the number 1 favorite for the whole tournament. Give us some thoughts on this. That's a crazy collapse.
When Monty was saying about EDG in the finals of LPL, I was like, yeah, dude, I thought they would lose to FPX in the finals. I was like, yeah, I was sure that they would win finals, FPX that is. And then they didn't. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. And then, I don't know what it was with FPX in groups. They were just bad. Even in our first game against them, our game was a complete free win. We had a huge lead. I think that was a game where Perkz played Rise, right? That was the game.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and we just couldn't fucking execute our mid game at all. We got caught left and right. I got caught once as well, and Perkz got caught like all the time silent. We just couldn't find the mid game that we needed in this push comp. I think that's something we never really excelled at. We were always much better at team fighting and fighting dragons than we were split pushing. But yeah, that game should have won. And even against Rogue, FPX wasn't like looking too great. And then in week 2, when I went 0-4, I couldn't believe it. I thought, wow. In our game against them, they had a god fucking terrible draft. This Rumble, Jarvan thing, Kaisa into Sana, like it was so disgusting how bad that draft was. No, yeah,
I think that was it.
Yeah, that Jarvan Rumble, yeah, and it was like, whoa, that was bad. And it also DAMWON. Obviously, DAMWON was really insane in groups. And
it felt like FPX was like at a time warp to 2 years ago.
Yeah, dude. Even this game against Rogue, was that the Fiddlesticks game they lost? FPX versus Rogue.
Yeah, they lost a Fiddlesticks game.
Yeah, they lost the Fiddlesticks, and they just looked so like tilted. They played so poorly both individually and as a team, and it was like so sad to watch almost. So I don't know what happened to them. You hear crazy stories, war in the street, things like that. So I don't know what happened to them. I think they were just bad. I don't think.
I'm telling that, like, yeah, the rumors are that like the team's completely split and was dead like before Worlds even ended, which is pretty. That makes it sound like there was bigger problems than just those matches,
I mean, in the past, you hear these things like when I was at Worlds in 15 with Origin, and we played against LG, our first game of Worlds, and they had this jungle guy. He played only Lee Sin and Rek'Sai the entire time. We banned both. He picked Vi and went 0-8, and then afterwards we heard about how some players were yelling at him outside when they were smoking, and they were like abusing him basically, like outside. This is something I'm told by a person that I know who speaks Chinese, who was there smoking as well, and they were like yelling at him, abusing him basically. What was his name? That guy, jungler, but he was really terrible. Right? Yes, exactly, that guy. And he was really pretty bad. Yeah, he was bad. No, yeah, for sure. But he was like getting yelled at outside, and you just wonder, maybe they had like a collapse mentally, losing to EU's 3rd seed Lamau, right? Like, I don't know what caused the downfall. I think FPX maybe felt similar. They're playing a fucking group with NA and EU's worst teams, and they're losing, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think maybe they just had a bad meta read, played badly, and tilted off of it. Because
that was 2015. That was years and years ago. Oh fuck, sorry, I'm thinking of Reginald and TSM again. I keep skipping ahead again towards that. No, that's fine. It's fine. It's Chinese people, so you can hit them if you want. Reginald did it, they'll be okay. Don't worry. So, just preempting all the fans. Preempting all the fans. By the way, since obviously we're going to have that segment coming up soon with Richard, like you've basically in the past, I think on maybe it was on the Crackdown, you like implied some things about when you were in TSM. You weren't a big fan of like maybe the way things were handled. Obviously, you're not a fan of the fact they didn't let you leave after the first year. But what would you say to that? Like, I'm not trying to draw you in a dram, but I know in the past you've certainly been someone who was like critical maybe of the way that they handled things from management, etc. What would you say on that topic? Because obviously it's a very big like community discussion point right now, right?
I mean, we talked about this before last year. I think it was that TSM were selling themselves as a player-friendly org, and at the time, 2017, everyone thought that was the case. Everyone liked TSM. They were always nice to players. No one was jailed. Blah blah. They were always very player-friendly, right? So they said, if you don't want to play here, you can always just leave. And I was like, okay, cool, makes sense. And then after a year, or before playoffs, I told Barf that whether we make Worlds or not, I don't want to play here next year. You know, maybe if we make Worlds and we win Worlds, then we can talk about it. But otherwise, I don't think so. Then we lost in the gauntlet to C9, and I told Parf that I want to leave next season now, and he tells me after a while that they can't find anyone to replace me. They didn't want anyone that was available, and they couldn't get like someone promising like Upset at the time, and they were like, "So you have to stay." I'm like, okay. Then they kick Concert because we had problems with him, and then they remove Mithy to get an import top laner, and it's Broken Blade. So I was like a little bit like, I don't think this is how we should have handled it. And I also think that the whole jungle thing going on in 2019 was really bad. We had new junglers very often, and I think that we had a lot of coaches and junglers in these 2 years. For context, we have more junglers and coaches than I've had in my whole career combined in 2 years in TSM. So I think that was bad. And I think
you only had one coach. It was Regi. I don't understand.
Well, yeah, but seriously, like we were supposed to play with Greg in 2019. He had wrist issues, so we played with Acadian at first and made spring finals. And afterwards, the coaches felt it was fair to Greg to give him a chance in summer split, and I thought it was fucking pointless because we made finals with Acadian, and we would actually have won if I didn't do the thing that happened.
The old E,
and if other people, I will say, on that note, since we're here, Game 5, my bad. But in Game 4 and Game 3, it was not my bad that we lost. So it could have been 3-0 if someone else played better. But anyways, back to the main point. I think that changing junglers after they make spring finals, it was a complete fluke, by the way. We made a reverse sweep against Cloud9 in the semifinals. Fucking lucky that they got reverse swept. But anyways, I think at that point, sticking to your roster is better than to change junglers. I said it's fair enough, but it's probably not the best idea at this point. And if we are going to change or like try it out, we should do it really quickly, like 1 or 2 weeks. But we waited until Rift Rivals, which is a mid-split thing at the time, right? So we waste so much time having 2 junglers that are both the same playstyle, both the same mechanical strength, both same level player, basically. For what, to figure out nothing. And then I think that at times when we were losing, we had the wrong approach. Like Reginald will come into the team and be a coach essentially. And I don't think that that's necessarily helping the team. That when you're losing, he's there and has this presence of like the boss music approaches when he enters into the room, right?
Like Vince McMahon or something, yeah.
Yeah, like he has like the boss music and approach.
Yeah,
he comes in the room, you're like, oh shit, boss music, and then it doesn't feel like that helps anyone. And I think that for some people, like Acadian has been very outspoken about this, it didn't help him at all to be berated by him or whatever. So I think that's a bad approach, that he's too involved. And I know for a fact that when Bjergsen was coaching, Reginald wasn't allowed to be involved at all because of Bjergsen. So I think that was the right call for him to make.
He knew the problem.
Like Bjergsen just told him like, you're not coming into my scrim room.
Yeah.
This was like, yeah.
I think what's so confusing about this, like, is that if you're Reginald and you're CEO of a company that has like these massive businesses, with his website network with Blitz, like there isn't a way that you can know League of Legends well enough to be an effective coach. Like you can't manage all of the business entities in a $400 million allegedly, company. And League is such a complex game with so many games happening all over the world. People dedicate 16 hours of their day to analyzing this game and participating in these teams and coaching in season. So it's just impossible for him to have the necessary information in order to contribute to these discussions.
Yeah, and I just think that's like it's cool that he's like involved in the team and he's part of it, but I don't think you should be coaching. You shouldn't hire coaches, and then when things go wrong, you lose trust in them. I know that, for example, with Reaper, Jack had full confidence in Reaper. Like he would let Reaper do whatever he wants. Team dinner, no problem. Scrim this team, no problem. Scrim those, do that, whatever he wanted, we did. Jack had full confidence in Reaper, and I think that was a really good thing because it's nice that Jack is there in the house every day doing his business CEO thing over there. But I think that it's good that he lets Reaper do the coaching, right? He doesn't interfere with that. He doesn't tell anyone, oh, I think this champ is really good against this, or like whatever. You get what I'm saying? He doesn't say what people should play or shouldn't play, or tells them that they're bad or good or whatever. He just does his business, and Reaper does the coaching. I think that's how it should be. So
well, I just favor those vertical systems, because the problem with having the reputation of just going in and neutering your coaches whenever it starts to go badly is like your coaches lose authority with the players at that point in time.
yes,
You have to have a vertical system where it's like, if Reggie's unhappy, why doesn't he just talk to the coaches and get their take on it? And if you don't like the way the coaches are coaching, you just change your coach. You don't just like become the coach randomly. And then leave, peace out again, and then leave, and then come back next time things are going badly, or you get distracted by some other business deal, so you just go away for 2 weeks, and here you are again. Like it's very confusing for players.
I mean, we did go through a lot of coaches into them. We had Song at first, and then we had Tony, 6, and then we had Parf for a brief period, and we also had Lost Boy and Peter Saying in there for a couple of weeks, months. At some point, I can't remember all this exactly how long it was, but we had a lot of people functioning as head coach at some point during all this time, and it was just not good to change so often. I think there's only so much honeymoon phase you can abuse, and it doesn't really work with coaches either. It just changes the dynamic of the team too much. So I think that was a big staff problem that we kept changing that didn't work out for us. So there was a lot of things wrong with that. And I also think that at times we just weren't good enough. Even in spring finals, mid finals, yes, I agree with the game 5, but we should never made it to the finals in the first place. Parf said it was a fluke in some interview. I remember that. And he was right. Like we should have gotten 2-0 by Cloud9. Cloud9 got reverse swept. In game 3, they were up like 10k goal as well, and there was complete free lose. And I remember thinking like, wow, these guys are bad. How did they lose this, right? Like, whoa. So I think that people often ask like, why weren't TSM 2018-19 winning like they were before? The answer is we weren't good enough. Sometimes there isn't like some sort of big deal or some sort of like crazy answer. We just weren't good enough. The players individually or as a team, we just weren't, and that's it. Like in 2018, I think that we didn't make Worlds because of a stupid format. Like One Thieves made Worlds based on points, even though they lost to us in the third place match. And then C9 was in the finals, right? And they made the Worlds on the Gauntlet. That was the semifinals year for C9. Yep. That year, I think we got scammed kind of by from Worlds by being 5th, 6th in Spring Split. Oh no, Haku, yes. Shit, there was a lot of bad moments in the TSM, fuck. But yes, I think that year we should have made Worlds as 3rd seed because we were better than One Thieves. We literally beat them, right, in 3rd place match. But besides that, we just weren't good enough, and that's fine. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't think there has to be like some sort of big conspiracy theory behind why we weren't good enough.
Oh,
I
we'll
think
save
we
that
have
for the next hour.
yeah, I do want to hit one more topic with you before you go, Sven, which is there are a lot of rumored roster changes right now. Bjergsen to Team Liquid, Jensen maybe not having a team, which is pretty shocking, especially considering that he performed very well individually at Worlds.
Yeah.
Even though I will say Jensen as a player, like, you know, he tends to coast a lot of the time and, take it easy. Coast. What I'm saying is like, he maybe doesn't give it 100% all the time.
That's the narrative.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
he gets by, but his ceiling is still obviously extremely good on the international stage. So I want to get your take on the new Team Liquid roster, and also just kind of crazily how Jensen could potentially not be involved in LCS or LEC this next split, which is unusual considering that he did just, he played very well at Worlds.
Basically, Sven, he wants to know, how could someone look past Jensen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that
Deep cut there.
Jensen would rather play in a team than not play at all. I think so, at least. I don't know him personally that well, so I can't speak for him, but I think it's crazy that he actually played on solo queue this year, and he actually played really well in scrims, and he was really good in summer playoffs as well, and at Worlds too. He was playing well, I think, in most of the games. So for him to not have a team and be replaced by Bjergsen, now, I think Bjergsen in 2020 was better than Jensen, but this year, Jensen was obviously better than Bjergsen, so Bjergsen didn't even play, right? And Bjergsen had a really bad Worlds last time he was there, so it's weird that TL would choose Bjergsen over Jensen unless there's some sort of like, they get Hansama because of Bjergsen only, not because of Jensen. Then it makes sense, maybe, right? They get an AC upgrade because they have Bjergsen. But Jensen had a really good Worlds, or like a really good year overall, I would say. I think he was for the majority of the year fine. Like even in spring playoffs, he had to work with Grieg as his jungler out of nowhere because of Thorin's headache issues or whatever, migraine.
Sure.
And he did well considering all that. In the finals, I think Alfari was having a really bad series in spring split, and Jensen was carrying that team really hard when everyone else was underperforming. So I think it's just weird that TL would do that unless them getting Bjergsen brings people like the rumor roster is Weepu and Hansama, right? So if them getting Bjergsen is bringing them, then I understand. But otherwise, I don't see why a team like TSM wouldn't pick up Jensen if they could, unless there's some sort of like contract problem, like he's too expensive. But I think Jensen would rather play for TSM than not play at all.
Oh, for sure.
And get paid less, right?
That narrative of Bjergsen and Jensen swapping teams would be fire, by the way. I love that.
Dude, that would be something, yeah, for sure. I just think it's weird that Jensen won't have a team at all, given how good he is, unless some sort of like he demands $1 million plus no matter where he goes, or some sort of other contract bullshit. Then I can see why, but yeah, I don't know his situation. I'm more involved in the EU scene right now since I'm home. I don't hear that many rumors or word in the street as I do when I'm in NA. So yeah, I think Jensen deserves to play in a good team at the very least. So it's weird that he won't play in like a C9 TSM TL one of these level
or
of
EG.
team.
I mean, you would think EG would be a potential landing spot for him as well, and
Yeah,
it's kind of surprising that may not happen either.
Yeah, I don't know who they have as a millionaire. Actually, I don't even know who's the rumored
JoJo.
Yeah, I mean, I think like there's some academy players like that guy, for example, has mechanics, has lane phase. I think he could become good one day. So I can see why they would, rather pay that guy less money to have a potential superstar some years from now than go for Jensen, who's been an old player for a long time, who needs to get paid a lot more money. And EG has money, so that he knows that as well. So I can see why they would do that. But yeah, I think Jensen not starting LCS. Same for Mickey and Wunder and all that. I think that's also fucking crazy that they aren't starting. At least rumored, right? And I don't know what's keeping them from starting. Whether it's like a Carlos thing with the whole, high buyouts or whatever. Because I don't think that Carlos would want to keep his players under contract just to not have them play anywhere else. That wouldn't make sense.
No, and I think that's the
Pay them.
misnomer about, he still has to pay them, guys. So it's not like Carlos doesn't want to just sit there on player contracts that are guaranteed that he has to pay out.
And his payroll will be mental if he does that.
Oh yeah, and Reckless too. I forgot about that guy. Even bigger than the other ones. Like him not having a team is insane. I think he hasn't missed a split besides that one where he was benched, or like he was self-benched, or whatever that was, right?
Yes, he still
During the
played part of it, but yeah, the season hit summer. Yeah.
So like him not playing would be fucking weird as well. And I think that he also suffers from like a bad rep or whatever. Similar to what happened to me this year with the whole benching thing, where the unknown is dangerous to a lot of teams. They don't know what happened, so they just assume the worst. And they might not ask him like, "Hey, Reckless, what happened this year or that year or whatever? What's up?" Or maybe he doesn't want to play for a team that's not Fnatic or G2 because he doesn't think they're good enough. I don't know. But yeah, it's a weird timeline where Jensen, Reckless, Mickey X, Wonder, and many more people aren't playing when they're so much better than some people that are already in the LEC. Like Mickey X could be like a top 3 easily support
Oh,
player.
easy.
Wonder, same thing. I think actually, like on this note, the whole thing with Wonder is so pathetic. Like how he's like I don't read much Reddit and Twitter these days. I try not to. It's really bad for you. But when I do, I see so much hate on Wonder for no fucking reason. That guy is actually really good, and like the whole Yumi thing was so out of hand that it really annoyed me that you build these narratives so quickly that now Wonder is a trash player out of nowhere, and that him having this being outspoken about playing WoW is like a really bad thing. But I can tell you that many players spend more hours doing nothing than he spends on playing WoW. Like if one said he played football 4 hours a day after scrims, no one would give a shit.
Oh, of course not.
Or something else, like he fucking went to the beach every day for 4 hours. There's no beach in Berlin, but you get the idea, right? Like went to swimming pool for 4 hours. No one would care. It doesn't matter. It's just that he plays WoW and he's also losing right now. I'm playing bad, so that's why he's bad. No, it's not. Like you don't know shit, right? It's like such a forced narrative of Wonder
It's also
bad because of
players
WoW.
just have different levels of necessary practice. Like some
Yeah,
players
like
will do better with less practice and
yes,
more
absolutely.
relaxing time, and it's like nobody can know that except for the players and their coaches. So,
It's, some
I mean,
people really need off days. They need
yep.
social activities like dinners or go-karting or something funny to do, escape rooms. And some people, like me for example, I want to play solo queue on my off day and just do my own thing, order some food, and just chill in my chair, watch a TV series. That's my thing. And like, you have to understand that playing more solo queue than others isn't necessarily a good thing. Some people get better by not playing the game. It's a real thing, by the way. Like,
Yeah, no, for sure.
I don't think playing solo queue every breathing hour of your day makes you better always. You know, it's what you do at that time. And it's just that the people, I know a lot of people that have played other games like WoW or Path of Exile, whatever, fuck, during their free time, and they were top tier players. And they, just because they didn't publicly talk about it, they aren't getting shit on for it. Or like Fortnite back in the day. Like, I remember there was a lot of controversy about that, with people hating on people that played Fortnite because it probably made them worse at League. But you need free time to be a performer or like to perform your best. You to have like time off where you don't play League, don't think about League, don't eat shit or breathe League, just relax, right? Like the whole studying and sleeping thing kind of situation. So I really hate the narrative surrounding Wonder. I think he is very good still. That's the end of my rant. Go ahead.
No, I agree, and I think a
Back
lot
to
of
you,
the
MonteCristo. Back to you.
I think a lot of the narrative surrounding these players comes from people who are not in performance-based jobs where it like literally doesn't matter, you know, like the difference between their peak and their trough is kind of irrelevant, so they don't know how to maximize that for themselves. And it's not like, you know, if you had an office job, very few people are demanding that you do more office work like when you go home, right?
Yeah.
Like, there isn't that public pressure. So I think the expectations are kind of ridiculous. I mean, the only thing that matters at the end of the day is these players' performance. Now, I would say, did Wonder have the world's greatest year compared to his peak? No, he didn't. But we can't know what the reasons for that are. And it sounds like, if I had to guess, guys, it sounds like there may have been some other issues in G2 that may have contributed to his performance or motivation more than World of Warcraft. Like, unless you believe that he is being singularly corrupted by Blizzard Entertainment, then I don't know what to tell you.
Also, why is no one ever allowed to have a bad split, have a bad year? Like they tried to do this to Nuke Dog. People tried to run this motherfucker out of League of Legends completely. And if you saw, he was on a team that had far from the best players, and he looked fucking great when he came back. Because what happened was, it turned out some of the reasons behind why his play fell off were like issues in his real life, other things people didn't know about. And once he fixed those, he came back and he was a good player again. So no, I think the same thing with the Wonder angle. People can acknowledge, right, somehow that you can go from being really good to like not so good really quickly, but they never let you give you the leeway to go back the other way, you notice. And I've noticed the part of the problem is this leads into the topic of all the orgs want to save money and get all the rookies, because I feel like the two things are feeding into each other in a really dangerous way, where now you get into a world where some of the legendary players just can't get back into LEC, apparently. Like people just mentally have decided they can never be good again. But if you think of the players we're talking about, some of these are people who've been good for like 4 or 5 years, so they can have one bad split, they can have one bad year, for fuck's sake. I'm not saying like the best team in the league has to sign them, but the idea nobody wants them, like, come on, man. I've always said Wonder's a perfect example. If I was a team that was like the 4th or 5th best in LEC, I'd go hard as fuck to get someone like that, because right now you're going to get him cheap, as in no one wants him, but he could literally turn around next split and be the best top laner. So think what an insane like min-max that would be for you. It'd be worth the gamble.
Yeah, there's a very common trend in esports where, at least in the league scene, where if a player has a bad year and they aren't like a GOAT status, like Faker or whatever, that people go back and rewrite history. I see it often when I have a bad split or
What's
something.
happened to you before the C9 years, right? After the TSM
Yeah,
period, I'm
yeah,
sure everyone just wrote you off.
I remember people saying like, actually, Sven and Mitty were never actually that good. They lost to Stixie and after at Worlds, and like, yeah, we lost the game, but we didn't lose lane or anything. You know, that's what people are saying. They go back and they make it out to be that when you were actually really insane, you weren't. But that's not true. Having a bad split doesn't mean you were bad your whole career. That happens really often in esports. I think it's really disgusting how like the narratives just start going so quickly, and then suddenly Wunder is fucking bad. No, he's not. He's still really good, I think, and he can be really good next year. And for me, like in TSM 19, I was not very good. I will say it. And me and Smoothie were not a very good dual lane together. We didn't have anything going for us at all. Next year in C9, I had the best split any ADC has ever had in LCS. I didn't win the MVP because my role sucks compared to jungle role, but that split, me and Vulcan had the best ball line performance of any ball line. I was the best ADC player in that split. That is ever, like the most dominant split ever for a team and for an ADC player. And it's just like you can become good next year. You know, it's not like you're doomed forever because you have a bad year or 2 bad years, because you don't know how much goes on behind the scenes that actually affects people that isn't just gameplay. Different people, different rosters, different coaching staff, environment, all these things matter so much more than what you think. So that's why I think it's annoying when people write off good players, and like it's so crazy that MickeyX and Wunder might not play next split when there are teams that don't have MickeyX Wunder level players.
I mean, here's what's gonna happen. A bunch of these rookies are going to be terrible, and they're gonna get a job halfway, at the split. I think like the way that people operate these days in the League of Legends scene is that they've realized that the most important change you can make is after the meta has been settled between spring and summer, when you have a better idea. Because it's like, who knows how all these changes are going to affect the game? I don't know how the new Drakes are going to, like the new Souls are going to affect the game. It looks fucking crazy. So like, it's almost pointless to GM before the season. You might as well just spend a few months like taking flyers on random rookies, and then if once the meta settle down and you realize like what your team's problems are or how you need to improve, well, now there's a pool of free agent veterans available. Like I'd be shocked if we didn't see a bunch of those players signed, in the spring and late in the spring split or before summer.
The only thing with that is that having a bad spring split, so not winning essentially, and then coming summer with, let's say you change your top laner for Wunder or your support and jungle for Wunder MickeyX. You still have a new team essentially, like where someone else has played a whole split together and they went to MSI, so you're so behind already, right? That you don't want to like have to do that unless you really have to. Like it happened with, for example, One Thieves. They changed Ryoma for Abadage and they won summer split, so it does work. But
well, I think there are very few downsides to that move.
Yes, obviously. But I also think that there are very few downsides to having Wunder MickeyX in your team. So teams are hesitant to do it, but it does work. But it's risky because you have no synergy and like synergy is like an overused word, but it is a thing in League where you have to have friendship or some sort of like camaraderie outside the game as well. You have to know each other to succeed. That's what helped Origin so much, to be good friends outside the game, that at the end of the day, what happened in scrims happened in scrims, and we can move on from it always. So I do think it's risky to change players mid-split, although a lot of teams find success with it. A lot of teams also don't. So yeah, it's risky, but I do think that those players will find a job at some point. I think that Niski also said he might be streaming. That's what I saw somewhere. So I think that these people like Niski, Wunder, Mickey X, Reckless, they will eventually find a place, either in Summer Split playoffs, or Summer Split when some teams collapse in Spring Split, or very worst case next year. So I'm not worried for them or anything.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Zven. Do you have any other topics you'd like to discuss? Appreciate all your insight into.
Are you saying that I'm a part of the Holy War with TSM?
I mean, you can be if you want. That's an option for you. I can give you a tabard with a cross on it, and you can go on the crusade.
Wait, who's the fourth horse rider of the apocalypse?
We're tacking it on to Summoning Insight, so we don't have one. If you want to be on the show, you can be, but I'm not going to put you on the spot.
I have a lot of good stuff for the Holy War, but it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Maybe some other time. Right?
So to be fair, I don't want to spoil anything for people, but I don't imagine this is the last we'll hear of Reginald and TSM. I imagine there'll be future episodes in coming years. Just my feeling after following the story for 10 years.
Look, they didn't stop at one crusade, you know?
No, exactly.
I think if anyone follows one of you two, then they will never hear the end of it. So
never.
No, we don't want to get you in trouble, Sven. So I'm sure you have. We don't. That's true. We don't want to get you in trouble. So you can get yourself in trouble if you want to stick around. But if you don't, we will just go and have a whole conversation next with Richard about this entire madness surrounding DoubleLift and Regi. But we're going to take a break first, guys. Thank you very much, Sven. It was fascinating talking to you as usual.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Much like our first TSM Holy War, we actually have Richard Lewis back on Summoning Insight again. You might be wondering, now why didn't they do a Four Horsemen about this? First off, it's kind of too stupid even for the Four Horsemen, which tends to be a more serious show. Yeah. And also, do we really need a fourth horseman to discuss this? I don't think we do. I think we can have a perfectly incendiary conversation on our own.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
really like the sort of case we decide on the horseman, is it? Like, we're not really going to build like a whole legal thing or some sort of. It's just basically Reggie's a bit of a twat, isn't he? Chapter 4000, you know. What the unique theme be? You know, it's pretty much an established routine at this point, isn't it?
I was going to say also, when it comes to the expertise on how TSM is a shower of cunts, like there's no one beyond the three people actually on the call, is there? So,
yes, exactly.
Whatever.
We've been riding since day one.
Yeah, believe it. Oh man. And also, I just want to say before we do get into it, I will never forgive both of you for making me read through all this juvenile.
Oh, it's mental, isn't it?
Literally, I have lost brain cells, and I like to lose brain cells for fun. But this is. Oh,
there was ever a time, by the way, that I wish I hadn't watched the Twitch VOD first and instead just gone and read like the TLDR version that people did on Reddit. This was one, because again, the amount of time it took for these mewling fucking thoughts to escape DoubleLift's brain, as he definitely wasn't in any way coached and prompted by who I'll be referring to as Lady Macbeth off camera. Give me a fucking break. Can none of you see the fucking arm up his ass fucking piloting this cunt? And then on the side, there's this sort of rumor like, oh, maybe she doesn't have the same job at TSM. No shit, motherfucker. Have you ever noticed? No one ever watched a show with any political intrigue at all. Like, you're all just taking things for, wow, DoubleLift is really going wild today, isn't it? Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why.
Quicker, the fucking cunt. The ums and the ahs and like it's 30 minutes to make 1 point.
If there was ever a person, you know, Listen, I'm pretty bad for it with my solo videos, but if there's anyone deserved like the 2/4x treatment on YouTube, it's DoubleLift for sure. It becomes like, he only seems like he's got mild dimension. He's sort of quite, upbeat when he's done 4x, Like.
So let's start with the
Joe
actual where this actually started, because the whole thing is that it's actually something I believe we've talked about on Summoning Insight before, Thorin, which is like why DoubleLift wasn't on a team. And like, to be clear, guys, DoubleLift didn't intend to retire. Okay, he did not intend to retire.
Dude, you know the sickest thing? I'm not joking. Everyone can go check this, but as usual, no one fucking listens to half the shit I say. Go watch the Crackdown and Summoning Insight during the off-season. I tell exactly this story, Monty, that he basically, it was like, I'm in and then I'm out. It's like, well, I'm in if we get Sword Art. And then Reggie's like, well, maybe I get Sword Art, but then you have to sign anyway. And he's like, well, I'm not going to sign without Sword Art. And then Reggie goes, well, I've signed Sword Art, and now you don't get that. I said exactly this story, right? But because DoubleLift himself, can you believe this, Monty? A player himself might not tell the entire truth on stream. Because he said a different set of storylines and he wanted to retire anyway. And everyone else just told me I was wrong. And then 1 year later, DoubleLift's like, exactly what Thorin said 1 year ago. And then everyone's like, oh my God, this is breaking news. There's new developments in the DoubleLift case. Like, I'm just sat here like, can I get a break? When do I miss? In League of Legends, at least.
I just think it's so funny because, like, this having known all of the parties involved for many years, this was just all of their personalities in a nutshell in like one incredible circumstance. Like, you really got like the quintessence of DoubleLift and Regi through all of this, because like the omissions are so glaring from both sides that you can piece it together, because there's just insane shit that happens in some of these posts, like obvious questions that you might have, such as, okay, well, DoubleLift clearly didn't want to commit to a roster, right? And from a GMing perspective in League of Legends, that is very difficult, because basically it's basically a mess every offseason, where if the dominoes don't fall perfectly your way, you just end up with kind of crap teams. And clearly DoubleLift would be a huge domino that needs to fall in your region, because he's a resident, he's a great player, huge name. And so if you don't know the DoubleLift's on your roster, there's a possibility he could go elsewhere, which means Sword Art might go elsewhere. Like, you don't know what's going to happen, right? So the whole scenario, and by the way, famously, guys, DoubleLift is one of the least decisive, waffling people that I know. So you have to consider that he likes to, in my experience and other people's experiences, he will lead people on and then at the last second decide, no, I don't want to do that anymore. And it can cost these people, tons of time and money, and his decisions are kind of arbitrary. So it's not surprising to me that he would be in a situation where he's trying to push for a certain roster. And when it comes back, and yes, indeed, they were trying to get Sword Art. And as I understand it, it looked kind of shaky for a while, which is true, what came out. And then they got Sword Art. But here's the thing about Regi's post is like, so you understand why Regi is frustrated, right? But the thing about Regi's post is it doesn't answer the following question. So they have Lost. They signed Lost. They didn't trade Lost away. There is exactly zero reason why Lost, who probably wasn't on a huge contract, they couldn't have just gotten DoubleLift back at Sword Art's request, because we know Sword Art requested DoubleLift to come onto this roster, and just simply paid Lost salary to be on Academy or not play at all, and then gotten DoubleLift. And the answer is that is purely Regi's spite, right?
Oh, feelings, yeah.
100%. Because it's not like, oh, well, we have Lost, can't possibly have DoubleLift. Like, that's just fake. And the other thing that Regi does, very famously, is when he says things like, all of the staff and players were against DoubleLift and didn't want him on the roster. That's provably false, because we know Sword Art literally asked for him, so that's a lie, just off of one player. But like, why would players who had never played with him before want him off the roster? It doesn't make any sense. Why would the staff that has willingly worked with him, when Regi says things like everyone, he means Regi, okay? He's done that before. He did it to me publicly, saying everyone knows that I wasn't actually coaching CLG. No, Regi thought that, and he just translates into everybody, because he can't even imagine
it's like
somebody
Regi
thinking
said,
differently than him.
It's basically like Regi just said, no one wants DoubleLift. It's not my fault. There you go. Callback. It's a callback there.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this with Regi like a lot. I mean, we'll probably get into it in a bit more specificity, but like, he is, for me, in esports, he's kind of like the archetypal, too much, too young, gassed up by a lot of like
Yes.
youngsters, basically the king of the morons, like because he's got 81 IQ, he thinks he can talk down to someone with 79, right? And so, he's so used to getting his own way that he literally does believe everyone feels that way. He probably actually did a quick head count among the few people, the yes men that he can trust to sort of give him the answers he wants. And they all said yes, because they're yes men. And then he went, see, they all feel that way.
Exactly. It's
he does that all the time.
Reggie's not very subtle. He looks mad right now. Should I contradict him when he's my boss? What do I gain from doing that? Nothing? Okay, why would I do that, right? It's like he doesn't even understand power dynamics. Like, this is the thing. And it also leads into like a lot of his behavior over the years where he doesn't seem to understand that people cannot stand up to him because of a power dynamic, so they just have to suffer extensive verbal abuse. And like, I love even we'll get into this, but I love the people coming out on Twitter whom we have video evidence of him verbally abusing to the point of tears, saying like, nah, it's okay, we're just bros. It's like, you can't say that when we literally have the evidence.
I just ran into a door handle and like, oh, fuck, exactly. I know it's really weird, right on the eye. You won't believe it. And my head's got ripped out as well by the edge of the door or something at the same time. No, it's mental, isn't it? Because here's the problem, I think. I totally agree. One thing is, this is something I actually noticed about the TSM lineup when Reginald used to play in the team. It's like he intentionally only recruited people who had almost, I'd have to describe it as almost like a servile nature. Like, they just never would even consider like having an uprising. That's why if you notice, the people who had any actual balls, Chaos, especially, they were very quickly phased out of this fucking team, mate. It's only people like Dyrus who not only take the beating, but are like fucking Igor out of Dracula. Yes, master. Yes, and another one, please. And this next year, you will make me the king of the team. Like, give me a break. Like, because I hate that angle, by the way. That's the most disturbing part about the TSM phenomenon, is that not only do players who've been in the team sometimes, by the way, have a legitimate reason to feel like guilt if they speak out, like maybe Reginald in some separate factor released them without asking for a buyout, or maybe he like gave them nice conditions when they were leaving. So by doing something good in one regard, they think they have to wallpaper over in their brain all the fucked up stuff that happened. And even worse, some of them come out like this and they almost like, they just support the abuse essentially. They're sort of like, no, but in a way I sort of deserved it though, didn't I? Because I wasn't like a very communicative person either. And I think it also made me stronger as well. It's like, dude, this is all the shit that people say who are in toxic relationships in real life. Yep. Now, I'm not making it sound like he was literally beating people or anything. No, as far as I can tell, the majority of it was just verbal abuse, which, listen, there's a whole discussion there about the fact that, like, I think part of what makes this a muddy territory is LCS, if anything, has gone too far the other way sometimes. Sometimes people are little sort of princesses at their fucking birthday party, and you can't say anything to this guy you're paying $1 million to, even though he's fucking up in the game. So I think there's a whole complicated lot of stuff we could unpick here. But the problem is Reginald just gone way too far the other direction. And I think the key thing for me is, his problem is he almost acts like he has to make all the big decisions in TSM, otherwise it like doesn't count or something, or it has to count for his ego. Because if you look at all the other great owners, some of them might be very hands-on, like Jack and Steve and Carlos are all very hands-on, but they're hands-on in a way where it's like they're like using like a massive like set of people to make their decisions. Like they're asking all these different people, or they've got people under them who make the decision at the end. Like they might have input, but Reginald, it always felt like, because it worked for him so much in the early years, he always thought he had to come in and he had to make whatever the decision was, and then everyone just has to live with it no matter what it is.
Yeah, it's like really, just on that point, I'm kind of ambivalent about it as a drama, because on the one hand, I've always thought about esports as sports and I want it to be more adult. I despise how childish it is in some areas, and how essentially every time something gets popular, there's an influx of teenagers. And as I've said many times, the biggest crime on the internet is that I have to listen to teenagers' opinions. I don't care. Twitter should be 18 plus. I don't, I should never have to read what a 15-year-old thinks about the world. You don't know shit yet. And that's all there is to it. But unfortunately, esports is,
just waves of nephews crashing over you constantly.
And the youth, you boomers, like, oh my god, like, wait until they're like just 25, wait until you've had a shit minimum wage job before you talk about the interconnected, machinery of the universe. But anyway, unfortunately, esports, when they get popular, you get an influx of kids who want to be where the cool party is. And it has a tendency to drive the older audience out. And so you have this overall maturity level come down. So the 30-somethings that used to like esports are like, can I really commit to this when I want to go and have a family of my own? And I just look over and it's a bunch of childish nonsense. Kids that don't understand how like sports reporting works, or how punditry works, or how like analysis works. You know, fans who like, no, Thorin's too mean to the teams. And it's like, have you listened to Roy Keane? Have you listened to like anybody? Like, you know, what about when Seattle fucked up in the Super Bowl? Like, everybody was literally wrecking them for that famous call where, you know, they didn't give it to Marshawn Lynch. You know, there is no room for failure in these huge pressure situations when, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars are on the line and legacy is on the line. But in esports, essentially, we all want it to be like a fucking anime. So on the one hand, I don't think I have a problem with an owner that chews up his staff for underperformance, or maybe I shouldn't. But then on the other hand, as someone that's done sports coaching and coached youngsters, this is a young industry. The talent you're dealing with are not only young adults, but in esports, Thorin says it best. When you look at someone's age, you have to really take off 5 years in this business. Yeah. If someone's 20, they're about socially and mentally equipped as a 15-year-old. They're not like a generation of guys that were, you know, having to get jobs at 18 or out on the streets at 18, having their own place at 18. So when I was doing sports coaching, I always erred on the side of caution. And I generally think if you have to shout at somebody to get them to do what you want, that is your failure, that you have failed. You haven't got through to them. If you have to threaten them essentially with their job, their place on the team, brute force, intimidation tactics, it just means you're not very socially intelligent. So there is lots to criticize here, you know.
I think we can get into I think we can get into some of these like more nuanced topics about what DoubleLift said about people being verbally abused at TSM, but I think we should unpack like the actual craziness surrounding this entire roster decision making first, because that's where all of this ultimately sprang from. And again, just goes to show how sloppy a lot of the roster creation around League of Legends is, and how many insane kind of GMing moves are made. Because for this roster, like, Regi literally made a decision where he was going to let his spite towards DoubleLift, not wanting to join a team with an uncertain roster, or like not being committed to that roster, which is, he's a star level player. Like, you would think he would have some options, right?
He has the leverage there.
Exactly. Yeah. And then later on, here's the crazy thing is like DoubleLift called Regi and apologized. And Sword Art told Regi he wanted DoubleLift on the team, and he still didn't get it. And he paid Sword Art $3 million to just have a worse team.
Imagine being DoubleLift there. You've just issued your second ever apology in your entire life, and it's just thrown straight back in your face. How's he ever going to learn? How's he ever going to give him a chance, Reginald? Because people don't know DoubleLift's famously ridiculously stubborn and hard-headed too.
Yes,
that's why it's ridiculous. Like, you know, all I'm going to say is I'm not the one putting it out there, but some people have some fucking choice, don't they? They know how to pick them. Fuck, you know.
Like, I can't imagine. Like, first off, DoubleLift calling Regi and apologizing. I was shocked when I read that, but it's like, the fact that happened, you would think at a certain point that everybody would behave in their best interests and kind of let bygones be bygones. But no, the situation is so fucking insane that literally just wouldn't do it. Right? Literally wouldn't do it.
Possibly go down. Like,
I can't even imagine.
I wish we DoubleLift. Look, listen, things got ahead of me. You know, we all fucked up this off season. Can't we just let bygones be bygones? Yeah, I know I am, but what are you? Like, how did this not get resolved in 5 minutes? Also, by the way, why are there phone calls going on when, like, Leena is literally the president of the company? That's literally who her boyfriend. Can we not just arrange some sort of meeting where, like, you know, you have people between them who translate for them and sort of like get them in the right mood? It feels like this could have been patched over so easily. And also, by the way, Monty, if people don't know, I revealed this in the off season as well, but people just ignored it. Like, they actually fucked up the entire off season. They actually could literally have had a team, by the way, where they had Jensen as the mid lane Leena instead of Bjergsen. Well, Bjergsen was going to be the coach, obviously. They could have made like their own mini super team, and in doing so, taken from rival teams, which weakens them, and made your team. So like the way they handled the entire thing just seems from front to back like they fucked it up completely. And as you're saying, basically gave away everything. Didn't win a single split. Didn't go to Worlds. Gave everything up for what? Just to sort of show DoubleLift, like, look, I could fuck you over, sort of in a way, but not really.
Also, fuck myself over and lost millions of dollars. It's like, what did this prove for anybody? Like, really? The
problem is, so much. You have to realize, think about the world Reginald lives in. He does all that stuff, and we're all criticizing like, "What a terrible move." But then he just wakes up tomorrow and he like picks up like LA Times, and it's like TSM valued at 800 billion Bitcoin, and he's like, "Oh, sound! I'm fucking killing the game." Like, you remember these face type motherfuckers? It's in a different world from us. They're not in the esports bubble all the time, are they?
Yeah, but not only that as well. I think like a lot of these orgs that are run by people that like were players and sort of like let's be real. I've said this about a few people. You know, if TSM didn't happen to Reginald, what's he doing? He's probably getting something off a shelf for me. You know, like I mean, do you know what I mean? Like I don't know what his skills are apart from the fact he was a player that got popular and then, you know, managed to parlay that into like owning an org that was popular with kids. That's fine. You know, there's a ton of people like that in Call of Duty, right? And you know, and they have a similar lack of skills. But what you'll notice is all of those orgs have one thing in common. They think if they're being talked about, they're successful. That's ultimately it. The drama is the juice. That's how they sort of measure their success. I mean, FaZe are the masters of this. They do something shitty. They apologize for the thing that's shitty. They monetize the apology for the thing they did that was shitty. Then also use the fact they apologize for the thing that was shitty to do some charity work to try and take back the thing that was shitty. People say, wow, look at FaZe doing all this great stuff. And then they parlay that into a sponsorship. And then they wait a month and then they do something shitty, rinse and repeat. And it actually does sort of work for them because, you know, their fan base is
feedback loop,
young and asinine, you know. So I mean, I genuinely think Reginald probably thinks they're killing it right now.
I mean, you must have seen this because it obviously is infuriating. But like, basically, at this point in time, if you're a TSM fan, your love of TSM is unfalsifiable. There is no evidence that can ever be presented that will make you not love TSM. Because the thing, you saw the odd person who was like, maybe this is too far. But like, the joke is, if they could get in on the first few years with shit like Special just being like berated to tears, Styrus being bullied, etc. If they could get in on that level and that didn't put them off, like nothing's put them off, is there? Like, in a mad way, Reginald will still actually walk away from this. I'm sure he'll have most of the fans. No one's really turned on him that much. Yeah, I assume some DoubleLift fans are not going to fuck with him a little bit now, and maybe Leena can cause a bit of trouble. I don't know. We'll have to see what she says with whatever's going on with her situation. But I get the vibe. Aside from the fact they've fucked up the league team, well, I don't know who they're going to have playing for them. Like, I imagine they'll probably still survive. That's the sad thing. Like, in a way, in a macro sense, Reginald does win. He still wins somehow.
But he has a huge business. Like he's making a lot of money. And I think, you know, what he's done overall is smart, which is that put his core business interests away from esports, which is intelligent, and work on building out a massive like advertising vehicle based off of the Blitz app and his website empire. And, you know, it's very profitable. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think in terms of the esports angle, like this entire project, I think has been deeply mismanaged. He was incredibly reliant on Bjergsen for the success that the team has had and the drawing power of other players that Bjergsen has. And so here's a real test, I think, for TSM coming up is like, how do you construct a roster without Bjergsen to help you draw those players? Because your reputation as an owner isn't great. I mean, we just had Zven on the show talking about how he just busts into the room and starts like taking over the team from a coaching perspective. And he clearly like still believes that that is a strength that he has.
By the way, can we just address that a second, right? Because if people don't know, right, obviously Zven was there until the end of 2019. I've heard, no joke, every year, and technically I didn't hear this year whether it happened, but every other year, including 2020, Reginald was still doing this, where he just busts in the room in a review session after a loss, and he just starts telling people, what are you doing, what are you doing? And by the way, for the imports especially, it's the biggest turn-off ever. Like, people come there from Europe, and they're like, I thought it was a professional organisation. The fuck is this guy doing here? And not only that, he's not just giving you, like, macro thoughts here, Monty. Like big, we didn't play aggressive enough. He's telling people specific things like, what were you doing when you did that ability? And then people are just looking at him like, is this guy for real? So like, that's still a thing. The joke is, he really does think that's like, he thinks he is on some like Jerry Jones shit. Like, this is how I'm going to make us a winning org again. Like he believes that works.
To put it in context, and I've told this story before, but maybe some of the League of Legends guys don't know this one. Like back in 2015 or whenever the fuck it was, when I was working on a story where basically Twitch and a bunch of they were trying to make like, it was at Twitch headquarters and it was ESL and a bunch of like the team owners in CSGO were trying to make like a franchise.
Right, yes.
Yeah, basically they were having these meetings with their owners, but they had to have one set of meetings where Reginald and a couple of other young owners, let's say, were invited. And then they would say ridiculous things like Reginald literally said, we're TSM. What's ESL ever done for esports? Which is incredible when you think about it. But then they would have to have another set of meetings where it was adults only. And that was the meetings where things actually got decided. So Reginald would come in and go, like, he thinks he's like high power doing all that Godfather shit. It is the TSM wedding, you can ask me a favor, all of that bullshit. And then fucking basically they go, yeah, nice one, Reginald. Yeah, you're a big, powerful esports guy. He goes out the room and they go, right, the kids are in bed. Let's crack out the wine and actually get some shit done. So I mean, he is like that. I mean, it's just a well-known thing in the industry. Like he genuinely thinks any thought that pops into his head about anything, be it esports, macro, micro, he's right.
No, this whole thing goes over, and I think we can. There's a lot to look at here because the players involved. Like you have to remember that what's crazy is DoubleLift was, I assume, is no longer a TSM streamer, right? And that he's actively using the TSM streaming platform in his partnership in order to basically issue an attack against Regi and the entire situation. But then you have the CEO and the president. I mean, I don't know if Leena's still the president. Like, I guess there's rumors that she may not be at the company any longer. But who are like getting personally involved and then writing Reddit and Discord messages and like the entire thing.
Can we go there? Because that's another area that there's so much to unpack in. Like, listen,
it's so weird.
There are plenty of unique approaches. Carlos from G2 would be a great example. Dana White from the UFC. There are plenty of unique approaches to being like an executive, but with a front-facing component. But Leena genuinely does these messages on Discord like she was a fan of the team. It's mental. Like, I can't believe these ones that are like, lol, can you believe these two crazy guys, my boyfriend and my ex? It's like, is this a fucking Seinfeld skit? So what are you talking about? You see, it's all public, right? It's all public thing. Like, people are just looking at you as the president going, wonder what the president thinks of it. Like, I can't believe my bloody tasting, man. Like, what are you talking about? This is madness.
I know, but literally posting this to a public Discord. I think it's interesting as well. It's been thrown at us like a ton of times, right? Like, esports will never grow up while you guys are doing your funny, amusing podcast. Right, this is the president of a supposedly $400 million valued esports company, says, twirling her bangs and going, tee, my taste in men, tee. Like, fuck me, that's absolutely outrageous. It should be ultimately disqualifying. The fact there's no one at the company that can say, well, like, maybe that's not very appropriate to be sort of talking about publicly. But also as well, like, I think about, at a time when we've had like a crucible the last couple of years about, kind of like women being represented in the space. And I just think it's awful. I think it just actually sets women back so much when this is supposedly the example. Like, can you, again, just imagine anyone else doing something like this and what it would say about them and how it would be responded to. But hey, you're the president of TSM and it's just the way you do things, right?
Put it this way.
It's a fucking disgrace.
But here's through a thought exercise for a moment and imagine, in this case, like Richard's saying, because it's such a highly valued company, you'd have to pick one of the best teams of the whole league. You'd have to pick literally like the Dallas Cowboys or something. Imagine the Dallas Cowboys that the president was also a woman. She's breaking all these molds for executives. She's dating one of the star players who then isn't in the team, but then is in the team, but then isn't in the team, and then also doing all this. Basically doing that, this would be the equivalent of just doing outrageous tweets about the game. Like, I thought game's fucking rigged or whatever. Like, what? Like, this would never even occur. Like, that would be the biggest meltdown in sports media ever. people would crucify you if you did that. So what we're saying here, by the way, is, which is it? Do you want to be treated as someone who's just a silly adjunct to the team and not to be taken seriously? Or do you want to be taken seriously as an actual professional? By the way, president is an enormous role. It's not some like fucking spokesperson only. Like, you're supposed to be like involved in day-to-day operations and running the whole structure. So yeah, it's just a bad look, isn't it? Like, I don't think they've even started out for PR personally.
Yeah, by her own admission, remember, she was the one who, in the previous instance, in the start of the Holy War, or whichever Holy War it was, I can't even remember. There's been so many of them at this point, right? You know, she was the one who said, like, actually, people have to pay me more respect. I'm the one that's dealing with the players' contracts. I'm the one that's, like, going out and trying to recruit players. I'm the one that's having talks with these players. And, of course, leaking this on a Discord, like, you know, also so stupid, she's leaking contradictory shit to then her public official stance and thinking, oh, I'll just go back and have a sneaky delete on those. Like, so anyway, you know, you can't have your cake and eat it. Do you want to be a serious professional who has all this power and all this influence in the team? Because if you are, guess what? There's a responsibility there, and with that responsibility will come judgment. Or do you want to be the kind of like, hey, I'm one of you, and president's just the title, and it's okay to date the players because I don't really have the influence. Please just like me. You can be that too, but I'll never take you seriously and talk about you as if you're a meaningful professional in my business. No way.
It's also that I'm just confused as to whether she continues to work in this capacity at TSM or not, because by all rights, by the way, she has done very well in terms of you know, getting big name streamers onto the TSM platform. Like, she's been very successful at that. But if you look at what she does, like, the problem here is that if she is still the president of TSM, then why isn't she on board with a corporate PR strategy? Because I'll tell you right now, Regi didn't write that Reddit post. That's
Regi,
not that. Trust
Regi never writes. As soon as you see, like, oh, it's got good syntax, yeah, and it look at this, it's very intricate and well put together, and considerate. Like, no, it's not him, obviously.
So like, there was clearly, my point is that there was clearly a PR strategy here, and as the president of the company, why aren't you on board with that PR strategy? Number one, because you're writing your own stuff from your own account on Discord, which clearly is contradictory or kind of makes the org look incompetent, because basically by saying that there are two like giant egos colliding, like, that's not a good look for TSM as a brand, to characterize the CEO in that way. Or alternatively, let's say she has quietly stepped away from TSM. Why are you in the Discord writing this? What is the purpose of doing this? You know what I mean? Like,
well, I think, honestly, she looks at the fan base. Like, look, you have to understand, I think Leena could be like a successful influencer, right? Like, don't get me wrong on that front. And I think, yeah, it's good to acknowledge her strengths, few that they are within the context of our business. But yes, in the world of influencing, I'm sure she absolutely could go and be very successful. And definitely some of the people who've been signed to the TSM brand, she probably played a major part in, all well and good. But, you know, I think she sees the fan base as almost by extension her own. And I think that's why she feels utterly compelled to constantly check in with them, constantly correct the record, Hillary, you know, about all the things that is being said about her in public. Like, no, don't listen to nasty Thorin. Don't listen to the nasty guys. They're probably sexist or something. I'm totally doing all this cool stuff. Now, you know, watch me fuck the help and pretend this isn't a conflict of interest. Like, it's ridiculous, you know? So I think she's shown a real degree of selfishness. And if the TSM fans had any self-respect, which, let's be real, it's been how long and they still haven't got a better champ than TSM. So they don't have a lot of self-respect. But if they did, they would demand better of someone who's the president of the company. They would be the ones pushing for her to get the fuck out.
I think moving on to like a lot of the stuff, because like what this morphed into, which was surprising, is like I was shocked that we took like this hard turn into like Regi's behavior towards players and staff, because
it only matters if DoubleLift says it though. Apparently everyone else in the world can be like, please, he beat me to an inch of my, and then they go, oh, did he though? That was years ago. And then DoubleLift goes, he once told me I'm shit. What? This will not sound like, why is DoubleLift the fucking lever on which this all hinges, mate? What's this?
So, but what's weird about this whole thing is like it started out as like DoubleLift talking about this contract situation. By the way, guys, if you know anything about DoubleLift, he's actually incapable of lying, right? He will misremember things. Like I don't think he's super clear all the time on the timeline of an event or what happened, but he has leaked every roster move he's been a part of. He has the worst poker face of any human being I have ever seen. Like he gives it away instantaneously from his expression. Okay. So like, I don't think he is like lying about any of this. I actually think, like I said, he's incapable of telling falsehoods. Also,
all you need to know is he doesn't even remember his own life. Like you hear Leena like prompted him like, and then you remember that after that. Oh yeah, and then another after that I said to Reginald like, it's your own life, bro. What you talking about like last year? Not like you actually are an 85-year-old man. Like like why is she prompting you like off cue? Like next line starts, Reginald, I hate you. Like what is this? See the stage director now as well. It's just mental.
So what's so fascinating to me is that this took an immediate turn from this is the reason why I don't want to be on TSM and here's what happened a year ago into I am telling the truth about Reginald and his behavior towards his players and employees at TSM, which I didn't see it going this way, honestly. And you know, we've seen a bunch of this stuff captured on video over the years. People like to dismiss it because they say it happened years ago or because people tweet about it. But at the other end of this, there are very real dangers that DoubleLift did talk about trying to discuss this because TSM is a big brand within the esports space and has a lot of pull and a lot of weight. So going against the TSM narrative or trying to expose this stuff does come with dangers for people, especially people who might want to continue playing someday. And that option is with TSM. People don't want to burn bridges. So I don't think there's anything been done that's like super nefarious from the angle of TSM. Like I think it's mostly just like aggressive verbal conversations. But I'd like to hear your guys' take on this because I was surprised it even went in this direction, honestly. Like I didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, I gotta say as well, like there's a lot of, I think, still leftover tension because of the elephant in the room. Like it does feel to me that like, why is it got to be DoubleLift? Why is there some weird fucked up like DoubleLift and Reginald conflict? It just so happens to be those two guys, and it just so happens to be Leena, the president of the company, who, by the way, the comments she's made publicly couldn't prove more the problems of conflict of interest, because she is literally saying, I am loyal to both my partner and the company I work for, so I will not be taking a side. Well, in this instance, your loyalty has to be to TSM. Yeah. You're the president of the company. It's not even up for debate. You're supposed to say how disappointing it is. Are you disappointed in whatever you're going to say publicly? You are the president of TSM. So, I mean, this whole thing is absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I do think that, to me, it's no coincidence. There was obviously some residual bad feelings there. I mean, to Reginald's credit, it can't be particularly great to sort of have to wake up to, every day to that realization that, your ex is at the company and what was essentially one of your star players, they're in a relationship. Maybe I could credit him with a degree of professionalism that it didn't spill over until now. But I mean, I just don't think it's a coincidence that it's these two beefing, and I also don't think it's a coincidence that DoubleLift is going this hard in the paint, because Reginald is a cunt and a provable one. And by the way, you've dredged up that Dyrus clip again. What did we all tell you about that Dyrus clip at the time? That it was proof that Reginald was a psycho and treated his players awfully. What did you all say? No, actually, when you think about it, Dyrus should have just diffused it. That's what you all said at the time, but now it's evidence. Now it's Exhibit A, is it? Okay. But yeah, I think DoubleLift's going a bit too hard in the paint. I don't think the word abuser should get thrown around lightly, especially given all the problems we've had in esports, and in particular in League of Legends. I don't think that describes Reginald, personally.
Put it this way, I don't think, as far as I can tell, he's done anything illegal. He's just an asshole, isn't he? And certain people obviously can't take it. And I would just say that's the issue for me. Is, put it this way, this is one of the reasons why I came out and was instrumental in this whole thing with Jat and Team Liquid. It's because it wasn't just that, like, you know, he's just going, well, you didn't really play like that as well as you could. I heard he was just berating people and they were basically like mentally breaking down. And he just essentially was semi-aware of this and didn't care. That was just his approach he was going to take. And so I'm not really a big fan of people just destroying the mental of a bunch of young guys who happen to be good at video games. Like Richard said earlier, the problem here is this. There's a world in which if you made this an abstract discussion, I'm pretty sure me and Richard are actually on the side of like, we want it to be like real sports and have like a proper locker room where, you know what, you can have some legendary coach who maybe goes fucking Firebrand style and he really gives it to you when he's, but the point is you'd be a 28-year-old man in that dressing room. You wouldn't be like 5 18-year-olds, some of you from like Nordic countries who've never fucking been to America before, and you're just sat there like, what the fuck is this how it's going to be? You know, that's not the appropriate
it's also that these 18-year-olds have they haven't spent their entire lives since when they were 8 years old in a team-based coached environment. These are people coming straight in from playing a team game, but mostly probably playing it in solo queue and certainly not having the structure of youth leagues or anything like that, which I really hope is one of the transformations that we see in the next decade in terms of esports. Is that I think it's one of the most important things is to provide those like youth experiences and grassroots leagues and make sure that people get the maturity in order to do that. But you also have to have you have to have a reputation and the respect of your players as a coach before you can take that approach, like period. You know,
there's also a broader question about whether or not the owner is the one that should be doing it. You know, because like think about the relationship you have with a coach on a daily basis. You know, you've done coaching, I've done sports coaching and esports coaching, and the relationship you have with your players on a daily basis should be a very different one to the one the owner has for you. You know, for example, I don't think it's abnormal to suggest, and I've definitely been in this situation. You know, in esports, I've coached a player that's on the spectrum and obviously therefore has a particular set of needs that do make him high maintenance. And we would go to events, and a big part of my job was building a team around that player that could all be self-reliant to a certain degree, a little bit more mature, because so much of my time was going to go into this guy. But, you know, and this dude would ring me up at 4 a.m. Like, you know, hey, Richard, I want to change, you know, I'm thinking about changing my resolution. What do you think? And I'm like, okay, it's a 4 a.m. conversation about changing screen resolution for me. But I would never kick that up to the owner. I don't want the owner to think this player's a liability. It's my job to fucking deal with that shit. I'm meant to be the barrier. I'm meant to be the buffer. So I think if a coach does then lose their temper or gives something to you straight, you know, you've earned that right. Because you're in the trenches with the players. The owner bursting into a room like that fucking meme with the belt coming off. It's Regi time. That's not what should be going on at all. That's not how a professional sports organization would function. And I think owners should fucking check themselves. It's one of the things I hate about esports. I've seen fucking owners, you know, like living with the players and stuff like that. It's fucking weird, dude. Create some professional separation, for real.
I think it's also even weirder because obviously there are bad sports owners that get way too involved with the teams, and typically those teams don't do very well. You have to say, like, owners that micromanage definitely don't win as much as those who create a more stable structure. I would say that's a pretty fair assessment of sports. But at the same time, like, you have to remember the TSM isn't just an esports org. It's a streamer org. It's a website network. It's an advertising engine. It's a software company now, right? So it's not like a professional sports owner who literally is just running like an NFL or NBA team. Most of them just do that with their lives. Either they're retired from their previous endeavor where they made billions of dollars, or it's a family artifact that is inherited. And so they're just focusing on this one thing. Right? Or maybe you own a bunch of different sports teams if you're Stan Kroenke or something like that, right? But for the most part, you're focused on sports business. Regi is focused on like 6 different businesses, one of which, and probably I would say, if I had to guess, the least profitable of which is the esports wing of TSM. And so like how he can possibly handle all of that and be enough of an expert in the game of League of Legends is baffling. Like, that is impossible. It is impossible to do that.
Also, let's go the other way on this one, right? Is every single coach ever hired to TSM just incompetent and incapable of communicating, understanding? By the way, there's motherfuckers that have won championships elsewhere that got brought into this team. There's people who are like legendary players who got brought in this. Like, the only coaches, as far as I know, Monty, who have ever won a championship in TSM is Loco, Doko, and Path. And Path was never, ever supposed to be the coach. He always just took over when they fired the other guys. Like, at what point does Reginald ever just sit down and realize that the fucking like Principal Skinner meme is him? He's the one who's out of touch and doesn't know what a coach does, because it doesn't matter who he brings in, it never works out. Like, it can't be like 5 guys in a row just don't work. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, you're one of the most successful NA orgs ever. How come you don't have a coach who has like a 3-year tenure or a couple of years there, or who's winning coach of the split? Like, this just doesn't happen. It's fucking mental. Like, somehow that's never addressed by TSM or all their fans. They just keep doing that thing of like, oh well, Regi came in and now we have to have Path again. Well, hope we do well at Worlds. It's like, there's one angle if you're a fan. If you're not an idiot, by the way, how about that angle? Why do we always go to Worlds without a real coach? That'd be a great angle to ask a question of the org from, right? That's like every other team, remember, with the exception of like Team Liquid this year, for their own circumstances. Everyone else goes to Worlds with the coach that's coached you all year long, and had you for 2 splits, maybe an MSI or Rift Rivals. Like, you've gotten everything out of your system. Like, if I was a TSM fan, I would expect more from the org.
For sure, and like, again, this is why like Woodbuck's such a good guy to listen to, right? Like, you know, I don't think there's been anyone at TSM that sort of had it worse than him. And every time he pipes up about it, it seems to get...
Oh, he gets wrecked, doesn't he?
Yeah, you know, like the fans aren't even... They are now, because it's just the way the jerks go in today. There'll be a counter jerk. Well, the counter jerks happened. We'll talk about the counter jerk with the TSM defense force has been assembled, hasn't it? Well, Reginald is passionate, and you know, oh god, we'll talk about that in a moment, right? But like, you know, Woodbuck gets wrecked every time. I don't think he said anything unreasonable. I don't think he's ever discredited the org. I don't think he's ever discredited the fan base. You'll also notice, by the way, if you ever want to criticize Lord Regi, you have to do it with a helpful amount, you know, a hearty amount of pandering to the fan base. I should say DoubleLift did it. He immediately recanted his original statements, didn't he, about, oh, I dislike TSM. Then it was, no, what I meant was, I love all the fans. The fans are really good to me. And all the TSM fans suddenly become receptive to the exact same point. But yeah, Woodbuck, he had the worst fucking treatment of almost any coach I think I've heard about in League of Legends history. And there's probably a ton of stories I happen to know that didn't even go public yet. Well, he's the guy. Everyone should be listening to that dude.
And here's the difference, Richard. And I think like Woodbuck was like you know, older. He was an adult. He's had other professional working experiences. One of the things that you will notice, there's kind of a weird common through line here, which is that all of the people who are talking about this, for the most part, like most of the people, are just endemic esports people who literally have never, ever, ever, ever had a job or professional experience or education or anything outside of esports. So you have to understand that their frame of what's normal in an industry, especially early on, that was and still is fucked up. That's why we have the 4 Horsemen. That's why we deal with all this nonsense and drama. Like, but especially 5 years ago, it was real fucked up, guys. And so like the normal experience that these people have had has been an abnormal one by any professional working standard.
Yeah, incredibly that these fans never stop, and Reginald himself never stops to think. Like, imagine this Woodbuck guy gets hired, right? Every fan's going to tell you, oh no, but that's not true, Monty. What happened was he was a guy who was from real life in baseball, and he thought he could take all these sporting principles in and make it work. Well, why did you hire him, you fucking moron? How are you going to turn around as Reginald and go, this guy's a fucking clown? How did he get in here? You hired him. All right, well, whatever, you know, strike one. You should like that one, Woodbuck. And then he goes, all right, bring in Zix. Zix, oh, you won a couple of championships for CLG, including against my TSM team, and came finals of World. MSI, right? You have a go, will you? This guy's a bloody pussy. He doesn't even know who's hiring these people. It's you again, Reginald. Oh, tell you what, strike 2. I'll get the next one. Like, it's every single time. Like, you're the conduit through which these people get into your org, mate. Like, no one's making you hire them. Because as I say, Monty, like, there've been tons of coaches through the years who were quality coaches in the West. Like, I told you the story myself 2 years ago. I even told them literally I could set up a meeting with you with Youngbuck and probably say yes. They had no interest because their logic was like, yeah, man, I need just only coached LEC or something. Like, God, Lord help me. Yeah, okay, you take Path again for another year. Like, they can't be helped. Like, they don't even seem to be aware there's like a flaw in how they're approaching it. They think it just got unlucky 5 times in a row. But
I mean, again, it all comes down to what is the point of it? I don't think it would matter if they had the best coach in the world, because if you're being undermined by the owner at every turn, what's the point? How can you ever do your job? How can you ever enact the principles? You've got a hard enough time if you come from anything. Because we all know what League of Legends players are like, what they consider a good coach is. Can you do well in solo queue? And have you played in a team? And do I know you? And if all of those things tick the box, they think you're going to be the best coach of all time. If you try and apply any esoteric principles, things you might have learned elsewhere, you're really struggling to get the buy-in. And then add to that this sort of chaos of an owner that can just kick the door in at any time and sort of undermine what you're trying to achieve, therefore giving the players permission to follow suit. How can you ever do anything in those conditions? So much like the type of player Regi likes to have on the team, I'm sure there's a coaching archetype as well, right? And so that is always going to hold that, the team back. What are we back to? Reginald needs to be more fucking hands off with it. If he actually does give a fuck, he doesn't have to stand down, doesn't have to divest himself of ownership. Just stop getting involved in the fucking day-to-day. It is not a toy. It's not a toy. It's a business that needs to function, and you're fucking it up. And you should care about that because it's your business. And
I think that what the TSM fans are glossing over, because Bjergsen is never going to say anything about this. He
said it off with his actions.
He said it off with his actions.
I know.
Hello,
Exactly.
TSM fans. He had equity in your company. Remember how we talked about the enormously successful website empire and advertising engine and software company of TSM? He is willingly giving up that equity because he wants out. He wants out. He's giving up his ownership.
So what's going on with that?
Yeah, what does that tell you?
Do we know what's going on with that officially?
What do you mean?
Well, is Bjergsen really actually giving up the equity? Is he really?
He has to. He can't.
I know he has to, but this is esports. So I'm asking, is he in the process of doing it? It's not like I'm signing it over to my mother that comes on the stream all the time in various states of undress. Is he doing that? Or is he actually divesting himself, completely getting rid of it?
Who knows? That sounds like a job for Ricardo Luis.
Yeah, because listen, I'll tell you, I hear about this a lot. I hear about how people are like, oh yes, well obviously for ethical and conflict of interest concerns, I must get rid of all my shares in this highly valuable and profitable company. I'll get right on that. Meanwhile, I will be setting up a shell company. There's no links whatsoever. Just look over here, look over here. It's always like that. So if he's really doing it, yeah, it's a powerful gesture. If this is all some sort of just flex to sort of try and push back a little bit on Regi and maybe make him, take his boot off the collective throat, then it's a very different gesture entirely.
Let's be pessimists, Richard, and assume that he is transferring his equity temporarily to someone or an entity that will eventually return it to him, right? Now, theoretically, there are several layers to this. His equity definitely hasn't fully vested yet if he's on a 4-year schedule, so he's giving up some of the guaranteed equity that he would have, almost certainly. Number 2, he cannot get equity within Team Liquid because a player has to play for 3 years on that roster in order to be eligible for equity. And number 3, he was apparently offered a very competitive offer from TSM. He's the face of that organization. He has total power there, and he is at bare minimum giving up that relationship and saying that he would rather go somewhere else new where he doesn't necessarily have the same level of control or is the face of a team.
Wasn't it directly implied actually that TSM offered him more as well? I think someone that was put out there at some point.
I don't know. I would assume Team Liquid offered him more if I'm being honest, but I don't know that for sure.
I mean, I'll say this: he's a hell of a talisman to lose. And I think, obviously, when you have legends associated with a brand and they sort of walk away en masse, it can set off a chain reaction where suddenly maybe sponsors don't find you as exciting, or, other staff don't want to do it, or players don't want to come anymore. I've seen things happen like this. Maybe I'm not saying it'll go at the same degree as like an Optic or something like that, but when you start losing iconic players and they're essentially saying something is wrong, there's no money in the world that can keep me here because it's just an extra zero and a massive pile of money to begin with, it can have some catastrophic implications.
Well, I mean, you just look at the team right now and what the kind of trajectory of this is, unless they make some giant splash, which like if TL did indeed offer Bjergsen more money, then they weren't willing to match it. So how are you, if you're not willing to pay that money for the face of your franchise for the last 7 years, are you going to splash it out on a big free agent to try and like fix that? I guess it seems like the answer, if that person was reckless, is no. Meanwhile, the other probably most famous player in LCS history in DoubleLift is attacking the owner of the org, which certainly doesn't make it attractive, I would say, for other players to join, because even if you're a star level player in the same way that DoubleLift is saying his own experience is being berated by the owner.
I've got an angle for you. This is a mad angle on the Bjergsen one no one else has thought of. Famously in TSM, they exploited the fact that A, they had Bjergsen, and B, they were one of the best teams to not pay the most money. People like Team Liquid have outpaid them for years and years and years and years now.
Yeah.
Obviously, that Perkz deal Cloud9 did dwarfs probably every deal in TSM history combined almost. Like, this is outrageous how much more money they spent. So think about how crazy this is, Monty. Imagine being Bjergsen and basically being the backbone of that team, by the way, carrying them during the bad days, being the star player in the good days, facing the brand the whole time. If anything, if someone doesn't like Reginald but's a TSM fan, they can always rationalise that I like Bjergsen. That's a way to get back into the cult, right? Imagine after all that, people that don't know this, but you know, in the last couple of years, Travis did that thing where he sort of revealed how much teams pay, but didn't, because it was based on how many wins they had, and you had to sort of like do a bit of maths instead of just telling you like number 1, number 2, number 3, right? When he did that whole thing like that, the big shock every time was like, wow, how do Cloud9 and TSM never have to sort of spend that much, but they're sort of like always near the top of the rack? Here's the problem, right? One of the main reasons is he got Bjergsen on a long contract right before the salaries went like 2x, 4x, 10x, 5, and so Bjergsen never got the bag. Bjergsen just played for a very good salary. By the way, mega if you compare to like CSGO or something, but in League of Legends, he wasn't on the crazy kind of money you've heard about Cooney's made in certain years. Now imagine you're Bjergsen, your org's thing is, look, we're like the Patriots, Rich. We don't spend big, you know, so if you want to stay, you have to take a bit less. Oh, wait a second, just to fuck over DoubleLift, I'm going to spend $6 million on this semi-washed Taiwanese player. And by the way, after all that, as I said, I'm doing it just to fuck DoubleLift. I'm not even going to give us the best team. And by the way, you're the coach of this team for 1 year. Imagine then after that, you go, right, I want to play again. And he goes, money's a bit tight this year. It's like, fuck off. You just give that guy the bag. And not only that, you didn't just give him the bag. You then gave him the rest of the bag to fuck off because of what a bad decision it was to sign that guy. If I was Bjergsen, that's so outrageous. I'll be like, I'm just walking tomorrow. Forget, we won't even have a conversation. What? I'm going to your main rival and fuck you forever.
Not only that, Thorin, but like there had to have been a conversation, you would have to imagine, after the spring split where Bjergsen, the coach of this team, was like, can we get DoubleLift like now, please, instead of lost? Like, can we make some changes? And you know, they never made these changes. So it's like, it's weird because it seems from the outside, if you kind of connect the dots, that there wasn't a lot of roster control unless Bjergsen also didn't want DoubleLift on the team. But I can't imagine after spring split that would have been the case.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem crazy as well because, like, obviously, I dip in and out on League. It's gone down. It's very much outside of my top 5 esports that I follow these days. But the Sword Art deal is still just staggering when you look at the economics of it all.
Well, it didn't make any sense when it happened, dude. It was fucking hilarious. Like,
it's like.
Even the people I know who were essentially Sword Art Circle, the vibe I was getting was sort of like, look, he's not going to say no to this fucking deal, but even he doesn't know it's going to be good. You know what I mean? Like, that was the vibe I was getting. That ain't a great look when someone's coming in like that. Like, fuck that, no, but they are paying me, bloody hell. Like,
I mean, since the Dignitas one, I mean, it's right up there. It's like it's also like sort of peering into another world because it's like Duncan says, if you've got that kind of money to throw at a player like that, then why aren't you throwing it at the right people that actually deserve the money? So and like why are you not capable of making that assessment and what emotions are informing, that those decisions? And again, we come right back to Lord Regi, Love me some Regi. You know, you come back to this, man. It's
I just have to rant because Regi has gotten so lucky because you mentioned the like love me some Regi comments because it seems like any time that it looks like he's about to do something publicly egregious or does something publicly egregious, immediately someone else will show up like Mark Merrill and do something more stupid that takes the conversation away from what Regi has done. It happens like every fucking time that some other idiot is just putting their foot in their mouth right after one of these events
just
occurs.
like what happened against it's like what happened against TSM in 2020 where all the other teams, no joke, were just inting into them and they weren't even actually winning good League elections. It's just this political version of that. I agree. It's mental, isn't it?
Yeah. How lucky can you get?
Yeah, I mean, but also as well, and I you know, maybe we can segue into talking about what happened today. There's also, I mean, you know, part of the real problems are that wherever you stand on whether or not you think what Reginald is doing is abuse or whether you think it's over exuberance and unprofessionalism, the reality is it is impossible to speak up against somebody like that. For there's essentially a twofold defense that goes on. The first is that esports is such a small, petty, malevolent industry that anyone that ever sort of just tells it like it is will be absolutely held over the coals. You know, we'll never work with you again. You're blacklisted. You're blackballed. You'll never do any of this stuff. And then also you get like this sort of ridiculousness that happened today where it's like anyone who's even met Regi for like a drink felt compelled to drop a twit longer on the same day about what a swell guy he really is when you get to know him.
And what a fucking coincidence. Regi definitely wasn't going through his contacts in his phone, texting absolutely everyone that he's ever known with the hope that some of them are going to say something nice.
You should look and see if they release their statements in alphabetical order. Because he is that dumb. So
no, but seriously, like I don't think it's a coincidence that we see all these statements coming out. Like I am sure that his PR people are encouraging or actively controlling this entire process.
Yeah, even imagine his PR people.
You said what?
I know.
No, it definitely is, and it's like, listen, I understand that sometimes when you're like a friend or a colleague are getting absolutely lambasted and you might feel compelled to speak up on their behalf. You know, obviously I work with Thorin. It's got to the point now where I just don't bother because I'll be doing it from now until the end of time. He is a perennially misunderstood person, and that's that. And Duncan's comfortable with it and I'm comfortable with it, and we'll get on with our lives. Thank you very much. But you know, the idea that we need CEOs, former players, former coaches, you know, all of these people from across the spectrum of esports to be releasing statements, and they're all speaking in the exact same code, in the exact same way, and it's a code that you say when you want to excuse people when they do sort of cross the line. It's that, yeah, but they're passionate. That's in there, right? Or your passions get the better of you, you know? Crime of passion. It's loaded language. You say, and, you know, while sometimes he can be very forthright and very abrupt and very brash, you know, stop me if you've heard this one. What you are essentially saying is he has the capacity to be a gaping asshole, but we made some money together, so whatever. That is every statement about Reginald released today.
Or it happened so long ago that it's like cool now. Even though like you can literally tell in the moment that it is definitely not cool. It's not like we have to suppose what happened. We literally have video evidence of it on multiple occasions, right?
Oh, yeah. Mate, if I could dose some of these motherfuckers with some like truth serum and get them into some sort of like fucking military black site where I just recreate using all stimuli and triggers their experience of being in team, I could bring them right back to that fucking trauma immediately. Don't know why this is my new upcoming show for 2022. Thorin regresses Dyrus into a field still.
No, but I mean, you know, everyone's going to talk about the Dyrus example because it came up. What you have to understand and think about as well, you know, there was an older one back in the TSM house back when it was Bay Life or whatever. I remember distinctly.
There were a lot of these.
Yeah, what Reginald does, he's got a very specific, pathology in how he deals with every conflict ever. Right? He will not allow any form of traditional conflict resolution. So, for example, you might want to diffuse it, right? Like Dyrus tried to diffuse it. He apologized. Reginald doesn't like apologies. In fact, apologies just make him realize you are the beta, I am the alpha. Yeah. Now is the time to crank up my alphaness. That Dyrus clip, it's still sort of staggering to me that at the time it was just sort of poo-poo.
It's outrageous, isn't it?
Away as like being a perfectly normal thing that happens. In any other dynamic, in any other place of work, maybe outside of sports and outside of a kitchen, if you did that, if you berated an employee like that to that point, you would be up on some sort of disciplinary charges or potentially fired. I know, because I've done trade union representation for that exact type of thing in offices in the UK. So it's he wanted to get that reaction. He wanted Dyrus to sort of snap so he could basically say, "Oh, you're the child. You're the best." Like, there's something really insidious there.
Here's the other thing, Richard, is that I'm looking at Dyrus's stream right now. He's still on Team TSM on Twitch, which means that he is a TSM streamer, which means that he is financially incentivized, because what happens with these streamers, by the way, is that they get preferential deals because they get paid, by the teams in order to pump up the streaming hours to represent the sponsors. And, it's possible this is just an artifact and he's no longer with them and just didn't decouple his Twitch account from it. But, if these people are actively still streaming for TSM, they have a financial incentive in order to say things.
Yeah, for sure. And not only that, I saw Wild Turtle came up today. He's another guy who's been a victim again. I don't want to throw that term around loosely. It's totally up to the people listening, to what degree they think Reginald has sinned or violated any professional ethics or whatever. But, Wild Turtle coming out and sort of defending him today and saying, hey, we've put it all behind us and we're all friends. It's really weird how everyone gets to, when they're in the thick of it and they're getting wrecked, they don't like it so much. And then 2 years down the road, they go, actually, it wasn't that bad. That's just recency bias. That's just the human experiment. I've described it to people like this, right? If you were locked in a room with like no other stimuli except at 9 a.m. every morning, a man come in and kicked you in the balls and then left, right? And did that for 2 years. And then one day he didn't come in one morning because he was sick and he didn't go to work. You'd be like, why? Where is he? I miss him so much. This isn't a good sign about like human psychology. It doesn't sort of render the fact you are getting booted in the balls every morning to be okay. It's crazy, man. I can't believe people are essentially excusing this type of behavior, like retroactively.
He's even the best example, because I had him on the Crackdown, I think this year. Like, you can go look, it's earlier this year. And when he's on the show, right, one of the things I ask him early on is I bring up that famous clip where it's on Game Cribs. It's where, like, Special's in the front seat and they're all eating, like, Subways or some shit like that. It's the sandwich, obviously. And Reginald and Wild Turtle are sat in the, like, back seat of, like, like an SUV or whatever. And the thing is, Reginald's right behind Special, but Wild Turtle's, like, right next to his face here, just looking awkwardly down at his. As Reginald berates Wild Turtle for all the things he's fucked up in the game, too Special, right? And so I say to Wild Turtle, like, wasn't it weird though that you're just right there in his face though, and he's just sort of disrespecting you, and he just sort of in like a really sort of like didn't get enthusiastic. He just goes, I was used to it by then. And he sort of had that like it's like he sort of like trailed off and looked like 1,000 miles in the distance. I was used to it by then. Anyway, at the time, like, fucking hell, mate. If that's not even a big, if that was just like, what was it, the end in Hawaii? Like, fuck it, what happened on Sundays? What happened on a special day when he really had his knickers in a twist? Fucking hell.
Well, also, I mean, I saw the Acadian episode too of Crackdown, like where Acadian was talking about, implying his experience wasn't super good with the team either. So it's like there are people who have come out and said that, it was tough on their confidence at the very least.
Yeah, but I mean, he said his confidence was utterly destroyed. Utterly destroyed, and it's like at that point it's counterproductive. Here's the thing: when you talk about people who are so in your face and so aggressive and demand perfection and will not tolerate failure, what do they all have in common? The ones that we will allow, the ones we will give permission to as a society or as a sports fan or whatever, they're all mega successful. They win everything. That's the price. Because they are a genius, and like a lot of geniuses, they're completely fucked up and antisocial. Reginald is not that genius. They are not that successful. They don't win things. They embarrass themselves when they go to Worlds. They're irrelevant on that stage and have been for so long. It's ridiculous. So it's like the method isn't even working, dude. So why are you doing it to people?
Yeah, that's the problem, is in the early days of LCS, you could have made exactly that case. Like, they'd won most of the splits. When he came in, it did turn things around. They went to Worlds. The problem is, that is such an old narrative now. People don't know to put it on the shelf. TSM has won one of the last 8 splits of LCS, and in a mega questionable fashion online. Like, it wasn't even like it was a dominant split. They came from the fucking lower bracket. They were almost eliminated by Golden Guardians twice and would have finished, like, I don't know, 7th to 8th or something mental. It's not like, I agree, they're not a winning team anymore. This is the weird thing. People are giving them that credit as though it is some like shit of like, listen, Bobby Knight can be an arsehole, but he is a fucking the best coach ever or whatever. Like, that's not even a legit narrative anymore. That shit's years in the past. And quite frankly, now Bjergsen's gone, there's no reason whatsoever to even look at TSM as like some winning org that you must be in. Like, I think they've got a dark future ahead of them.
It's certainly not looking good. I want to talk about what Richard coined the TSM Defense Force, because we haven't touched on that as well.
Like, it's
which is
so
like
crazy.
I just don't don't see this with other esports teams. Like, the level of weak excuses and like pandering that this fan base. I mean, this is why people don't like TSM fans. But I don't see it with other orgs, and I have no idea why it happens with this one particular team and why it cultivates this fan base who seems to be able to excuse anything.
I can tell you for sure there are a number of elite esports orgs that you will get this with, and they all have in common, unfortunately, either they're essentially the only big esports org in their region, like a Na'Vi. Or the other aspect is they really heavily lean into the kids thing, like a phase, and so obviously they take on an almost identity aspect to it. So this is the problem a lot of the TSM fan base has, is that and this is why the players do this. If you criticize any aspect of TSM, by extension, you're criticizing us. They are the fans that unironically say, yeah, we went to Worlds 10 times in a row. You did fuck all, mate. You did shit. You just sat at home in a jersey, not washing, and that was your contribution. Well done. In fact, if you bought a jersey, you're one of the better esports fans out there, because most of you don't pay a penny, right? So what happens is they get mega aggressive at anyone who says, anything negative about them. And so the players identify this. The last thing you want as an ex-TSM player is to ever lose the potential to A, go back, or B, keep that fan base on side. Because, hey, I'm a streamer now, right? I've got my own shit going on. Be nice if the TSM fans checked in from time to time. It gave me money. It's a very big fan base. It's one that obviously spends cash compared to most people, considering the conversion rate of, like you say, esports fans who spend money is not all that big. So these guys know where their bread is buttered, and they are and like I said, it's all there in what DoubleLift did. First, it was like, I don't like TSM, I don't, and then it was like, I have to be clear here. I don't mean the fans. Love you guys. They all do that, and that's why they release these statements. They want to stay in the good graces of the fans. As I said, if the fans would just mature a little bit, they would identify Reginald's faults, they would identify Leena's faults, and they would demand better from the people that are running the org they supposedly feel invested in. But unfortunately, it's like a family, because that's all they understand, because they're kids, so they accept it warts and all. No kid on the playground likes to hear that their dad's a cunt. You know what I mean?
Well,
your dad might be a cunt.
What's weird, Richard, is like, I could have excused that 8 years ago, right? Like, if this were 2013 and it was the start of League of Legends and the fan base is young, ostensibly, some of these people are in their late 20s and 30s now who have been fans the entire time, and they still excuse this behavior.
Sure.
My problem is this, right? I don't even care, by the way, if someone just goes full evil empire. They're like, I don't care. I just like TSM because I like Bjergsen, or I like that they win. There you go. That's an angle. I think that they're a winning team, right? That's fine. You can be a sports fan and be like, look, I'm not going to get into the drama and all that. My problem is this. The same people for most of the last 10 years went the other way and told us Reginald's a really good guy. And that look, Loco said he took care of him after he kicked him out the org, and he's done so many things for other players. It's gone the other way. This is like one of those motherfuckers in business that you find out all the charity work they did was just the PR cover up to what an evil bastard they are. Like, again, we're not saying Reginald's literally a criminal person, but in this scenario, he is far from the good guy that those stories for like 6-7 years presented him as.
Oh no, and like he's never been that, and there's always this idea that, you know, we do it all the time in esports. We you know, there is always a concerted effort to cover for the worst people until it hits a flashpoint. In fact, every righteous esports takedown I've ever seen, we all know the guy's a piece of shit. We've known the guy's a piece of shit for years. We can all tell anecdotes behind the scenes about what a piece of shit the guy is. Some of it, you know, it's all rumors. Some of it, it's first-hand experience, right? And then it takes a public happening, and then everyone they've ever wronged all comes out at once. Like Julius Caesar outside the fucking Senate, and we all skeng him up. No, seriously, it's what we do to everyone in esports. It never is, they did this one bad thing, let's hold them accountable and maybe head off some more bad things down the road. No, we wait until they are fucking Venger from Dungeons and Dragons, completely fucking irredeemable, and then we go, oh yeah, we're going to have to kill Venger, aren't we? Right? You know what I mean? Like, you can stop the first time they do the bad thing. People cover for them.
It's also crazy because I think, you know, how many times have we discussed this over the years, and like, you know, we've all known about this. It was publicly available information about treatment of TSM players. And look, we either assume that Regi is intentionally doing that for the camera, for what reason I cannot possibly understand, or we have to assume that that is behavior that probably is less incendiary than what goes on off the camera. And unless Regi is the most unlucky person alive and every single incident of him blowing up happened to be caught on camera or on stream, then we also have to assume that this happened many more times. You know? So
I mean, I've told the story before, explicitly in the Game Cribs case. I actually worked the next year with the guy who made Game Cribs, and he told me, I once said to him, like that question, like you're sort of implying there, Monty, like naively, I said to him, why'd you leave that in though with him, like for rating special? And he goes, oh, that was the best part. Like, as in, he implied that was like the not as bad part, that like I could just cut in and make it.
I
like,
talked to him about that
you know what I mean? Make it seem coherent in some way. Like, what hit the cutting room floor then, for fuck's sake? Because he'd said, no joke, he goes, oh, I was just up for like 20 more minutes though.
Yep.
Like, what?
Yep. He said, when I talked to him about it, he said they had to like tame it down because it was like that was the tamed, like edited version to make him look not as bad. So I mean, I just don't get it, because we have the evidence, we talk about it on shows like this or on the Four Horsemen, right? And it's like, guys, wake up. You know, the three people on this call are the ones who are not beholden to other people within the industry. Like, people don't want to say shit about TSM because they might play for TSM someday, or they might be employed by TSM, or they're an interviewer who needs access to TSM players in order to create content as part of the media. And so when we tell you guys things, listen, for fuck's sake, like, there isn't another motivation besides like trying to make this industry a better place. And we are not in a position where we have to kowtow to these particular individuals, or any individual, in fact.
Well, let's also be real. If it was just TSM, then fine. But it isn't. Because it's like, whenever you're critical about one of these orgs, you're going up against the fucking cartel, right? So you are immediately an enemy of Jax. You are immediately an enemy of people over at Team Liquid. This is like the other thing that we never really fucking talk about, that they are not operating independently of each other. They are very much in constant contact about strategies and offenses and how they're going to play things out and how they can help each other. And then they go back to like competition on the weekend with their little video games teams. But when it comes to business, they're only cutthroat against people who operate outside of that. You know, Hotshot will tell you all about that. Rick Fox will tell you all about that, right? When you come out and criticize a Reginald, you understand you're criticizing Jack by extension. You're probably criticizing Steve Arnset by extension. You're probably criticizing a bunch of other owners in other games that happen to like Reginald because, you know, they're all in the same fucking
All I'm gonna say,
secret
Richard,
Illuminati
is,
drinking man's club.
on this very show, Summoning Insight, once upon a time, it was actually part of like Cloud9's content network, and then we did a very specific episode about a topic related to Reginald, and it isn't part of Cloud9's network anymore. It's just how things go. Coincidences. Crazy ass
Coincidence. But there you go. But this is what I mean. It's like the fact that you guys were essentially willing to tank, potential sponsorship to just sort of tell it like it is, and think about where you guys are in your lives, and kind of like how your voices resonate, particularly in the League of Legends space. And now people might get an idea of maybe why that player that didn't have that good experience, who only played for TSM for 1 year, doesn't want to say anything. Maybe this is why the coach that gets fired after seeing something he shouldn't, or hearing something he shouldn't, or having a really heated argument, doesn't want to go public. This is how it operates. The way the esports sausage gets made is really repulsive. Even anything you can say about the entertainment industry, Hollywood, politics, it all applies to our thing. The only real difference is less money, and it's being done by morons a lot of the time. That's essentially what you're dealing with. So yes, people should absolutely take this seriously. And I know we've seen the TSM Defense Force come out. I've seen the Jack statements. I saw the odd one came back, and he's like, no, it's all good. That's all local.
From the fucking afterlife. Where's he been?
I know. Tell me where he is, Lord. Like the Ouija board's out, right? But and who else came out today? Even like Loco Doco. I mean, I was amazed at that. Loco Doco was saying, yeah, it's all right that Reginald does this to players, because secretly he actually is a parental figure and he really cares about it. And actually, he's under the most pressure, so he's a good guy and will always be my friend, no matter what he does.
You mean Loco really actually pivoted to so in many ways, isn't Reginald the ultimate victim of Reginald's behaviour in TSM? Yeah. Loco, you are so impossibly fucked in the head, it's unreal, mate.
Did you not see the thing he tweeted?
It requires a knowledge of Loco Doco to realize that he will always excuse people who treat him, or entities that treat him badly. He will in my experience of being with him, he will just try and get back in Riot's good graces, anybody's good graces, even if he has been completely wronged, by the way. Like, objectively, you'd be like, Loco, I think you were the one who was fucked in this situation. He's like, yeah, but how do I make them like me again? I'm like, who cares? Like, aren't you mad? Like, that's just who he is.
Yeah. And look, yeah, so, all right, it's par for the course for Loco. Fair enough. That is true, right? But, it's like, people like X Special doing it? Really? Come on, man. Like, for fuck's sake, we all know what was going on when you were in a team. This is what I'm saying. At least Woodbuck's a fucking soldier. At least he stood up tall. He tweeted out just saying, 6 years later, I still get irrationally upset about my time on TSM. It was the most toxic environment I have ever been a part of. This is a guy who's obviously, been involved in, sports coaching, been involved in academia, by the way. That's pretty crazy right now. No, TSM, worst environment he's ever been a part of. Still, 6 years later, still wakes up thinking, like, I can't believe I allowed this shit to happen. And that's what I mean. It's like, why isn't he being put front and center as a guy to listen to? Instead, we've got to listen to, like you said, Loco Doco, who just has Stockholm Syndrome permanently. I think Sven's going to come out and defend it as well.
Right, I realise the premise is supposed to be that if enough people in his life come out, Reginald's life that is, then they all say, well, it didn't really happen to me. It implies, it's not a widespread thing. But to me, the way it's being done is so cynical. It's like if there was a story came out that said, I beat my kids, and I just got 10 other kids that are friends of theirs. Like, we never beat me. It's like, well, 1 out of 10. What's that? It's only 10% of my beats. So, 90% I'm a good guy. It's like, that logic doesn't even make sense to me on any level. But some of our fans are going, well, that's one in the Reginald column.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What the fuck? We're going to go through 7 billion people and find out who he was nice to.
Well, again, it's also the fact that we just have the video evidence. So it's like you can just judge for yourself whether you think that's a normal working environment or not. And like just because somebody was like, yeah, it was okay. It's like that doesn't. You can still make your own judgment over that situation. And maybe somebody's experience was that was an off day and like it was a net positive, but we still have the evidence on tape. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make that go away. And just because somebody's like, I've moved past it 8 years later or whatever, it doesn't make it acceptable in the first place.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you are
I just want to
supposed to
say
do
this.
that.
I'll just say this very quickly as well. Fuck all the fans out there who are TSM fans who just now are going, oh, maybe you might have to rethink this. We were telling you this literally for almost 10 years, but you're so stupid. Your cope was stuff like, oh, he's probably just jealous that Reginald dates Leena. By the way, how'd that work out for him? Oh, he's probably just jealous he's got Leena and all these millions of dollars and that TSM are really good. No, we knew these stories the whole time, you fucking cretin. We knew exactly these stories. We were even telling you this is what's going on. By the way, I told you all the same shit with Reckless for 10 years. But no, you had to literally let every other team and player on their own come to the conclusion, yeah, I don't want to play with either, before you maybe realise, maybe I had something to that. Maybe that information wasn't just thought up out of my brain in an empty, hermetically sealed room. Maybe people in TSM told me it. Maybe people who were teammates active within the organisation told me it because they wanted the word to get out there so that then the community perception would change and maybe Reginald could be saved, etc. Like, this information's been out there for years and years and years, guys. Like, you don't get to just have your come to Jesus moment now in season 11 of League of Legends. All the shit we're talking about with Game Cribs was season 3 at the beginning. It was the beginning of the LCS, for fuck's sake. Literally, people have gone from being like a 15-year-old kid to like a fucking weathered 25-year-old man. Like, kid, this is unreal, isn't it? Why are you now figuring it out? Too late.
It's also that the logic didn't make any sense. Like, why the fuck would we have continued to have these conversations about TSM over the years? Because objectively, being at odds with TSM is not good for anybody. They're a very popular team. What could have happened if we had been able to have more TSM guests on the show? It's not like we want to fight these battles. Like, I don't go out every morning and wake up and have my cup of coffee and be like, I'm really excited about shitting on TSM today. It's like, I would rather this not be a part of my fucking life. But I feel like I have an ethical obligation to continue to have these conversations in the open. And all I get back is Monty, just TSM hater. It's like, I'm not a fan, guys. I don't give a fuck about whether TSM wins or loses. It doesn't matter to me, right? What matters to me is that there is an entity within the world of esports that I consider to be a net negative and that continues to treat people, in my opinion, very poorly and deceives their own fans.
Yeah, this is the joke of it all. It's like in a bit of space where everyone professes to care about like mental health and all stuff like this. I'm gonna tell it straight. TSM is a really rotten example, but they are by no means the only one that sort of is, in League of Legends that treats players terribly, both in North America and Europe. And there've been a number of like really awful stories like covered up sort of collectively because it's not in the interests of the sport, and people didn't want to have the platform or didn't want to have the responsibility rather to use their platform to talk about it. And Riot Games, again, we all know what their preference is for things like this. Under the carpet it must go. They only care about the carpet, guys. They don't care about the resolution. They don't care about making things better for players. They don't care about putting protections in place. They will always side with the orgs that bring in the views, that bring in their money, that make their product one of the biggest esport in the world. And so TSM I think the scary thing is like Reginald and TSM, they can act with impunity. They know it. There's not going to be any consequences to this. This like podcast will sort of just stand as like a footnote, and Reginald will be doing it to another player 6 months from now, and then we'll hear about it 4 years down the road, and Riot aren't going to do anything. Regi's not going to do anything. Like, nothing's going to change.
When you put it in the context of the Riot self-proclaimed, we're going to make you better humans by playing and watching the game. When you put it in the context of what they've done to pro players, where, for example, my mates Smithy and Nukeduck just had their entire season ended because they'd made some outrageous off-color jokes in text in solo queue. The idea that gets your whole season shit-canned, but Reginald can just be on camera screaming in people's faces in an LCS studio, and that gets literally zero. Like, there was never even a competitive ruling on that, or like, you know, some sort of like investigate. They never did anything. They didn't even do the fake Riot investigation where Riot investigating themselves and find that they were just really good at their jobs, but nothing happened. Like, they didn't even bother to give you the fucking reach around like they normally do. It's fucking outrageous. Because that's the problem again. If they just want to be the NFL, by the way, and go, look, unless I'm forced to, I'd really rather not address all these people beating women and potentially raping them, etc. I'd rather just play football. I get that. That's fine. But then don't simultaneously be like, I will now make you a better human being, more happy, light, or like fucking hell. Like, you can't give me the 1984 treatment at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I think about Team Liquid with Quaz back in the day as well, and
that still never even came out, all the details on that shit, mate.
Of course not, mate. You know, and that's what I'm talking about. It's like, you know, a lot of these people are young adults, and they are being put into. It's sort of a weird, fucked up combination of almost like a military boot camp, and like a high pressure sports environment where you're constant
of Full Metal Jacket, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
private pile if you're the TSM player. Just your private pile all day long.
What does it tell you as well that someone like DoubleLift can be private pile? You know, in this arrangement. Exactly. A successful, tenured player, a multi-millionaire in his own right, hugely successful, hugely desirable. That's all you really need to know about esports, in particular what's going on over in League of Legends. And like you say, Riot seem utterly disinterested. You know, where are they? If you hate Regi so much, by the way, Mark Merrill, now's the time to get in on it, right? Now's the time. You know, you're only going to have a small window before everyone forgets and goes back to their Cheerios. This is it. But they're not, you know, they're not going to do it. But there should be some rules put in place by the league, in my opinion, about ways you could treat your players. After all, going back to the Meet Your Makers story that I did with Selfie, think about that. You know, they threatened to take away his mother's house because she was a co-signatory on his contract and he wanted to leave, you know, Meet Your Makers. And even then, Riot said mistakes were made on both sides of the. Like, fuck me, like, you know, they don't care. They don't care. It's just what's good for business. So they've never taken it seriously. And if the idea of one of your most popular, wealthy owners at one of your biggest, most popular orgs in your league screaming into the face of players, one of the best players to have represented the region Riot is biased to, saying he is an abuser, if that's not enough to like maybe think we should take a look at this, then what the fuck are we all doing, you know?
Well, certainly they have the means to interview players that have played on TSM and ask about their experiences. That's a trick they love to pull, in my experience. Just a matter of if they want to do it or not. Usually, in my experience, Riot is out there looking for reasons to get rid of people, and if they don't want to get rid of you, then they're just not going to do anything.
Exactly, they do that thing where
it's a general piece of advice. This is mainly for Reginald. You know, if you know, you know. All I'm going to say, mate, is don't shit where you eat. This could have all been avoided. Because this is the other problem I have with this, right? DoubleLift also isn't smart enough to Machiavellian like scheme and do. No, he's not. Like what he says, he's the sort of guy where he would just be talking and something would just come out and it would just slip out and then he'd correct it and say the wrong thing. He's not getting sit down. She's, you know, like, what I mean? Like, yes, and the hate flow through you, DoubleLift. Yes, that's right. Yes, good. Like, fucking give me a break. It's just mental, isn't it? So mental.
The president. Yeah, it's ridiculous, mate.
Probably is. Which, to be fair, I don't imagine I'm the first person who might have been in a TSM type scenario as an executive who might have screamed, I am TSM, as a way to end all conflicts. Like, so ridiculous, isn't it? It's so ridiculous. And Loco Doco's obviously like fucking Jar Jar Binks, like, I nominate Leena for the Senate. What an idiot. What a fucking idiot.
I can't get over how stupid this whole situation is. Like, you know, people think you know, that Thorin and I and Richard like enjoy having to deal with this garbage. And it's like, yeah, we're going to talk about it in the hopes that someday it might make the industry a little bit better. But like, why am I even having to discuss this? Like, I really like, I would just prefer this goes away from the industry. People will be like, well, Monty, you know, you get more viewers as a result of this content. I'm like, do I want these views? No.
Yeah.
No, I would rather it just be a normal fucking place to live.
Like, why, if we're doing a PR offensive, instead of having Jack come out and have to admit to the indignity of having once been Reginald's employee, which is staggering to me, having met them both. Like, Jack had Regi for a boss at some point in his life. Holy shit. But, instead of doing that as a PR offensive, why doesn't Reginald come out and go, yes, so many of people saying it, there's obviously something there. I do have a tendency to overreact or lash out because I care so much about the team. I'm going to put some steps in place to make sure I'm still hands-on, but I'm going to go through appropriate channels to provide feedback. There you go. Job done. And if you really stick to it, you'll have a better org, you'll have happier players, and you've just aced and nailed the PR aspect to it. But of course, no. Lies and more lies.
What I don't understand about Jack saying anything at all is that the Pandora's box has just been opened and you don't know what the fuck is inside this box if you're Jack, right? So if you say something now, we don't know if there's going to be other evidence that surfaces about maybe some worse stuff that may have happened than what we already know exists. So it's it seems very risky and Jack is very risk averse. So it's weird that he would be making these statements when who knows, in a week, this could be really bad for him. It could be a very bad look.
Monty, I've always gotten the vibe. Listen, they are obviously all thick as thieves in business, but I've also always had the vibe in the last few years that Jack and Steve, it's like when you have that little dickhead, someone's little brother that has to hang around with you and you're like, right, look, we'll wreck him in our team, but no one else is allowed to wreck him. He's our little brother's mate, or that shit, right? Where it's sort of they want Reginald around so they can keep clowning on him and winning the fucking LCS over him and taking all his best players and selling him shitter players that are over the hill. Yeah, they want him around, mate. They don't want him out the scene. So no, I think it's just ridiculous, the whole thing, mate. I can't handle it. I also agree, by the way, here's the thing, right? Bjergsen, if you're listening, mate, anytime you want, anytime in the next 3 years, that's the statute of limitations on this, anytime you ever want to actually fuck Reginald royally, all you have to do is appear in a vlog that you record, just cut it especially like this. So it starts and you've already got red cheeks and you're sort of wiping... I promised myself I'd get through this once. And all you have to do is you can even tell a bunch of stories that aren't even that bad. But if you're just crying slightly and there's sort of a little bit you will actually just, it's over. The whole thing's over. You hold the key at any moment, Bjergsen. That's the sword of Damocles. Don't worry, Reginald doesn't even know that reference. He's never read a fucking book, mate. That's basically what's hanging over Reginald for the rest of his career now. Because if Bjergsen ever did it, this shit's over. That's the last domino that can fall. So I'm just saying, Bjergsen, the power is yours all along.
I mean, it's true, right? And I think this is the risk that people run when they behave like this. Is eventually it just comes out. It's just a matter of time, because when people don't need you anymore and they reflect on other experiences that they've had, in comparison, it can look quite grim. And people, DoubleLift doesn't need anything. And I believe DoubleLift when he says I could return to competitive, or I'm happy streaming and doing my own thing. He's making tons of money off those co-streams, guys. And it's way less stress for him. And he already has enough money for the rest of his life anyway. So, he doesn't need anything from this situation.
Yeah. And just as, my final thought on it, so we don't retread stuff. One of the things I hate is this idea that everyone in esports is incompetent, or I used to hate that idea for the longest time. I hated the idea that you leveled up your business by bringing outside people in, and their expertise is what's going to make us all legitimized. But unfortunately, the endemic esports businesses, if you use TSM as an example, how can I ever make a sort of salient argument that actually, no, we do it good. Look at our most successful orgs. Look at this one's valued at 400 million. And you've got Leena on Discord. These boys won't stop fighting over me. This is absurd, guys. It's a terrible look for all of us. If people can't figure out why people who have been trying to push this Sisyphean fucking boulder up a hill for fucking 16 years or more, if you can't figure out why we would give a fuck about this, and how it makes us all look bad, I don't know what to tell you. There's more at stake than your petty tribalism. It makes us all look like clowns, honestly.
Yep.
In the end, the clowns were who we became as we went through this journey of 10 years with TSM. We're all clowns in the end. Clowns, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's just embarrassing from an investment perspective as well. Like, I just wonder what TSM's board is thinking through all of this. Like, how are you?
Do we know who's on that? I'm guessing we can look it up, right? It has to be public.
It does it? It's a privately held company. I'm not sure.
Also, who the fuck who's invested in TSM anyway? You're just the ones who just don't care at all. You just want money. You invest in, like, fucking child labor, sweatshops, like fucking, diamond mine collapsing in on people. Fucking invest in money.
Here we go, right? I'm looking at is this the right one? No, that isn't it. Yeah, maybe you're right. TSM directors, let's see. I'm going to Google it. Sorry, do continue. I want to know.
No, I just wonder, like, what the conversation is like at the board level. After the fiasco, it's just like the executives behaving very unprofessionally, and eventually the board has to be able to step in on these things. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they just are so out of touch that this just doesn't reach their ears.
It's my dream. I'll tell you right now, my dream, and this will be my last main point. My dream is that somehow Leena just goes, she talks to all the investors, and she just does a hostile takeover of TSM over Reginald, like a movie scene where she just walks in with, like, I got the votes, Regi, I got the votes. Like, and he's just out on his ass completely. And again, all that's ringing in his brain as he just gets, like, Oscar the Grouch style into a trash can to sleep for the night. It's just like, don't shit where you eat, Regi. Don't shit where you eat. He probably still, to be fair, that advice will now, on a literal level, be useful to him.
All right, you want to do some viewer questions?
We've
covered this. All right, here's a great question. Will the LoL esports bubble pop?
Bubble pop.
Yep. Old K-pop reference. But have the million? It seems odd that the league players have millions of dollars in salaries just for the English streams to get a few 100,000 views at best. I think we're seeing this. We touched on this at the start of the show, where I think, honestly, like, a reason why so many of these veteran players simply do not have teams right now is because we are seeing a normalization of player salaries.
Market correction. Yeah, of course.
There it is. Yeah. So it's not a bubble popping, right? Because, like, when a bubble pops, everything is utterly destroyed. Like, I've lived through a few of those myself, and what it does to esports scenes when a game is completely dead, or a TO completely just fucking folds, and suddenly
CGS blows up.
CGS, CPL, I've seen what happens there. It's not a bubble popping; it's just a market correction, because for a while there's been this sort of, like, really overinflated, value attached to players relative to what they deliver, and to sort of league in general. I think where it's at now is kind of like, I don't think we're going to see it keep, like, dipping off or anything like that. I know the viewership isn't what it once was, but I think everyone who's tuning in now is pretty much like a hardcore invested fan, right? That's a good thing.
I think it depends. Like, LEC viewership has grown while LCS viewership has fallen. I think that, like, ever since, over my time, and I think even still, the English viewership of, like, LCK continues to grow. So I think it just depends on the region and where fans are watching these days. But
CSGO major, 2.5 million viewers, just saying.
Yep.
Just saying. No China, no Korea needed.
No NA.
We didn't have China, but we just have the fake one. Yeah, that's right. We have the fake one. You guys have the. By the way, the real one. Fucking off, got some in my eye. Sorry.
What people don't know, by the way, is Chinese viewership for CS:GO is actually quite high, especially for Na'Vi. So I would imagine the Chinese viewership for that major finals was very, very good, because China has a ton of Na'Vi fans. Like, it sounds weird.
I saw one number. 8 million, they reckoned.
Honestly,
in Chinese viewership, like, mate, come on. No way.
I think probably they had a couple million. Based on the viewership that we get from Chinese sources for Flashpoint. Again, take it with a grain of salt, but I've been frequently surprised by the Chinese viewership in CS:GO, and from talking to people within that world, they say that CS:GO is, like, the 4th or 5th most popular esport in China.
Yeah, growing all the time as well, because it has completely unchecked, unfettered match fixing. Very popular. So.
Jesus. All right. I don't
All
think I
true.
ever got a Four Horsemen or Thorin rant on negligence in roster move leaks and the impact it can have on players' careers just for some clickbait. Do you guys want to talk about this? Or I feel like there is a Four Horsemen episode that could be valuable here, especially during this offseason when some fucking anonymous Twitter eggs start leaking shit again.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with that topic, right? Like how, like, I mean, I don't know why people put stock in those accounts to begin with. I'm not talking, by the way, about like what are they called? Those esports maniacos cunts or whatever.
Yes.
Like, you know, like they use their names, they have a
Yes,
website,
exactly.
they have a great record. They're arseholes, but they do good work. I can get on board with that, no problem. But what you have a lot is these like, I used to be in the LCS, now I've gone rogue, and I will only do the hottest roster leaks. And it's just chucking shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. And you can use intelligent guesswork. I mean, I'll probably even shouldn't say this, but the reality is that I know journalists that the intelligent guesswork is where you start the digging. Because you go, oh, yeah, that's a likely move. And then you ask that player, have you had talk with that organ? Oh, yeah, I have actually. What made you think that? Well, they were looking for someone in your role and you were available. It makes sense they would pick up the phone. And then you go to the org. I've just had confirmation you were talking to this player. And they go, oh, my me, how did you know? Please don't leak it. We will, and so sometimes the guesswork, anybody who follows the scene can make the guesses. The problem is responsible reporting. You follow up, you get 2 sources minimum, etc., or one very compelling one. These guys don't do any of that. They just do the guesswork. And when they get 1 or 2 guesses right, everyone heralds them as the next new hot insider. And all they're trying to do is just get a Twitter account with 10,000 followers, 20,000 followers. And when they're bored of esports, they'll sell it to be a K-pop fan account. That's it. So you are literally contributing to some of the most evil things on the internet when you follow these guys.
I'm going to have my own like Thorin's thoughts on this that'll come up soon. I would have done it, but I obviously was at the major. So I've already got it planned out. It's about anonymous leakers, exactly this story topic. And so basically, I won't spoil all that I'm going to say in that. But all I'll say is I just banged to show you how even some of these people publicly have been immediately shown up to be full of shit. And the worst thing is, unlike a legit journalist, their behavior betrays exactly what Richard's talking about, that they never had the full story. So what's happening is they're in scenarios where someone like a Jacob Wolf is waiting for the second source to confirm it independently, and they have the one source and they just go with it. Like I saw one of them, you'll see this in my video, one of them says as an excuse for why he's wrong about something, I was basically baited in by what is usually a very reliable source. No, sorry, source singular, like no, it can't happen. That's the whole reason you have the fucking independent verification, because otherwise the same person could give you 9 legit stories, then he can give you the 10th one that's full of bullshit for a million reasons to prove you look stupid, to fuck with a rival, by the way, sometimes to intentionally manipulate the market himself with what people think. So there's a million reasons. The problem I have is this, to go back to the beginning of what Richard said, I agree. The problem is this, the only solution is people themselves, us, disengaging from this nonsense that is just throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. You won't get that to happen though, because unfortunately, it's the same as complaining about tabloids. Like, why the bloody hell does the Sun exist? Because a million bazillion people read it, you idiot. The problem is salacious tabloid level shit that people even on some level know largely isn't true. It still activates all the same fucking dopamine reward circuits of like, oh, I'm getting inside information and this is new, and oh my god, imagine if that was real. And unfortunately, it's like I say, the reason people will never quit these guys, even if they get a million stories wrong, is that they're their fucking dopamine dealer and they need another hit. So the people will never give it up, unfortunately.
And I also despise the double standard that, when me and Jacob and, people who've moved on, like Will Turton, Josh Raven, like all the people that basically started this culture of the off-season scramble to break all the stories, which me, Jacob Wolf, and Josh Raven literally did that. You are welcome, League of Legends. I know I'm not allowed to be part of your community because a fucking Reddit mod said so, but that's our legacy. You're welcome. But what we went through when we were doing that was, if anything, even a slight detail was slightly wrong, we were going to get absolutely fucking crucified, and our name is attached to it, and so we get absolutely fucking wrecked, right? These anonymous people always go, yeah, well, you know, obviously they can't be right all the time. Why not? That was the fucking standard we had to live with. That's the standard every named journalist has to live with. Why can't they be right every time? Oh, that's right. Because you have a cute little avatar and no real name, you apply a different set of rules in your fucked up brain. It's ridiculous.
It's also that confirming these stories takes a long time, because here's what happens in esports, guys. You might hear the same story from two different people, but those two different people have the same source themselves. And that happens like fucking constantly. Oh, so in order to trace all of that back to its original, like its origination, is hard.
Oh, by the way, spoiler, these people don't even have one actual source, money, because as you just pointed out, they don't know what a source is. Their source is someone who's friends with the manager of Fnatic told me that they're signing human. They think that's a source. That's nothing. That's hearsay. A source is like literally the manager or literally human. That's a source. By the way, you're totally right there. Even what they think of as the basics of journalism, they don't even meet that method. Because as you're saying there, like, mate, the amount of times it's obvious that it's just like players have said as a rumor. I think he's joining this thing. Like, that's it. That's like the confirmation. That isn't confirmation of anything. Players can be fucking full of shit as well, of course.
We got one in CSGO right now. That's like one of the most fucking egregious examples I've ever seen. It's called like started out Danish CSGO leaks, right? Now, good bit of advice if you're ever coming up as a journalist or an insider, that sort of thing. Definitely have a niche. Definitely specialize in that niche, because it's easier to be to be excellent in a limited field than it is to be excellent in everything all at once. These guys couldn't even nail the basics of the Danish scene. You know, they've got like a number of high-profile stories wrong. Keep in mind, it's about to be fucking silly season in CSGO. So when you start throwing out things and it goes onto Reddit and everyone says, oh, look, that move's a done deal, you could literally be interfering with someone's livelihood if a potential someone who's going to employ them is a moron and takes this account at face value. But yeah, they've had a number of big ones wrong, and people just continue to upvote and go, yeah, but I think what might have been happening is that actually they may have been in talks and then those talks broke down. Never an excuse I was allowed to get away with. Never an excuse for me. And I know for a fact, by the way, that account, whoever runs it, has actually lied, because we've talked to some of the players. And so, yes, by and large, the players have got a reason to hide, not the ones I talk to, and never to me. Never to me, right? So they have said we absolutely categorically never had talks with that organization, and they excuse the ones they get wrong by going, oh yeah, they were in talks and then it broke down, the org made a last minute detour. Nah, none of that happened. So they've publicly lied now. That's why that account is even worse than just the regular dog shit ones, because it goes from incompetence to malevolence when you decide to sort of lie under the flag of journalism. So, yeah, it's a big problem in the industry, but probably one without any solution.
All right, let's move on to the next question, a more lighthearted one. What players or personalities would you want to play as the Green Knight and the Knights of the Round Table in a Monty Python or Mel Brooks parody movie of the tale? So, the Green Knight, I mean, Regi is a fabulous example of somebody who would be hilarious in this role, because the entire purpose of the story, the poem of the Green Knight, is that the Green Knight, right, comes in, and we see a young man getting way over his head, right, and commits an action that is egregious, cutting off the Green Knight's head. And then Gawain, the knight, has to then take a quest to ostensibly get killed. And it is a tale of doing your duty and chivalry and being bonded to your word no matter what. And so what Regi would do is he would go to a knight like Parzival, who's very naive, and be like, bro, it was just a joke. Why don't you go and get beheaded for me? Why don't you go on the quest? Like, there's somebody...
Could be that one.
What?
If Reginald, obviously if Loco Doco was casting it, Parzival. So there you go. I've cast that one for you already. There you go. It's free. That one's free.
Hunden might be another fun one in our parody of being a man of your word and doing an honorable deed. So I don't know. There's lots of ways. I mean, I'm very well versed in Arthurian literature.
Yeah, that which is actually crazy. It's something we have in common that we've never talked about.
Oh, we should.
Yeah, I met this like really cool chick way back when that was like studying it. And that's how I got into it, because she was, she gave me a copy of Mort Darth and said, like, fucking read this. And then I went and read all the other shit, But yeah, I mean, obviously, mate, you've got, we can get Leena in on this one as well. Bit of Morgana Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay in the background. So yeah, I mean, by the way, I'm guessing, are we talking about the movie adaptation?
Just as the Green Knight, I took the poem, but I actually enjoyed the movie adaptation. I thought it was,
same.
I thought it was good.
Mm.
I had very good expectations of it, and I enjoyed the style that it was filmed in. I don't necessarily. They definitely made it more modern in that they tried to make Gawain like psychologically complex, which is like a novel. You have to understand that when these poems were written, there wasn't people didn't give a shit about the psychological complexity of the characters. They gave a shit about the actions that they did. And that's what
they had really broad character arcs, basically. But like not a lot of psychological complexity, not a lot of conflicted, mixed emotions, mixed.
If you read the stories, like the psychology is what you put into it as the reader. It's not told to you. What is told to you in these stories is what the characters do and say. And so you kind of have to fill that in. So like having him be like a whoremonger or whatever was like a little like, that level of complexity doesn't really exist in most of these stories, or like trying to show his psychology and like at the end, his like internal vision of the future if he doesn't like take the blow. But I think in a broad stroke, why I appreciated it was because I think that young men lack a sense of duty and lack the commitment to their word being their bond. And I appreciated that it shows what kind of a piece of shit you can become if you're not willing to like take that risk. So I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I think they did a good job with like a difficult adaptation. I know the ending drove everyone fucking
I love
insane.
The ending.
Yeah, see, I'm the same.
I loved it. That was so good.
By the way, without doing spoilers, I will respect the spoiler rule for the Twitch chat we're here. If you are someone who has anxiety or finds it very hard to step outside your comfort zone, watch The Green Knight. It is the perfect movie to sort of demonstrate how sometimes not the comfortability of inaction can actually yield worse results.
Yes.
That's essentially the central message of the story, as the movie tells it, and I think it's quite powerful. The last line, which I won't reveal, it's for me. I read it metaphorically, not literal. So I would highly recommend it to anyone like that. Didn't answer that question at all. By the way. What was that? What did you say? Oh,
Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. There you go. That's a spoiler for you.
All right, here's a good one for us.
I don't know anything about this. I just love pussy too much, guys. I never had time for this shit on the side. Not even true, of course, but
good.
Several esports just finished their championship tournaments. Who had the best event? Dota with TI, League with World, CSGO with the Major. CSGO with the Major. Come on.
Not exactly a fucking non-partisan crowd on this particular question, is it? Like, I don't know. You know what, Rich? I do like a bit of Dota too, but it doesn't have me on it, so I'm going to vote for the CSGO Major that I was on.
Yeah, I mean, so what the question is, which event was the best? TI, Worlds, or
CSGO?
I mean, CSGO Mid.
I just think the storytelling, like, if you look at the stories that went into the CSGO Major, the content, like the storytelling that went into it, the live audience, the feel of being back on LAN with the crowd, it was just very different. It was just a very different experience. TI was weird. TI was weird at an empty stadium. LoL was weird. They had a nice stage, but they didn't make any content, and like, it just felt like it lacked the gravity.
I only tuned into Worlds a few times, and it just didn't seem to be.
It didn't seem like a big deal. Exactly. Yeah. It was weird. It was very weird.
Yeah, and also as well, usually when Worlds is happening, the timeline is like fucking lit with motherfuckers that pretend to give a shit, and it just sort of wasn't like that this time around. It was kind of weird. I
mean, the games themselves were pretty good, but the packaging, I think, was not as lustrous as it normally is. And it felt really like the CSGO felt, the Major felt very important the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know if we're biased in this, Duncan, because like obviously we worked that event, and let me tell you, behind the scenes, It was
Watch by
dog
the numbers.
shit. Yeah,
Of the three, it was easily the worst run, I would imagine, if I did
Yeah.
this.
So I mean, there's that, and also, I mean, I'll add, TI got really hindered by the fact they'd done all of this augmented reality production, all this shit for the stadium that they then had to follow through on without a crowd.
It was weird.
So you had this weird situation where people are coming out in their masks outdoors, talking to the interviewer in a mask outdoors, saying, "What are you about to do in this stadium, in an empty stadium? Oh, but here's a giant ogre magi." Wait, and it was like, it was surreal, and there were a lot of memes that came out at the start that I didn't address pre-major because I'm a shill, obviously. The stuff when I saw like the practice rooms, like Team Spirit, and they were like saying we are being assigned toilet paper on our DPC ranking points. Which they didn't even have toilet paper at one point. Yeah, oh, dude, it was fucking funny.
That's on some like unlimited eggs, face it majors type level of incompetence, surely.
Yeah. But I mean, but I will say, I think the storyline of Team Spirit winning TI is perhaps even, well, I think it is more resonant, like just as a pure, unbelievable underdog story than Na'Vi winning the major they were expected to win, even though they're the most dominant team. Like, I got really caught up in that story. I was getting up, I watched TI religiously this time around, even though I don't think the broadcast was as good or as polished. So it's hard to pick between TI or the major for me, especially having worked the major and knowing that behind the scenes it was.
Well, I can tell you from my perspective on the outside, it looked pretty good. So,
and also as well, people when they say that, they only mean the last 3 days of the major. Don't they?
true.
They don't mean
I know the audio issues.
Definitely
in the
don't
arena.
mean the 2 week build up.
Yeah.
Or we had players literally playing three games from a hotel.
Yeah,
from a practice room. So.
All right. What is even the point of multi-year contracts if players can say, "I don't want to play with this team anymore" and leave after a year? It's to lock in their salaries for the teams that have them, and if that way you provide a budget for yourself. I would imagine that's the point.
And also, think about it. If you're going to your sponsors and saying, right, like an obvious example would literally be right now with G2. G2 got a Ralph Lauren deal from having Reckless, right? If you lock that deal in, it can't be like, well, after 1 year, though, you could just walk away. It's like, you've got to be like, we've got a 3-year deal with him. And, like, it's just the way business is done, of course.
What are some signature champions on a player that hyped you up the most after seeing it get locked in? I don't know, like Faker LeBlanc when he was undefeated. That was pretty exciting.
Mad Life, Blitzcrank, or Thresh, obvious ones. There's some classics. Uzi Vayne.
Yep.
Oh, can't go wrong with that one.
We'll get through some of these other ones. With so many Korean and EU players, LCS doesn't even feel like an American league anymore. I think they might as well all migrate to Korea. Players, casters, coaching staff. If so, NA teams can now play Korean solo queue, scrim Asian teams, and scout up-and-coming Korean talents for imports. It would facilitate recruiting top LCK players to LCS since there'd be no pressure for players to relocate and adjust to drastically different cultures. Would this elevate the level of the NA region? Yes, it absolutely would. I wouldn't move them to Korea because if you're going to play on an NA time zone, it's really rough from Korea. You'd have to play very early in the morning for it to be late afternoon or evening. I think you probably are better off doing it in Europe, for example. But yes, I think practice quality is probably the single biggest factor in NA teams being trash, whether it's solo queue or inability to scrim other good teams.
Continue. I don't have any thoughts on that. It sounds garbage.
Sports teams capitalize on existing affinity location, and fan loyalty typically extends past the departure of popular players or periods of poor results. In esports, team fandoms seem more transient. Fans can invest into players' personalities, content creators, and cement that loyalty, but that doesn't exist in the same way for teams. Why do major teams make little effort to try and build personal investment from fans when the rest of the industry does it so well? So I think there's two things. Like, first off, I want to know your guys' take. I see traditional sports, especially the NBA, actually moving more towards the player model of fandom in esports, which is that the more movement options that major star players have, the more transient fan bases become.
Oh, I think for sure. I mean, I would even say as well, we haven't even nailed some of the things other esports did. Like, you'll notice, by the way, here's another example of where I just happen to have an idea and magically, parallel thinking, someone has an idea right afterwards. Go back, I think it was about a year and a half ago, and I did a video where I basically said, why aren't there any Western fan clubs in League of Legends? Like, if you've ever been to an LCK game, you know that the reason why they have the coordinated chant isn't like some bird intelligence where they just know what the other guy. They have an actual coordinated person at the front who's like the fan club leader who goes like, you know, now we're all going on 3, like 1, 2, 3, T1 fighting or whatever. Like, that's the first few rows are all the fan club people. So what you do is you ensure certain level of ticket sales, certain level of attendance. Crucially for the cameras, you have people making noise and doing the celebrate. I always said, right, why do we have this in the West? Like, how does TSM not have that? How do Cloud9? Well, if you've noticed, Cloud9 and Team Liquid have both gone that route now. They've both gone this route.
Liquid Plus and then like the Stratus for Cloud9. I think it's smart.
The vibe there is exactly that. It's that, listen, even if you were a fan of Jensen, if you were part of this network thing, though, and we've been sending you things that seem personalized or cool little like preview things, or you could get in on back. Now you suddenly do become a fan of Cloud9 as opposed to just, I'm a fan of Cloud9. You know, if equation goes, if Jensen is there, otherwise I'm a fan of Team Liquid. Like, I think actually that's starting to grow towards that. But I agree with you as well. The flaw with this thinking always still goes like this. Sports is up here, we're down here, and we have to learn from that. No, the joke is the reason those motherfuckers can't stop going like rats off a sinking ship to esports is they think it's the other way around. I mean, they don't realize we haven't cracked any of the monetization, but they see like some of the cultural aspects and they want that in their sport.
Yeah, well, I mean, for the NBA is like a really good example of that sort of thing. Me and Duncan were actually just talking about it because I used to be a big NBA fan, and then a combination of the rules in the league, my franchise getting fucking tanked because I was Seattle Supersonics. Just over time, I just went away from it, and it just sort of wasn't worth my investment anymore. But we were talking about, you know, how these super teams are almost like willed into existence, and you have like people do follow the players now, and that's like a very esports phenomenon, right? But for me, I think there's definitely a way that an org can kind of buy a loyalty. Essentially, if you create a value to being like, let's say, for example, a Team Liquid fan, you're more likely to sort of stick around regardless of the players. And I actually think it's starting to go the other way in esports at the time. It's starting to go the other way in sports, as in sports, yes, people are following players more than they used to.
I think it'll come in the middle, you know. I think sports and esports are kind of like going to converge on one.
It's always going to be weird with us though, because we're not bound by regionality. No matter how much people want to make that a thing in esports, it's never going to be a thing in esports.
Here's the thing, Richard, and this is a very abstract conversation for the future. But I think one of the big problems with esports teams is that they don't have strong brand identities. And the thing about the world and globalization is that localization mattered a lot because people identified with where they were from. We live in an era where you have unprecedented mobility to live in the country or the culture of your choice for the most part, right? Like there's a way. And so the thing about cities and countries is that they are going to reflect certain lifestyles eventually, right? That are going to attract those people. But it's no longer, I would say the world is no longer about where you're from. It's who you choose to be because you have the freedom of movement. And so for me, the issue with a lot of the esports teams is that the branding is so garbage that you can't even use words to describe what values these companies hold. Like, what is a value of TSM? Like bros, like frat boys, bay life? Like, I don't know. Like, I think FaZe is probably the closest to that we actually know. You can literally say like, these are frat douches, which is just true. But I think people talk about 100 Thieves, but like I don't even know what the 100 Thieves values are, right? And so I think part of it is that these teams need to do a much better job at carving out their own niche of interests and representation, right?
But the thing we've got in sports obviously is they don't need to espouse any values. In fact, your values are the league's values. You have no values of your own, but you can obfuscate the fact that there's no like sort of value imperative to be a fan of one team over the other because you've got regionality and you've got history. And by the way, in mainstream sports, they're demolishing that last aspect, you know, changing logos, moving historical franchises around. You know, there's it's a shame. I think one of the strengths about being a fan of a team is like if I'm a fan of Newcastle, like I am, I can trace it all the way back to our inception over 100 years ago, and talk about all the great eras and all the great things. If we're not careful, we're never going to build anything like that in esports. It's always just going to be this like transitory.
Oh, it's okay. We'll wait. We'll wait.
Well,
We got sound still. All right.
Okay, no worries. Well, it's always going to be like some transitory, experience where whatever's popular is what we stand for. But I do agree with the point. Like, what is 100 Thieves? You're called 100 Thieves. It sounds cool, but what is your brand? You're trying to sound edgy.
Bread. So there's let's get this bread. There's we do be swagging door. There's that one, and then there's Go Thieves or something. Go Thieves.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. So it's like you want to be edgy, but you work with family friendly branding. You are in every game that every other big esports organization is in. There is no identifier. Do you know what I mean? And so that is an issue, but that's just because, again, and I hate to say it, the people making these orgs are good at getting money, but they're not creative minds, are they?
Yeah.
Just turn them off and on again. It should fix it.
There you go. Awesome. I'm back.
Cool.
I had the option to put on a fucking background there. What the fuck is all this shit? Change video background. This is new, guys. Wait, let me just check this out.
No. Where's this going?
No, it says here I can be in the cyber city.
Look at Neom! Oh my god, he's in Neom. Like, we finally got the Neom episode.
I love Saudi Arabian money. I love it. This land was. I won't even finish that bit.
By the way, I've started. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I've started to get Neom ads on Instagram. It's pretty crazy.
I've had it on Twitter, I think, or something like that, where it was actually like. And by the way, it was unironically as well on some angle of like, let's build a more sustainable future. It's like, let me guess, conserving humans isn't part of the sustainability. No, probably not. Probably not. Is it? I mean, the joke should be, it should just be an advert that's like, Neom, to make an omelette, you've got to break a few eggs. Like, should just be like, just be straight up in my face with it. Why not?
I know, yeah. Just tell me.
We're not going to do all the questions because this is going on forever.
Yeah, we'll be doing 4 Horsemen soon enough, I'm sure.
Yeah. If you could pick any player to do a reflections interview with at the end of their career, you don't have to work around obstacles like language, industry politics, etc. Who would it be?
Oh, I can do an easy one because I'll just pick some like Korean person I could never talk to. So probably just be like Bisu or someone.
Yeah.
One of the
probably do that with the translator.
Probably not impossible. We might see.
What about Flash?
I've technically done one with him, but it wasn't obviously like it would be way better if I did it now.
What do you think if Riot kept the same patch from regional playoffs through Worlds, get much better quality games? I mean, yeah. That's true, but I just don't think it's possible with the casual fan base because you're talking about being on the same patch. Because, they can't change that much through Worlds as it is. And also regional playoffs have like a month break after playoff. Like, first off, the playoffs last like a month. And then second off, there's like a month break. And then you have like 2 months of Worlds. So I don't know if staying on virtually the same patch for 4 months is good for them objectively from their user base, their primary user base. But
what's
personally,
crazy though is, dude,
personally,
Richard was actually in Overwatch 2 right there. He was actually in a beta version. He was in the version that they're all going to be playing next year before it comes out.
I think it's just hilarious that the Overwatch League is so dysfunctional. They're about to start their brand new, fresh start. We're doing it for real this time, 5 years later. They're about to start on a game that doesn't even exist.
Also, just lost their third commissioner.
Yes.
So in that time,
Master of the Dark Arts.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever that role was called.
A defense against the Dark
There you
Arts.
go. There you go.
It's true. Let's see here. Let me see if we can get a couple of questions. I am curious about this. Just a very simple question. Thoughts on Dune, the movie?
I haven't seen it, mate.
Oh, bro, I said it yesterday on stream and nearly started a riot because a lot of people tuned in because they all thought I was going to drop all the juicy, delicious gossip from the CSGO major. So there was like 4,000 people there. And at the end of the stream, I just said, yeah, it's actually one of the biggest disappointments I've had in a movie in a while. For me, completely misses the pacing. The guy who plays Paul is not. He doesn't have the gravitas to carry the role. They don't dedicate enough screen time to characters that really needed more screen time. Like, what's the point of having that motherfucker? What's he called? Skarsgård or whatever. Is Baron Harcourt? He's got 3 scenes. What is the point?
He was great.
What is the point? Yeah, because he's like a fucking legendary actor. I think about how wicked he was in Chernobyl. I was like, oh, mate, him as Baron Harkonnen. So, fuck this.
So I think briefly my points are I think the aesthetic is fucking beautiful, and I think
visual treat.
The score, the visuals. It is fucking spectacular. It is beautifully shot. The cinematography is excellent. The problem is, as Richard takes his island vacation. Did Team Liquid buy that for you?
This is at the end. green Arrakis.
But I think the issue with the movie is that Thorin had a good take, I think, before the movie came out, which is like, why not make it a TV show? So I think that the art design and the visuals, they nail it. They truly do. But I think the problem for me is that I can appreciate that because I can fill in all the blanks with my mind from having read the book like 3 times.
Yeah.
But if I actually look at if I didn't read the book, I would have gotten very little emotional resonance because they don't actually explore many of the cool relationships like between Paul and Gurney or Paul and Duncan. And they're it feels very rushed, right? And so the problem is that later on in the movie, you don't get the emotional impact of some of the high impact scenes because the relationship wasn't developed. So I really wish that we had a more slow paced TV series to really like dive into these relationships, have it be more dialogue heavy, rather than the kind of like visual tour de force that it ended up.
Sure, but here's the thing with that. They definitely had time in the movie to add a few. It's like you say, this is what I mean about it. It's either an editing issue or just a pacing issue with how the script was written. Because at the end, you got 40 minutes of Paul and Jessica essentially ingratiating themselves to the Fremen. I timed it because I was like, this feels like a disproportionate amount of time just to have Paul murk a fucking Fremen so he can come in and be all buddy-buddy with the Fremen. And still guys like, I have seen you, all of this. By the way, Javier Bardem, he was, I'm looking forward to seeing more.
The casting is very good for the most part. The casting is actually sick.
There's a ton of people who are definitely going to own it in parts 2 and 3 if they're given the screen time. But it also felt like all of the best people were wasted. And I just don't like the dude who's playing Paul. Put it this way. I was so disappointed. It sort of gave me an appreciation for what David Lynch did.
I mean, I think Oscar Isaac like nailed the role. Like, I actually really like Jason Momoa. I think that I was just disappointed because it felt like not it doesn't have the emotional weight that the book does. And obviously some things were going to get lost, but I just don't know why you would choose to make this a film instead of a TV series.
Yeah, it's a shame. It is one of those unfilmable books for sure, I think, and I think this proves it. Cause I like Denis Villeneuve's work in general.
I love
Denis Villeneuve, how the fuck you pronounce it? I'm terrible with French names. But he is. I think everything he's done is. He hasn't made a bad movie yet, and this isn't a bad movie. But I was so hyped for it. It's one of my favorite. It probably is my favorite sci-fi book. Bar maybe 1 or 2, and I just think it falls short, unfortunately.
Thorne, are you going to watch it? Because I know Dune's like your favorite shit ever. So
probably will, but that's the whole. Here's the problem. What I learned over the years is how to pass other people's opinions, and unfortunately, because it had that overwhelming thing that Game of Thrones did until the very last season, where every person in the world like it's fucking amazing, even though it's like, well, you're a halfwit. Why would you think it's amazing? That's not a great sign. When there's a consensus like that, it usually means I'm going to be like mildly underwhelmed by it. So I just haven't rushed out to see it. Like I could have made loads of time during the major, all sorts of time. time. But I've just thought, like, I'll see it if I see it, or I'll just wait till it comes out as a thingamajig on the internet you can watch.
You know, I think so. For me, it's just like I watched it at home. I wish I had watched it in the theater. I don't think it's terrible. I just, you know, it makes me wonder where this is going, because if they're going to try and franchise this, the problem that Richard pointed to is like it's unfilmable, and this is the most filmable Dune book, because it only gets more unfilmable from this point forward. Like,
which is why they should have took some time to set up, right? Because I know going in, why have we reverted to feudalism? Why do we have no computers? You know, these are questions that have got to be answered for the purposes of world building. What the fuck is a mentat? They spent no time on that.
Yes.
And yet one of the main characters is a motherfucking mentat. He's right there. You got to know why that's relevant. Why are his eyes rolling up in his head when he's doing those calculations? Why don't we just use a calculator? Oh, that's right. The Butlerian jihad. We can't do it. So, you know, that had to be there. That had to be there. And there is literally none of that. I think that's where I'm disappointed the most, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And that's why I was asking people who haven't read the books. I was like, what did you think of this? Because like, I just can't tell, because my brain automatically fills in all those blanks. And I'm like, does this make sense to people? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I honestly don't think it does. Yeah, because obviously, like on my Discord, there were people coming in going, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, you know, the first hour is like, I think it's quite a shock to the system, and that's fine because you can carry it if you build relationships. It's like, okay, it's a strange world, but I understand the human element. And man, they fluffed the Duncan Idaho thing big time, and that's heartbreaking. That's like
the best relationship in the book.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, well, you know, obviously I can't do any spoilers, but Duncan Idaho is like one of the biggest, most important characters in all 6 books. Sort of.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Like I enjoyed it because I felt that there was a lot to like, but also I think the story was the biggest victim. But as somebody who knows the story, I guess it was less important to me because I just enjoyed the kind of aesthetic majesty of it, which I think they did do well. So.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, it's one of the best looking sci. I mean, what I really like as well is there's little, I don't know if I want to call them Easter eggs, but they've definitely took some of the aesthetic from the old Westwood games, the video games. Because if you, for example, the Harvesters, they're pretty much straight out of the video game, actually. Because if you read the book, you know, I sort of had a skim read recently to sort of freshen up for the movie. They're more insectoid in their appearance, right? There's a lot of things where the machine apparatus sort of take their cues from nature. But actually, the Harvesters are the big square blocky ones that we all used to use in Dune 2 back in 1991 or 92 or whatever.
There's an all-time classic RTS.
Well, it's pre-Command and Conquer. It doesn't get better than that. So, yeah, I mean...
Also,
you know,
the sand physics are insane. Like, what they do with the
looks
so crazy good.
Bro, they did nail the sandworm. Like, no doubt on that. Because let's be real, the David Lynch one was ropey as fuck. You know, but yeah, I mean, so there were lots of aesthetic things that I really, really like. The casting is god tier, but it just didn't stick the landing for me, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that'll be it. Sorry for all the questions. This has been a 4.5-hour show already. So, thanks for joining us, Richard.
Always a pleasure to shit on TSM. Yeah, I know. Hang on, let me.
We will be back sometime. Maybe we'll start talking about roster moves as they are announced. So just pay attention to Twitter. I don't think we have a guaranteed schedule right now. I do have some pro player guests confirmed once certain roster moves are confirmed, but we just kind of have to wait for that to play out. So stay on top of our Twitters and, of course, subscribe to the Twitch and the YouTube channels, and we'll be back.